triggering a cautious discipline about students' health. Furthermore, I thank the organizers of this conference for having such parental heart to put aside their other business and pressing programs and prioritize the health of the young Ugandans. Thank you so much. I'm Kemgisa Beki, a mother of 2 who has lived positively for over 15 years. I got infected in seemingly a joking way when I was 15 years. When my parents separated and our mom left me and my brother with her relative, and she went to work to look after us. Having left us behind, our mother used to send money for school fees, but through our relatives. Unfortunately, that money was not reaching us and we starved, lacked school fees, lacked clothes, and as a teenage girl, I lacked sanitary towels. The reason why I said I got infected in a joking way is because I was just given a plate of Irish potatoes and I was infected. Having been in the life I have already talked about, we started looking for survival mechanisms, and one of them, as a 15-year-old girl, was to respond positively to the suggestions of the males who ranged from young boys, my age mates, youth and old men. One day, we left home with my friend, and she asked me to escort her to her friend. When we reached there, to my shock being girls of the same age, the man I saw was not fit to be her friend but a grandfather. Little did I know that he was the set trap for me, because he served us with Irish potatoes and my friend ate a little and excused herself out of the house. Now me, who had taken years without seeing such food, I concentrated on eating, and my consciousness could not detect that my friend had laid out and the man had even locked the door. After eating the food, the man resorted to me and had intercourse with me, after which I went back home. Now when I reached primary 6, I looked for my father and got him. And because he was so happy to see me, he took me to a boarding school in Chenjojo, and a school shared the same compound with medical center too. We used to jokingly disturb the nurses to always check our blood, and they would do. One day, I saw the nurse calling me, asked me whether I have a boyfriend. And I jokingly responded, so if I'm sick, just give me tabs, I will swallow. She looked at me. She looked at the innocent me, and I believe she prayed like Jesus, Father, forgive her, for she doesn't know what she's saying. And I didn't know what it meant until I started developing skin rash on my hands, and I started being ill until I sat my P7. After which I could not continue with education, and that's where I stopped with my education career. A lot happened after then, though I kept it as a secret from many people, but a few who knew about it could not avoid indirect stigma. I lost all my confidence and every opportunity that would come, even though I would feel I could do, I felt worthless. I lost all my friends. My relatives see me as a reproach to the family. They use me as a bad example when they are counseling their children, and other associated effects that come along with the healthy complication. But I really thank God that He gave me a second chance to at least use my life to preach the gospel and also benefit others. I finally landed in the church that accepted me, loves me, and empowers me to have my life useful. Here is my humble appeal, dear Ugandans who are hearing and watching me. More please, let's take every step of life consciously. Any slight mistake costs a whole future, and what you do is as important as how you do it. Let's take care. And to my friends who are positive, please, let's take our tabs. Let's take our tabs daily. We still have a generation to impact. Don't forget to subscribe to heaven by accepting Jesus. God bless you all.
Wow, wow, wow. Thank you so much, Miss Kemigi. That was quite touching and emotional, if you ask me. And Miss Kemisa, you are a strong lady, a strong woman. That is courage. It takes confidence to stand up there and share such a story. But one thing I know, God has a lot more in store for you. And you've told someone, you have touched someone. So, ladies and gentlemen, right about now, we are going to have a presentation from Nagulu Teenage Center. And our presenter is ready. She'll be introducing herself. You are welcome.
Okay, thank you so much. Good morning once again. My name is Linda. Trudina, I work with Nagulu Teenage Center as the Behavior Change, Communication and Advocacy Specialist. This is supposed to be a presentation, but I don't want to take you back to class mode. So we want it to be more interactive. And it's basically on some of the issues that we've been talking about since yesterday, or those issues that keep affecting us in our stay while we are here at university. It's basically around GBV, SGBV. I don't know if you've heard anything around SEA. Have you heard about SEA? SEA. SEA. S-E-A. It's an abbreviation. Sexual exploitation and abuse. So this is a common vice, especially while we are at university. Sometimes we may not even know we are falling victims to this. But before maybe we dive a bit further, I just want to understand from you, what do you think sexual exploitation and abuse means? From the little you've heard, or what you've experienced, or what you've read. What is sexual exploitation and abuse? Is it a new term?
Yeah, so according to what I've read, when you talk about sexual exploitation and abuse, I'm looking at it in the category of somebody is trying to get to you intimately simply because you're in a desperate situation. So they try to use that desperacy and engage in intimate sexual now activities with you. So for example, sex for marks, if you want a job, you have come for some application, you give in whatever to receive what you feel like. Something like that.
Okay, thank you. Is that for both abuse and exploitation, or it's one of them? Exploitation. Thank you.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Unfortunately, Moisk is my name. Sex exploitation and abuse, to my deeper understanding and knowledge, sex exploitation is the use of someone's authority or power for the need of sex. For example, if I'm to offer you a job, I tell you I need to sleep with you first because I'm the CEO and the founder. Then I've sexually exploited you. Then abuse is an forceful act for sex. If I get you now and then do something on you, forcefully, that's an abuse. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, Dada.
So, thank you. My name is Timothy once again, from Reproductive Health Uganda. I associate myself with the previous definitions, though I just want to add one thing, in that it may involve, especially the abuse, may involve someone not consenting to having the sex. So if someone doesn't consent on either side, mutually, then that turns into sexual abuse. So consent is important.
Thank you so much. So from the submissions we've got so far, I heard there was something to do with desperacy. Then he mentioned something to do with power. There's a power gap. There's a power gap. So there's something to do with power. Then there is consent. Someone else with a different. Yes.
In my opinion, consent is not enough because in the instances of sexual harassment or sexual abuse, the consent might not be genuine. For example, somebody may be manipulated, intimidated, or coerced into agreeing to these sexual affairs. So the consent is not genuine in both instances because it is not something one would want for themselves on a normal day. It is under either intimidation, coercion, manipulation, or something else. Thank you.
Thank you. Someone else?
Okay, thank you very much. My name is called Abistan Alex. I would want to add on sexual exploitation. To me, I look at it as an era whereby you find power exchanges itself with favor, whereby someone who has maybe power in terms of money gives someone money to get sex, or it just transacts favor to get sex. So at the end of it all, I will term it as a transactional sex. That's what exploitation is basically, I think.
So we have three different things. We have sexual abuse, we have sexual exploitation, then we have sexual harassment. They all mean different things. Though in most cases they are interchangeably used and a bit confused, but they usually move hand in hand. So exploitation is basically the definition he gave. There's someone using their position to take advantage of someone else, probably someone in need of a service, in need of, I wouldn't call it a favor, but it basically includes profiting monetarily, socially, or politically from sexual exploitation of another. Yeah? So we've had the common sex for marks. It It's a thing at universities. We know. Eh? I won't ask if any of you have been victims, but it's something, it falls directly under this exploitation. Someone is using their position as a lecturer to lure you into offering them sex in exchange for marks. Then we have something called sexual abuse. It's usually actual or threatened physical intrusion of a sexual nature. This can occur by force, under pressure, under coercive conditions, or under unequal conditions. Someone spoke about coercion. Someone is trying to be manipulative, but in one way or another, they know you're eventually going to give in. Are we together? Then we have harassment. But before we proceed, with exploitation, key to note, there's offering money, there's gifts, there's jobs. You've heard of carpet interviews. It's also a thing. Carpet interviews. Carpet interviews. Carpet interviews basically means sex for a job. So engaging with sex workers regardless of local laws. So back this side in our workspace, we are not at any one point expected to have encounters with sex workers, commercial sex workers. Yeah? Because we have rules that govern us, especially if you're working with or if you're funded or supported by any UN agencies. They are really strict on that. Then with sexual abuse, there's usually something, it's unwanted, there's no consent. So things like unwanted kissing, unwanted touching, rubbing of the intimate body parts, then threats of unwanted sexual acts. Someone threatens you, if you don't do this, I'm going to take your life, or I'm capable of doing anything worse. Then rape or attempted rape. So there's an issue of consent. Please note that what you may find what is acceptable is different according to different people. For you, you may think touching someone's hand without their consent is not a problem. But if they find it not appropriate, then there's a problem there. So it is always about how the other person sees your action. Are we together? Then we have sexual harassment. It's basically a form of unwanted, non-verbal, physical conduct or sexual nature. Lately, we have normalizing verbal or non-verbal. We also have non-verbal cues. What do the boys usually use? The men. Apologies for calling you boys. What do you usually use? Some of those things that person entice them. The eyes. There's also the handshake. There's something they do with the handshake. Someone gives you a handshake and then they rub your palm. Then sometimes it could be an extended handshake. How far is a handshake supposed to go? The wrist. Anything that goes beyond the wrist is deemed unacceptable. Are we together? So So there's something we call SEA, like basically what we've been talking about. Sexual exploitation and abuse. By default, the fact that we are students, that automatically means there's someone who has power over us. It could be the lecturer, it could be the dean of students, it could be your parent, it could be your guardian, because in one way or another, if they are providing tuition, automatically they have power over you. So there's something we call a power gap, which makes so many people prone to some of these things or being abused. You find that someone is going to give in to a sexual request or something just because they are desperate, they need tuition. Yeah? Or they are desperate. They've been doing that paper for 3 times in a row and they are failing each time. So someone offers them, for me I can make it for you as long as you part with something. Yesterday someone told us nowadays call it leg. Yeah? So we have each of these things has an area of focus. With sexual exploitation, the area of focus is basically abuse of power for sexual advantage. And the key element is exchange or the power imbalance. In every form of relationship, there's what we call a power gap, a power imbalance. There's always someone who has more power over the other for one reason or another. So if that person that has power over you decides to take advantage because of that power that they possess in exchange of sexual favor, in exchange of that, we call that sexual exploitation. Harassment is basically unwanted sexual behavior. Unwelcome, anything deemed unwelcome. And like we said, it is different from one person to another. You may find a girl in your class who is okay with anyone maybe touching her bum or touching her breasts. The other deems it very inappropriate. So it is different for everyone. Then we have gender-based violence. It's basically harm because of someone's gender. Usually it is the girls that are more often than not that fall victims to GBV. But we also have men that are violated because of their being men. Unfortunately, in our society today, when men come up to report such instances, they are shamed, they are called names. What kind of man are you? Are you a woman? Even at the police stations, by the way, the police officers will laugh immediately you put in your statement. Yeah? So because of that, we don't have so many men that come out openly to report if they are being violated in one way or another. But it doesn't mean it is not happening. We've also had incidences where the female lecturers try to take advantage of the male students. Have you heard of it? Is it a new concept? So we also have those incidences where the female lecturers may want to take advantage of the male students. So we have something called SEA. SEA with P, the P is silent. P basically means prevention of sexual exploitation and abuse. And there are policies and frameworks we work within as we do this kind of work. But these policies are basically designed to end sexual exploitation in institutions. Please note, all these vices don't only happen in a school setting, even at work. When you start working, some of you may be unlucky to start facing some of these things. Your immediate boss throws hints at you. Then we have SIA is important because any form of exploitation and abuse is a violation of people's rights. We have human rights. They are basic human rights. Anything sexual has to come with consent. So you don't use your power over someone to coerce this person into giving in. Then the prevention of and protection of sexual exploitation and abuse against people we serve and the people we work with is a priority in the humanitarian sector. So when looking at SIA, we basically focus on primarily the beneficiaries, the service providers. In the university context, the lecturers are your service providers. It could even be on the same level. We have incidences where students may want to take advantage of other students. But there are 6 core principles relating to SIA and abuse. Number 1, SIA basically constitutes of act of gross misconduct and grounds for termination of employment. I believe the university has a policy to do with SIA here. What are the different universities you're coming from? Have you had any rules around SIA? What happens if maybe a lecturer takes advantage if it's a student and student scenario? Do you have those guidelines in place? Or you don't know? Yeah? You don't know. So you could find out from your respective universities, but at least I know there are usually those policies in place because they know by default these things are bound to happen. It's an institution that gathers so many people from different communities. And of course, we talked about the power gap. So there's a very high chance that one person may want to take advantage of another. Then sexual activity with children below 18 years of age is prohibited. This is everywhere. In Uganda, we know why it is 18 years and below. Yeah? Anyone below the age of 18 is not an adult. But there are also other things in there. So you could find someone who's 18 years old, but maybe not of a sound mind. They are mentally incapacitated. If you ever take advantage of such a person, you are going to be imprisoned. It will not be your defense that they are an adult. They are mentally incapacitated. Then the exchange of money, employment and goods for services for sex is prohibited, including hiring prostitutes or commercial sex workers. It's politer. So there's basically no second chances, no sex with children, and no bribes for sex. Yesterday in the afternoon session, I think most of you had left, someone was telling us there are incidences where girls intentionally will want to use their bodies in exchange for marks. She has not been attending class probably the whole semester, but she knows she's good looking. If I walk into the lecturer's room, he's probably going to give in to my seduction or something. So a girl may want to use that over a lecturer. Then everyone, students or non-students, in institutions, basically in institutions, because we have policies that we work within, all of you are obligated to report any concerns regarding SIA by fellow students or by lecturers. Anything that you deem inappropriate, please reach out and report. Who's from Kyambogo here? Where do you report such instances? or you don't have them happening here? Yeah? Legal chamber. Where is the legal chamber? In front of Senate. What's the protocol? Really? Do you have any health ministers here? Someone mentioned gender yesterday. Do you have the health ministers represented?
Good morning. My name is Kefa Sahura. I'm from Victoria University. And in our university, if any cases arise, our very first go-to is our counselor, because she will know exactly what to do for you. Yes, and from there, everything is kept confidential until your problem is solved.
Kyambogo, you've talked about the legal chamber. The legal chamber.
No, it's like you raise up your complaint through maybe like your coordinator, your class coordinator, and then she will take you to the right people. Then if it reaches the legal chambers, then it is beyond. Yes, the legal chambers just works on cases that are very critical. Yes.
I don't want to conclude that it's a gap. That's why I wanted to hear from the health minister. Probably they could. Kyambogo, right?
Good morning, everyone. By names of Namin Olivia. We have a protocol at CTF. There is an Office of Gender and Integrity, so you have to first report there before any other issue is concerned. Thank you.
How about the university? Where do you report?
Good morning. This is Kaus Brian from Uganda Christian University. At our campus, we have a counseling boardroom where you can report. We also have QR scans all over the campus on the notes boards. So in case of anything, you can go and scan, then it will direct you to the contact person. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is from Kabale. For us, the first thing is you approach the health minister. Then the health minister is the one who will direct you to the counselor's office, as you discuss that matter privately till when it becomes worse, that's when you go beyond that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. For the universities where we are not sure whether this thing is, it is one gap that is very obvious, yeah? It could be a gap in terms of maybe dissemination of information, eh? That the guidelines might actually be there, but they are not known to people. So it is one gap. If they are actually there, you could think of popularizing, especially the first year students. Eh? They are usually very naive, very innocent, so they are deemed to fall victim to all these things. Then for those where they are not, probably could think of drafting something, of course working with your health ministers and maybe the gender departments, you could draft something around this. But it's very important to note that reporting is, everyone is entitled to reporting. And of course, we expect that when you report, there's response that is expected. I think you've had incidences where you've seen videos making rounds on social media. A girl records a lecturer, and then before you know it, the video is trending and the university is taking action. Yeah? So action is deemed to be taken at any one point. But of course, there's a lot of information on TIA, so you're free to reach out. I think the Ministry of Health toll-free was shared yesterday. Naguru Teenage Center also has a toll-free helpline, 0800 311 222, and it's available Monday to Friday. Then we also have Sauti 116, that's the Ministry of Gender toll-free helpline. Please, toll-free means you're not using any airtime, so don't be worried. You're free to report, and then they act very fast. Actually, for such instances, Sauti would be very responsive because this is entirely in their docket at Ministry of Gender. But the team is still here. If you have any questions or you would wish to reach out personally, please feel free. We are available until the end of your day. We also have the Muvubuka portal, muvubuka.com, where young people can log in and access information. It's basically a knowledge portal on SRHR. So you basically log in, ask any questions, anything concerning your sexual reproductive health, and you'll get responses immediately. Thank you so much.
A round of applause. No, that is not sufficient. Let's give a big round of applause. Thank you so much, Naguru Teenage Center, for that very wonderful presentation, very insightful. MC, what do you think?
Wow. I've learned a lot.
True.
If anything happens, abuse, I run to the legal chambers and I report.
Indeed. The legal chamber, Zoe. Legal chamber, Zoe. Yeah, but also taking note of the toll-free lines. Colleagues, please take note of that. If you want to do more consultation, please reach out. The one of Sauti as well is also active. We've tried them. They work. And the beauty is they've told you don't need airtime. So hey, you can access. Thank you.
Well, as we're recognizing the universities of today, I skipped one mighty university, Uganda Christian University, UCU.
You see in the house. You see in the house. Are we not excited?
They're corporate. Now let's try this again, ladies and gentlemen. We recognize the universities with us here today. Once again, Victoria University, Mbara University,
okay,
Kabale University, KIU. She's there.
Finally.
Bustema University, Ernest Cook, Sorority University, St. Lawrence, St. Ignatius, okay, IUIU, we're here. Finally, Kyambogo University.
Kyambogo University, knowledge and skills for service.
Kyambogo, I'm not feeling us. Kyambogo, oh! Kyambogo, oh!
Oi! 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 Ra! Cha! Hello.
And that is how we do it here at Kyambogo. I don't expect us to be so cold. This is a youth conference, a students' conference. Have you said hi to your neighbor, or you're just sitting with your neighbor from your university? At least me, I know one neighbor here. I know the Vice Guild President of Victoria University. How are you?
I'm good, how are you?
This may I know that one. What's the name of your neighbor? The gentleman doesn't know. I highly encourage us to leave this place when we've interacted with each other. Let us, get connections. So Miss Linda, thank you so much from Nauru Teenage Center. That was a beautiful. Thank you so much for that presentation. It was amazing. So right about now, we're going to have a bit of an interlude. Go MC.
Yes.
We're going to have something fun and energizer because we are too corporate for this. Yet we are young. This is not a seminar. We are here to learn, to have fun. When they said from awareness to action, from here I go, I do what I'm supposed to do. But at the same time, the action starts from here. So I'm going to invite Keith as the people behind are preparing something for us. Keith?
Yes. Is Keith in the room? Yes, because we are going to get a bit of an energizer. I remember yesterday one of the abstract presenters told us to style up. I think I remember that.
He said it vividly. Some of you are backward. You need to style up.
We need to style up. So yes, we need to style up. So we are going to have the bit of an energizer, but again, we just want to make sure that we are part of the event. We remember, we are taking part, and we are really understanding. I think it was our UNSA president yesterday who said that when it is a concert, this room will be flooding. But when it is health, when it is information regarding our sexual and reproductive health, GBV, among others, we tend to take the back seat. I want to encourage us that should not be the norm. We can rewrite that narrative, and we can all be part, because we are not the futures of tomorrow, but rather the futures of today. So, I mean, the leaders of today. The leaders of today, that is to see if we are paying attention. The leaders of today. So, yes, they've told the MC to style up. So we are getting into the energizer in a bit, but we still want to recognize our partners. We had our guests, but they've moved out a bit. We'll recognize them when they're back. We want to recognize UNFPA. Let us just give a round of applause for UNFPA. Uganda AIDS Commission. Round of applause for Uganda AIDS Commission. Nauru Teenage Center that has just given us the wonderful presentation. Marriage Stops Uganda. Round of applause. AHF Uganda Cares. Round of applause for them. Ministry of Health. Round of applause. Ministry of Education. And our convener OIF for the very our organizer OIF for bringing us together. And then lastly, Kyambogo University. Let's give them a round of applause. Yes. So I want to see if they okay, so I take the privilege to invite Keith to lead us in the energizer. Thank you.
Boom 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 gone kanje ay gone kanje man gone kanje man gone kanje man boom 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 gone kanje man gone kanjalo.
Hi, how are you doing? How are you feeling? So we are going to show how we are feeling by using our fingers. Are we together? In case you're feeling good, you'll put up the 5 what? Is it the 5 fingers or the hand? So in case you're not feeling well, you show us what? 1 or 2. Not so. Can we do that? You guys, you feel too cold, yet it's hot inside here. So everyone is hot. Are you not hot?
I am.
She is. Though she's looking at me like a side mirror. So let's rise. Let's stand up. Let's stand up. You guys are energetic. You look good. You look fresh. But you're standing up in slow motion. Wanje, you want a mapiano? You want badu badu? People, they didn't tell you things of living in the past are not good. Eh? So you don't want another one. You want badu badu? Okay, let's freshen up with badu badu, then I'll give you another one later. Not so. What's badu badu? Hey, so I'm going to give you uniform today. Are we together? So, let's do badu badu as you requested. Hey, your customers are your bosses. Eh? You want what? Boom boom. Please take us through boom boom. Let's go for her. Hey. Please come. Hey, let's be clapping for him as he comes. Hey, she is. All right, she'll be taking us through the zoom zoom. Eh? Hey, okay.
Okay, good morning once again. My name is Amina Rejoice from Victoria University. We're going to do a very simple exercise. DJ, clock it. Yeah, Gen Z for a reason, right? So we're going to do like this. When he says, kinti, kinti, king, boom, boom, boom. Now we do like this. When he's saying kinti, kinti, you do like this, as if you're unlocking the door with a key. Then boom, boom, you do like this. Turn that. You understand, eh? Okay. So DJ.
Hey. Chi 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 boom 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 gonganje ay gonganje man gonganje man gonganje man chi boom 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 gonganje man gonganje ay chi boom 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 gonganje ay gonganje ay chi boom 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 gonganje
All right, round of applause to her. I've realized one thing. People here are like Terminators. You guys are moving, but people, someone is like this. Honda. You people, be flexible, enjoy the thing. People are like, wait, I am a living thing. Eh? When a Terminator has some blood. All right, let's sing as we clap our hands. It goes like, hey, no sitting. You guys are going to sit until you get tired. Eh? So it goes like, please, you're going to hold for me. Eh? Please. So it goes like, consultation is the game, keep the rhythm if you can. Consultation is the game, keep the rhythm if you can.
I'm observing who's not doing.
Consultation is the game. So what we are going to add on that, it's going to be like this. 1, 2, 3. Are they rows or columns? Huh? So from here to here to here to here. Those are rows. This is a column and that is a column, not so? So you guys are banana. Are we together? I'm not calling anyone banana. So, okay, your fruit is banana. Then here to here. Your what? Your apples. But a lot of dudes this side. Mamuri fen. Then from here to here. Which fruit? Oranges. Then from where? From here to here. Muriba popo. Please remember the name, yeah? Remember
Please don't forget the name. Please remember.
Then from here to the rest of us, what are we? The berries. Are we together?
Not lemon.
So the game is like this. Consultation is the game. Keep the rhythm if you can. Consultation is the game. Keep the rhythm if you can. Keith, purpose, purpose. Purpose, purpose. Then we give it to who? To whatever fruit you've had. Are we together? Are we together? Are we together? What did we say before her? Listen. Which side? Which side? You're not sure. Apples. He said they are not object decided, so they are fene. Are we together? So these guys are fene. Are we together? Then this side? Be sure.
They are purples.
Then this side? Oranges. Then the other side? Berries. So when you pick it up like consultation is the game, keep the rhythm if you can. Consultation is the game, keep the rhythm if you can. When I say my name, Keith, yeah, I'll give it to any. I will decide to say berries. Then I give it to someone. Are we together? So when you receive it, you have to speak your name first, then you give it to someone else. Are we together? Are we together?
Sample.
So, let's sample. I sample with who? Banana and who? Fene. Are we together? So, my name is Keith. Fene. Banana. Are we together? So let's do. Consultation is the game. Keep the rhythm if you can. Consultation is the game. Keep the rhythm if you can. Keith, fene. Fene. Apple. Berries. Apple. Are we together? We try it out. It would have been nice if we are saying out people's names. Are we together? But do you know your neighbor's name? Are you sure you know your neighbor's name?
They know because
that's the problem.
You
You shouldn't sit with someone you don't know the name. Please ask for their name. Later. So let's try it out. Yeah, we see the disorganization. So you can decide what fruit you're going to call first. You can also decide what fruit you're going to call first. Are we together? We give it a try? Are you ready? Are you ready? So if you're ready, say So we go. Consultation is the game. Keep the rhythm if you can. Consultation is the game. Keith, berries. Apple. When you hear your name,
full disorganization, like you said.
The song says, consultation is the game. Please, you need to what? Concentrate. Are we together? You keep the rhythm if you what? If you can. Oshitagera. Amazina agemba toba togasobola. Togagenda mu. Are we together? In case you're stuck somewhere, you just keep quiet and listen. Are we together? Are we together? We give it a try. Consultation is the game. Keep the rhythm if you. Consultation is the game. Keith, fene. You begin with your name.
We call it a rap.
Are we together? You receive with your name, then you mention the other group's name. Are we together? Meaning that you forwarded the game to them. Are we together? Then we shall be speaking their name. Then when they receive, they'll be speaking their name. Because when I say Keith, and I say fene, then fene will receive and give it to
in the interest of time, do it once.
Are we together?
Yes.
Are we together? One try. Consultation is the game. Keep the rhythm if you. Consultation is the game. Keith, apple. Okay.
Well done.
We shall give it a try next time.
We appreciate those who have tried. Someone was telling me they were hearing consultation is the no, it is concentration. So
I had consultation.
What nice.
Thank you so much, Kate. So right about now, I welcome each and every one of you once again to the second edition of the National Student Health Conference. And this is day 2 and the final day. And I'm your host. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Atrinda Rebecca Becky, and I am the MC of the day. I'm a student of Kyambogo University, third year, Human Nutrition and Dietetics. I'm the current Vice President of the African Sisters Network, Kyambogo University, and the incoming speaker of NADSU.
For me, I feel very privileged to be working with a high-profile co-MC. But yes, my name is Trevor Imojel, and I work with AHF Uganda Cares. You've been seeing us with some condoms, menstrual pads outside. Please pass our tent. We are saying that sexual health is very important. So we are not encouraging those who are not, but if you can, please pass by and you'll get a bit of that. But I'm very glad to be co-MC with my co-host here and looking forward to a very, very rich discussion.
So today we want to have a fun session. We're not going to be bored. And as we're having our breakfast, we are going to have our second presentation from Mary Stopes. And they're going to present us one-stop care, integrating HIV, sexual harassment, GBV services in university health crisis. So as you eat, as you're enjoying your breakfast, please also pay attention to the presentation. It's a good one. And make sure you have your questions with you to ask what you don't understand. So I'm going to take this opportunity to invite the representative from Mary Stopes.
DJ, I think you're going to be giving music to our speakers. It's a youth conference, so DJ, just put in a bit of a tune as we invite our speaker. Thank you. And then we request the slides to be brought on.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I am called Gilbert Andama. I manage Mary Stopes Boyogere branch. I'm also a second-year student here at Kyambogo University, BMS evening. I'm from Mary Stopes. I bring for you greetings from Mary Stopes, Uganda. Mary Stopes is the leading sexual and reproductive health service provider in Uganda. We serve a number of the community, different age groups, both men and women. But because of the health-seeking behaviors of women being better than men, you find our visits are mostly women. But we still encourage women. We still encourage the men to come and get services from us. Thank you. Basically, I want to give information about sexual and reproductive health status among youth and university students in Uganda. Sorry. Okay, next. Okay, fine. Let me give this. Okay. Yes. Uganda has a rapidly growing youth population. The 2022 Uganda Demographic and Health Survey highlights persistent challenges in sexual and reproductive health and rights among youth, among the young people. Unintended pregnancies, STI, unsafe abortions, and gender-based violence are very common in our country. Why is this a concern to us? The population below 25 years of age, approximately 32 million, that's 68% in Uganda. These are sexually active population in Uganda. That's according to UBOS 2024. Sexually active adolescents girls amounted to 43%. That's according to PMA 2024. Girls who are married or living in a union less than 18 years of age amounted to 34%. Girls not brides, that's 2023. Teenage pregnancy rate was 24%. That's according to UDHS 2022. Unintended pregnancy among young women is approximately 50%. That's according to UDHS 2022. Adolescent girls with unmet needs for family planning is 30.4%. So unmet needs actually is whereby there's someone who needed the contraceptive method or the family planning method, maybe the information about how it works, where to get it from, and so on. These are people who are not reachable. So we identify the unmet needs. They fail to get this right information. They fail to get the right service of these family planning methods. So they are 30.4%. Maternal mortality ratio is 189 deaths per 100,000 live births according to UDHS 2022. The maternal death among young girls aged 15 to 25 years is 28%. That's according to UNFPA 2024. Estimated daily adolescent pregnancy, 1,578. 11% of women aged 15 to 24 years have ever had an abortion. So this is common among the teenage girls. Unplanned pregnancies, they go and have unsafe abortions and so on. Approximately 8% of maternal deaths in Uganda are linked to unsafe abortions. That's a research conducted by Mungao et al. 2026. HIV prevalence among significant, HIV pregnancy remains significant, with the young women accounting for approximately 70% of new infections among the youth in Uganda. That's according to Uganda AIDS Commission 2023 report. 31% of university students report alcohol use, 8.9% misuse it. That's a research conducted by Kamulegeya et al. 2020. Up to 56% lifetime substance use reported among university settings. That's according to Daily Monitor 2026. Why is this data necessary? We want to see why this becomes a public health concern in the country. University students are abusing drugs, they're misusing alcohol, maybe those other drugs of addicts. At the end of the day, they lose control on their sexual and reproductive rights. So the ladies end up in getting unplanned pregnancies, school dropout rates occur, HIV and STI infections become rampant. That's why we are trying to look at this data. So if you look at the graph, these are the percentage of women with most recent pregnancy or birth unintended by age. Between the age 15 to 19, you find the prevalence is so high, up to 66.2%, much more higher in the younger age than the older age. So between the age group of 20 to 24, you find at least those around 20, the rate is a little lower. Again, those who are above around 24 years of age, it amounts to 46.8%. You see the age variation of unintended pregnancies or births. So those between 25 and 49, you find their rates are lower than the younger, meaning that the youth the teenagers are sexually more active, they are still in the explorative stage. They want to explore and try life and see how they can explore the life. And the process, they get into unplanned pregnancies and give birth when they are still young. What are the key challenges in this? Why is this rate high? There's limited awareness and knowledge about sexual and reproductive health and rights services. Despite the partners in place, despite the health services, or the health centers, or the medical facilities around, the reach to the public to deliver this awareness and knowledge about sexual and reproductive health and rights is still limited. There's limited access to youth-friendly sexual and reproductive health services. You find, because of attitude of individuals, the youth feel that they are being judged if they go and they open up to the health workers. They rather sit down and try to manage their issues locally. So there's limited access. They don't feel free to express themselves to the health workers or the medical personnel to address them. There is stigma around contraceptive use and abortion. I'm sure when MC mentioned here, we have condoms and so on, some people are trying to hide their faces and so on because they have had it for the first time. But the truth is, the problem is real. HIV is real, unplanned pregnancies are real. Unplanned pregnancy cases are real. We expect that as a student, as a youth, you have to live and first achieve your dream before you go and get into pregnancy. Unless it is the right time for you to do it. You don't need to go from, you don't need to graduate from here with 2 degrees, STI, and the other bachelors you came to pursue from the university. We expect you to go back the way you came and only carry the high quality bachelors or the degree paper to your parent as an accountability. Not going with unplanned pregnancy, not going when you are deformed, maybe ectopic pregnancy occurred, in the process you are managed locally, you came with 2 tubes, you go back with 1 tube, you get those cases. So we want to join the campaign to remove that stigma about contraceptive use. As Marriage Stops, our mission is to promote children by choice and not chance. So this calls for everyone to action. Gender-based violence and coercion. In some cultures, they still see women as source of wealth, animals to the clan, and so on. So as a lady, they see you, like when you are to go to school or something like that, you find that in the process, the parents start pushing you they start asking, are you seeing someone, or you are still not seeing anyone, because you are wasting their time for getting the bride price. So we want to step in to avert that. Alcohol and substance use, abuse, increasing risky sexual behaviors. When you are high with those drugs, when you are drunk, you may lose control over your body. You may find that you make wrong decisions that can cost your life. What is the contribution of Marriage Stops in all this? Marriage Stops contribution is in improving sexual and reproductive health and rights outcome by expanding access to life-saving sexual and reproductive health and rights services across Uganda. We do this by providing sexual and reproductive health information through various ways. I'm sure my face could be familiar to some students, UCU, Kyambogo University. During the bazaars or the health weeks, you always see us there to try to talk to the students, to try to educate them, listen to their concerns and address them. Those that we cannot manage locally, we refer them to our facility around. So the information is given to the public. We have, as we continue, we'll look at the service delivery channels that through which we achieve this. We also have toll-free line that I'm going to share with you. We also have the WhatsApp chat that you can sit there and ask the counselors every now and then you have any sexual and reproductive health concern. Contraceptive access, we avail the public with the contraceptives so that they can make the right choice and use and prevent unplanned pregnancies. Post-abortion care services. We stand with any woman in need of our services. For example, if you missed using contraceptive and you have got an unplanned pregnancy, maybe you have had a miscarriage, you present to us, we make sure we manage that condition, we manage the post-abortion sepsis and all those kind of conditions that revolve around there. We make sure we give you a second chance to try again. But as we do that, we make sure we provide for you post-abortion care, family planning, so that as you think of going to try again, you don't need to get into the same problem. That's why we do that. Outreach programs in communities and universities. I talked about our presence in the universities around the UCU branch that side, and then Makerere, we have Makerere Kavule branch who normally does the other side. For us, Boyogere branch, we are here in Kyambogo and UCU. We have other branches across the country. We are into doing that. We have other channels through which we execute this. Digital health education platforms. I talked of the WhatsApp. I talked of the other platforms at the TikTok, the X, and so on, through which the youth can ask questions and reach to us, and we get to address their concerns. So, these are our service provision portfolio. A total market. It looks at a total market approach. We have the PSS, which is the public sector strengthening. It is a mentorship approach. It handles over 800 facilities supported under PSS, 106 districts covered, above 1,600 public health workers trained and mentored to offer family planning services over the years. So when you go to those public facilities, you expect to see the midwife offering for you family planning, counseling, providing the services, just like the way you should have got it from Marisoft's facility. This is through the mentorship offered to them by Marisoft staff. We have the staff moving around to train them on the quality control and infection prevention, counseling, managing side effects of these contraceptive methods, all those that we do at our facility. We expect this to be done in the public facilities. We have mobile outreaches, over 20 mobile outreach clinics covering most of the country, channels for normalizing FPUs. We have most people know Marisoft as the outreach because of the outreach team, because we have a van that moves around to the community, mobilizing that on this day we are going to be in this facility offering this service and so on. But there's a little knowledge about the centers. So when you receive such a method from outside, or you receive our service from outside the centers, where do you go next in case you have a challenge? That's why I've come today and told you we have static channel. Those are the centers and the hospital. We have 12 centers across the country located within the centers of the municipals. We have the hospital and maternity at the Forest Mall. We have private sector engagement, private sector strengthening. Through private sector strengthening, Marisoft's ladies and the few social franchising facilities. Here what we do is we partner, we nurture the midwives who have their private clinics, drug shops and so on, to provide these contraceptive methods, to provide the sexual and reproductive health services, the quality that you should have got from us at our facilities. That's what we do. We make sure this is done to make sure the community is reached and they receive the services. Centers and maternity. I had earlier on said that we have 12 centers. Within Central here, we have Boyogere Center, which is a stone throw away. Boyogere normally receives clients or students from that side of Mukono, UCU, Kyambogo, sometimes Makerere University and other nearby institutions, and also serves the public, the community around. We have Makerere Kavule that covers the other side, the whole of that region. We have Kansanga, the initial Namuongo Center, It's now moved to Kansanga. I'm sure it covers a lot from the other side. We have Mbale Center. People from Mbale, you can receive our services from Marisos Mbale Center. We have Gulu Center. You can also receive our services from there. We have Lira, we have Arua, we have Mbarara. Initially we had Kabale, but Kabale was, we had to close it a bit. We now only have Mbarara. I think Mbarara can serve up to Kabale, that region. We have Fort Portal, we have Masaka. Then the hospital is just here at Forest Mall, Lugogo, where you can receive our services from. Social marketing, we have a team who moved to the community selling these products, the lifeguard condoms or the flame. You'll get time and pass by our desk and see those products and ask questions. I encourage you to ask questions. You request to touch them so that you know which one is which. Because there are so many products in the market, you'll have to differentiate between our product and the other ones. So you ask questions, they'll give you a lot of information about it. Our impact, the coverage in Uganda, the national coverage, 2.6 million people are currently using family planning methods provided by Mary Stops through these various channels that I talked about. 2.7 million couple years of protection, CYP, delivered. Couple years of protection meaning that the number of years a contraceptive method can prevent pregnancy. That's what we call couple years of protection. 46% of youth clients are being served below 25 years of age. 1.2 million total client visits. We have received that. 2,200 maternal deaths averted. 390,000 unsafe abortions averted. About 80 million euros costs are saved. 1.2 million unintended pregnancies averted. So this is our national coverage. What is our call to action? What is our call to action? We expect students to actively seek sexual and reproductive health and rights information and services, practice safe sex, reduce substance use, support peers, and advocate for improved youth-friendly services. This is very simple. We are available through our various channels. We have the contact numbers that you can use to reach out to us. You can visit one of our branches so that you access this sexual and reproductive health services and rights information. We expect you to practice safe sex. If it is not on, it is not safe. That's why we have lifeguard condoms. We have the flame. You make sure before you even go that far, we have other partners, we even within our facilities, first do screening tests. Come and check the status of your partner, say HIV, syphilis, hepatitis B. These are sexual transmitted infections. Make sure you first screen, because in the process, if it is on and maybe it is not properly used, anti-BAS, there will be contact and you still get the STI, which is risky. If in case it happens that it was unprotected and you think you trust yourself, back it up. That's why we have backup. Make sure, use it rightly, seek information about it first to prevent unplanned pregnancy. We expect you to continue with your education normally and not be interrupted by such kind of cases or unplanned pregnancies. Maybe the stress because you contracted an STI, you are there battling with the infection and so on. Kindly take control of yourself, reduce substance use, support your friend, educate your friend. Peer-to-peer support is highly encouraged in this. We alone as Maristos we cannot achieve. When you come to us, when you get the information from us, go and educate your friend. we expect your friend to get the same message. Advocate for improved youth-friendly services. For references, we have those. Once again, our mission is to empower you to have children by choice and not chance. I want you to know this. Actually, you can even remind your friend, your body, your choice, and your future, for God and my country.
No, please give us a bigger round of applause for that. We want to appreciate Maristops for the very thoughtful and insightful presentation. Thank you so much for bringing the services closer to the young people. And we hope that we are peaking. Now, we say that many of you find this place familiar. I don't know to what extent that is, but I want to request that it is so, that you keep visiting the centers, okay? Even for the men, I think the data is showing that we have less men going in, but we want to kill the stereotype that Maristops is only a women's place. So let us encourage ourselves and the young people that we know to be accessing these services. Additionally, all the presentations that have been made here, Naguru Teenage Center, Maristops, please visit their stalls, visit them and have these conversations in depth. That is why they are here, so that you can be able to access these services. I trust you can trust that they are very confidential, they are non-stigmatizing, and you can get the best services. And that is why they've been here in this discussion today. So in the interest of time, we are going to get into a bit of an interlude. We are going to have a performance. Yes, something that is going to energize us, watch something. And so at this opportune time, I just want to invite Churchill, if Churchill is already in the house, to come and give us your piece. And I think in the same vein, we will encourage you to get ready. And then for the young people that are going to partake in the quiz competition, I want to request that you move to the back for preparation. Whoever is partaking in the quiz, I want to request that you move to the back. It is urgent. We need to get you ready so that you can be able to. So let's put our hands together for the presenters who have come forward. Thank you.
Oh God, what can't I do? We've done things. No, okay. First of all, I want to send special shout outs to the people that hyped me to do this. Thank you so much, everyone. Kids family, I love you guys so much. Yeah, thank you for coming through. So we are going to be sharing a piece, but the reason as to why we are sharing this, it's to inform everyone that whatever situation you are going through as a person, as a young person, as a youth, happens to everyone. So you do not need to hide yourself or think that you are weak. Just share with someone and remember that you are never alone in this boat. Thank you so much. So, yeah, thank you. So you're going to be holding for us the microphones. You were part of this. Yeah, you bring that one. So probably the worst singer in this room, but I pray that we take the content into consideration, not the voice. Yeah, that's a disclaimer. So this one is going to be here. Then this hand, like just hold this one for me. Let's just keep it close here. Bring it close. Can we get like a second microphone? Do you have a microphone? Do you have a microphone? You need one. I'm sorry for taking a lot of time. We need a third microphone, if it's possible. Thank you. Don't be nervous. You're not the one singing. Okay. Thank you, David. Don't shake. I'm done singing.
Mbeera y'ensi eno kati nona manja mwana bansuubiza nti n'obulamu bugenda kubeera bunnyumira nti nno ngenda kubeera mu mpe nembeera mu nsi ng'eri kimmemmedde bugenda kweyagala ng'embuzi oba ente kati laba amabanja genfunye kyokka ne Katonda tagenda kusaasira nze ne mwana n'akakyala nawasa kabi na saawasa muntu kyokka ayagala ssente buli kadde bebi ensi ngikoye nedowooza ngenda kwetuga nette bwessi kuba ebintu binsobedde abula ebintu binsobedde.
Mvubuka kulamusiza weebaze Katonda yakuwangaza ekiri ewuwone wange kyekiriyo naye guma
dogo tano tomanyiira
okusirika kw'owulya buli muvubuka akaaba agamba
yafuna wezi nasasula omwana buli gye nkabira babeera bakaaba ensi efunze yenkana akayu
mwana koze bbiri asaba
ttaano
n'omukyala aswama ez'akameeza zimmanja
mwana
landiroodi aswama nze binsobedde waka ne mu kibira binsobedde waka ne mu kibira nze binsobedde
kyokka mwana baŋŋamba nti ngenda bba bulungi maama yansindika mu Kampala nkole ne ŋŋamba mbu ngenda mbeera muntu w'abaanyi nalowooza ndi gumite kati ndi umite nagamba ngenda mbeera solidi kati ndi liquidi n'ekyana kye nawasa kyonna kifuuse magic kati biki byoyagala nkole ne mwana nyina danyero ogw'emmanja ndowooza ngenda muyiseemu gumu bbiri nga sinaba kwetta mba ndowooza bisusse kanekubawo kadulaga tewali aliwulira byemmanyi ndowooza n'obwo obuwala bwe nayagala ddange ne mbuyiseemu eggaali ndowooza yefuna embuto nze sijja kufayo naye banankwata naye nagenda nsooka enkuba eddanyera mpe sente zange kozi biganye mwana
bubuka lindako okutulugunya munno
mubanja
ew'omusiba ebbanja teryesasula muvubuka tomala gasaasanya nsigo kozesa obupiira obulamu bwe gaga yonja obwoyo gw'omuvubuka gukuume agali awamu ge galuma ennyama najjo wezi nasomesa omwana
kyekyo
buli gwenkabira abeeraka
tokano nayagala ssente
nseefunzeeyo kwenkana akayu ndowooza okunyuka amaka ngalekerani oze bbiri asaba ttaano n'omukyala aswama ez'akameeza bakuba
gyali ssente
elandiroodi aswama bikusobedde waka ne mu kibira
mwana
binsobedde nze binsobedde waka ne mu kibira binsobedde
naye ndowooza kakyusa obulamu bwange nze ali mu nsobi ng'omuvubuka kangende nkole maama kyeyaŋŋamba kasokembe ku mwenge n'eddulaga ndowooza njabba mulungi nasoma ebitabo byange naye ngenda ku yunivasite nazanya nkimanyi naye ndowooza ngenda kukyuka ngenda genda nkola ebintu ebituufu ngenda kwekutulako abantu ab'empisa embi mwana nfuuka omuvubuka omulungi ndowooza ngenda kosa obupiira oba toyagala mbiveeko ensi ennungi ne Katonda mwekwatireko ddala ensi gye ndimu nyino gibeera mu bulungi nsaba Katonda nsonyiwe ng'omuvubuka olina okwekyusa weebeereremu mwana ogamba oyagala bbeera gumite naye bw'oli mu gumite ojja funa akawuka ka siriimu kamukenenya ensi ejja sooka ekkube wansi olyoka otegere nti biruma ya mwana ndowooza essaawa tubeere abantu ab'empisa ennungi ndowooza nange kanneetereze ddala bibadde binsobedde naye kyayogedde kituufu ddala
agali awamu ge gaaluma ennyama. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to the presenters. That was wonderful, insightful, educative. I've learned a lot. Well, next up we're going to have a very short presentation from UCU. Is the person ready? An applause for the person, please.
What if I told you that you could be saved? What if I told you that you could be changed? That all of the guilt and all of the shame and everything dirty could be washed away. Fully alive, fully redeemed, headed for heaven, forgiven and free. What if I told you it's true? What would you do? And what if I told you that there is a love that never lets go and never gives up? He died on a cross to bury your sin, then 3 days later he rose up again. Look at that tomb, it's dark and empty. Step in the light, walk in his victory. What if I told you it's true? What would you do? Jesus is calling out your name. This is the reason you were made. Run to his arms, just as you are. A little faith is all it takes. Come and be saved. Yeah. So bring him your doubts, bring him your shame, bring him your past, bring him your pain. Lay it all down at the foot of the cross. Watch from the Bible the dreams that we lost. Come and belong, come and believe. Give him your life, make him your king, lay your chains at the floor. What are you waiting for? Jesus is calling out your name. This is the reason you were made. Run to his arms, just as you are. A little faith is all it takes. Jesus is calling out your name. This is the reason you were made. Run to his arms, just as you are. A little faith is all it takes. Come and be saved.
Well, thank you so much, our representative from UCU. That was amazing. You know, they say actions speak louder than words. That's what they mean. That's the presentation there. Dance is an art. So that was an amazing presentation from UCU. So next up, we're going to be preparing for the quiz. And Mr. Andrew is in charge of that. And as the quiz participants are coming up, we're going to recognize the presence of our chief guest today. You are highly welcome. A round of applause. Recognize the presence of Dr. Simakwe. He was here with us yesterday. Thank you so much for coming again. also recognize the presence of Dr. Daniel Biankama from the Uganda AIDS Commission. Thank you so much for joining us. And I hope
I'm
you have
very
a
happy
wonderful
to participate
breakfast.
in this
But don't eat
launch
too much. Leave some space for lunch.
of our Youth
Okay?
Future Campus
So
Initiative.
right about now, I'm going to invite Mr.
By the
Andrew
student leaders
from OIF
and
to
young
take us
people
to the
at
next
universities
session.
and other tertiary institutions.
Good morning. I'm just going to invite all the quiz finalists, Let's be a little bit sharp. All quiz finalists, Central University, going once, going twice. Central University in the house, forever and ever. Victoria University, please make your way. Kyambogo University. Okay, kindly take your seats. All quiz finalists, please. You know yourselves. Take your seats, take your seats, take your seats. Other universities, where are you? The rules of engagement are only one participant on YouTube should have a device connected to the internet. Quiz finalists, once I start the session, I won't allow video entrance. Other quiz finalists, please. We are young people, you cannot change for a whole hour. This is a t-shirt. Those that are changing, it's not a full suit. If you know where they are, kindly remind them that we are running on a time. Finalists. Okay, as they're joining us, I want each and every one of you to log on our previous page, kahooteat.com. That page should show you where you can put the pin. Are we on the same page? Okay. Apologies, members. I want to be here. I'll be at the back. So they are going to display the screen. And when I reach there, that's when I will start. Thank you so much. Okay, so you can look at the screen behind you. Enter that password. When you enter that password, register the name of your university. Victoria University on the portal already. Enter the PIN and also register the name of your university. Okay, you already have Kyambogo. Victoria University already on the portal. Yes, Makere on the portal. Okay, we have UC on the portal, Central Lens University on the portal. Are we all in? Are we all in? I'm going to start. Yes, Kabale University. Members, if you're in the public, don't log in. I'm begging, please. You make the tallying a little bit difficult. If you're in the public, don't log in. Who's Nick? Thank you so much, Nick, for doing a service and exiting. So I can confirm all universities are on the portal. So without any further ado, I'm going to start. When I say start, the questions will come on your end of the screen. And without any further delay, the questions begin. Are you seeing the questions? Are you seeing the questions? Are you seeing the questions? Okay, next. Any difficulties that you're facing? Yes? Do you have a microphone there?
We're not seeing the questions.
The questions are behind you. You just have to use the rules of engagement are I display the questions on the screens behind you, and the colors indicate the answers that you're doing. The reason why you're three, one must do the surveillance, the other must do the thinking, the third must do the entering. Are we good? Next question. I think now we are clear. Is that okay? Next question. The first question, that's how you guys performed. Next. Each team has only 20 seconds. And when you're through, we proceed. Okay. The second round, that's how the universities performed. So I'm just going to do a service and read for you the questions. True or false? You can tell if someone has HIV just by looking at them. True or false? Okay. That's how you performed. Next question. Which of the following is not a way HIV is transmitted? 1, unprotected sexual intercourse. 2, sharing needles. 3, mosquito bites. Okay. Next. That's how you performed in that category. Which method offers the best protection against both HIV and unwanted pregnancy? Pills, condom, herbals, injections. Okay, we proceed. That's how all you performed. Next. What acronym does ART stand for? Attack right, none, false. Okay. Next. That's how you performed. Next. True or false? Birth control pills and specifics protect against HIV. True or false? Okay, that's how you all entered. And Central West has moved to the third, and Kabale down. Okay. This category, you only have to select 3 options. So, what are the 3 C's of HIV testing and counseling? You have 9 seconds, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's how you performed. And Victoria University heads on top. Okay. Question number 9. What is the term for a woman having more than one husband at the same time? Okay. Five. Okay. That's how you have all performed. And Victoria still leads. Question number 10. For which sexually transmitted disease is immunization widely available? For which sexually transmitted disease is immunization widely available? Okay, that's how you performed. And still Victoria University is leading. Question number 11. True or false? Pre-exposure or PrEP prevents HIV even when a condom isn't used. True or false? Okay. Okay, still Victoria University is leading the board. Question number 12. How often should you get tested for HIV if you're sexually active? At least once a year, every 4 weeks, daily, or never? Okay. Still, Victoria leads the board. Question number 13. Which statement best explains why untreated HIV infection increases to optimistic infections? Okay. And still, Victoria University is leading the board. Question number 14. Which of the following is classified as a window period in which HIV testing? Which of the following is classified as a window period in HIV testing? 4, 3, 2, and Victoria still leads the board. Question number 15. A patient requests emergency contraception after unprotected intercourse 48 hours ago. Which statement is most correct? True or false category? HIV and AIDS are the same condition. True or false? Please stop whispering. When you're in the public, you know the answers. But when you single you out as an individual, things tend to become difficult. And Kyambogo leads the board. Question number 17. Okay. And Kyambogo still leads the board. The last question that will determine which of the following can reduce the risk of HIV transmission. the race is going on and the pressure is going higher. And the podium.
Kyambogo University, knowledge and skills for service.
Okay, hello everyone. I hope now you understand why I had to postpone this, because it's more bureaucratic and you get to know how your teams are performing. Of course, certain instructions weren't clear to certain teams, and of course, some people feel like they weren't treated fairly. Is that okay? I'll have to ask my leaders if they can allow, and we have another round, maybe later on, if they... But... No. This... Yeah, it's okay, but the rules of engagement are still, that's how the standing is, and this marks the last round of the quiz competition. Moving forward, when we are doing the briefing, we do briefing for a reason. We said Kahoot, we hope that your university people would have made research. Even during the briefing, I announced the rules of engagement, and Kyambogo wins the quiz section. Other than that, we thank you all for your participation, and we look forward to more engagement. And I already told you that the quiz master sets the rules of engagement. You can appeal like Morocco later, but we shall not change the verdict. Thank you so much.
Kyambogo University, knowledge and skills for service. Kyambogo University, knowledge and skills for service.
Thank you so much to our cheer leader behind there for the energy. Welcome back from that quiz moment. If you ask me, I was not breathing. I was worried to host and to lose. But thank you so much for everyone who has participated. It was amazing. So right about now, I'm going to ask the DJ for something small. I want us to stand up. Where is Miss Amina Rejoice? She's going to be in charge of the vibe that we're going to have right now before we welcome our wonderful panel to give us something very, very interesting. So DJ. Expect everyone to be with their feet. Come on. Let's stand up. Up, everyone. Let's stay up. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up to the VIP section.
Hello. Get up. Don't be a Gen Z in a grandma's body. Hello. I'm here to give us vibe. So if you don't stand up, then it's going to be a little demoralizing. My colleagues from Ashakat, please let's get up. In the morning, we had the boom, boom, boom thing. This time round, what do we want? I'm not hearing. What do we want? Just to represent. Someone is saying they want to remain single. What do we want? Can I get a volunteer? Come on, uncle. You see me, I volunteered in the morning. That's why they now know me. Now I'm a mini celebrity, you see? So you can come from the crowd. Okay, DJ, we go again with Boom Boom as we wait for... Someone is saying, my darling. Another one is saying, women single. Amapiano. Okay, DJ, play for us the most trendy Amapiano song and we vibe. Just 2 minutes. Please get up. Some of you, you'll grow old when for us we are still young. Get your old Gen Z. If you don't stand up. Come. Thank you very much. We have a vibe.
To invite Mr.
Ladies and gentlemen in the audience, we have a health crisis that exists within Uganda today. You find that the situation has become so intense to the extent that previously statistics recorded that 1 in 10 individuals would be most likely to be found with mental health issues, ranging from a very big number of them. Right now in 2025, previously recorded that now 1 in 4 people is now most likely to be suffering from a mental health problem. We have high rates of HIV infections that constantly span across the region. We are facing a lot of problems regarding health-wise, menstrual, reproductive problems, infections, the rise and lack of information. And we think the most important thing is to establish discourse about how we can bridge the gap from most of the institutions that have been set up, from the upper structures to trickle down to society. That is why today we are discussing the meaningful partnerships that are supposed to close these gaps, specifically through student health response. How can the students be involved in responding to this crisis, especially through functional school health clubs to be able to catalyze this? Unpacking this very interesting topic, I have a panel of 3 very distinguished guests that we have. I will introduce them in no particular order. Firstly, from the Ministry of Education and Sports, we have, I'm very happy that this man is also my namesake, Mr. Semakula Henry. We are very happy to have you today. Also, from the Uganda AIDS Commission, we have Dr. Dan. Dr. Dan, we are very happy to have you today. And finally, from the non-government organization, we have the Country Programs Director of AHF Uganda Cares. Again, also very proud that this man is my namesake. I'd like to welcome Mr. Henry Magala to also take on the panel. Okay, so good afternoon.
Gala, the country program director for AIDS Healthcare Foundation, AHF, Uganda Cares. This is an organization, civil society, that cares for HIV response in the country, and we work with the Ministry of Health. We are interested in the young people, and we have different programs under that. Happy to share with you, and welcome.
And my name, as rightly introduced, is Semakula Henry. I am glad to belong to the famous Lugave clan, and I'm surprised my neighbor seems to belong to the same. Semakula is from Lugave clan, Magala is the same. Then we share Henry and Henry. I am glad to be here the second time, having been here yesterday on another arrangement. Now I'm here in my capacity as Assistant Coordinator School Health at the Ministry of Education and Sports. We know that majority of the young people are in school most of the time. And so schools and institutions share a big portion in ensuring the welfare of those young people. I bring you greetings from the Honorable Minister of Education and the PS and all the other people that wish well for you. Many years ago, me and these other brothers must have.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Semakula. So, speaking of of health in schools, I would like to start us off with that. So, I think the first question is most likely about the National School Health Policy that was rolled out by the ministry. This policy has been rolled out for some time, and it's a policy that has long been waited to be able to provide us with some results to improve the well-being. So for students within the central areas, within most of the schools here, the policy may be working for them, but I think the national health policy was supposed to span to other institutions, not just within the central parts of the country, but broadly to the rest of the country. This speaks of rural areas, to areas like Kalangala, where you have to use a boat to actually reach them. So the biggest question is what has the ministry done so far, and what are you doing to ensure that this national health policy reaches and trickles down to the most affected individuals, especially in these areas? How do we ensure that this policy is no longer just a document, but becomes a lifestyle that these students can most likely be able to benefit from, even in the rural areas where it's been difficult to reach over time?
Thank you. When the question is too long, it sometimes mixes up the student's answer. Otherwise, what I pick means and what should be the content of that policy. Somebody may wonder why it has lived that long. The initiators of that proposal in the beginning thought that school health was only about malaria and cough and flu, and that was all. But as time went by, they realized that it had to go broader than those common diseases and actually get to young people health, adolescent health issues, and therefore it had to include discussions around teenage pregnancy, early marriage, mental health, things of drug abuse, and mention it. And that is where now the discussions that had reached about 7 years when the policy was about to be launched had to be reversed so that a new approach that involves all those arrangements would work. Various partners have been in support of that policy over the time. The UN family, the entire family has really been part of it. Various civil society organizations have also been part of it. Rahu, School, Save the Children, and mention it. And at one time, it was almost about to be launched. But when it was about to be launched is when the ministry also changed leadership from a common minister to an unusual and special minister who had actually wanted everything properly streamlined. And so she ordered that we look through what the content had been by that time, reshape it to fit in the circumstances, etc., etc. The summary is that as I talk, that policy is due for presentation to Cabinet. Cabinet has not pronounced itself yet. It was supposed to do it close to the end of last year, but the politicking began. And still at the beginning of this year, we thought it would be done, but it seems Cabinet has been so busy. But to also quickly answer your question related to the policy, yes, there must be a way of doing things in different institutions. We know that matters of health in this country are the mandate of the Ministry of Health, and therefore they do what they can. But there are also other sectors like us, agriculture, ICT, education, where health matters are badly needed and must be handled. So for us as Ministry of Education, we only want to do our part on health. We are not medical, so we do our part. We, for example, do a lot of giving information to the young people. We also help them understand where other services can be sought, but we may not do much in giving them direct services. One of the key services we actually give in education institutions is guidance and counseling. We shall tell them it is dangerous to risk going for sex before it is age. We shall tell them it is risky to take drugs because this is what will happen, etc., etc. But about the direct services, we shall then tell them that there are civil society organizations out there that can provide cities there, etc., etc. But our dear moderator, the subject of discussion pointed to the fact of collaboration. I don't know whether a question around that will come later, or I attempt to mention something now. Because the theme is about meaningful partnerships in closing the existing gaps in student health response. Is this the time, or it will come later?
It will come later, right?
Fine, thank you.
It seems the ball has been pushed in the courts of non-government organizations, so I will direct the next question to Uganda Cares. Uganda Cares has had a reputation of being able to decentralize this care to individuals, bringing the health services closer to individuals, testing, counseling, going even as far as taking it to schools. So given that the theme right now is also how we can catalyze this process through using health clubs, we want to know what has been done, what can we do, what is being done to ensure that you empower these health clubs to ensure that they bring these services closer to students, because as numbers show, the students are the people that are most affected with these specific issues. And just a little bit on counseling. In regards with counseling, we probably want to know more access to counseling, because you are dealing with Gen Z. We now have Gen Alpha coming up, new generation, new children, new beliefs, new ways, different ways of looking at life. So how are you taking it down to these individuals in their health clubs to ensure that they are empowered to help their peers?
Thank you so much. I will also say that is a winding question, but I try my best. HF Uganda Cares is, as I said, it responds to HIV in the country. And so what we have done as an organization, civil society, is to look at key population that are affected by HIV. And when I say key population, you take it very clear that the young people like you are affected. So in 2016, we began to look at the adolescent girls and young women that we are most affected, and which status continues up to today. So in 2016, we began, how can we get young people have safe spaces where they can talk about HIV and how can they manage it. So we began those clubs at our health facilities. We work with health facilities, basically. We operate in 76 health facilities. We, as HF Uganda Cares, have only 3 standalone. So we began kind of clubs that we are talking about. And what is it that we did? We got young girls like you, I see that all of you are passionate about your health, but also are passionate about your peers. So we began such clubs, and what we did was to develop leadership skills and advocacy skills to ensure that the young girls take care of their status, take care of their needs, and respond. So right now we are in 4 regions where we have model clubs where we get and schools lower. Ensure that you are guided on how to respond to those needs. So it's possible, as HF Uganda cares, if they are structured clubs, we can be able to come and provide some training on how leaders can mobilize, can reach out, can provide safe places, and can roll it out to their peers. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, sir, Mr. Henry. I want to now direct to Dr. Dan. So, Dr. Dan, I have a question in regards with the goal 2030 for fighting HIV, as it has been largely brought out by Mr. Henry. So Uganda has had very good progressive and positive steps to fighting HIV and reducing that prevalence in HIV. So the question now I want to ask is that since this goal was about achieving zero HIV by 2030, this means that you have 0 new infections, you have no stigma that is existing, but also you have no AIDS-related deaths by 2030. What some people are called the triple threes, right? So my question is this now still a reality, or have there been some situations along the way that maybe would require for maybe a 2050 or a 2060? We want to know how that fight is going from your end.
Thank you, moderator. I think I will bring in a lighter note. I was once watching TV, really. So I watched a comedian called Noah. You know Noah? Trevor Noah. So he was before his audience in the United States, and he was telling them how to pronounce a zebra, that animal with the many colors. He said it is zebra. You, the Americans, you call it a zebra. And now they insisted it is zebra. He said, my friend, you don't have it. You cannot name it. So let me teach you, for us, how we, because we have it, give us the right to name it. Now, why do I bring in this? The goal 2030 was conceptualized at the United Nations level, and it from 2010. I hope you get it right. So many people get it wrong. There's 0 new HIV infections, 0 stigma, 0 rated death. They are good aspirational goals, and they come from the vision of the United Nations, the UNAIDS. You've heard of Joint UNAIDS? The overall global coordinating body for the HIV response. That is their vision. But the real, so ending AIDS as a public health threat by 2030 was defined by UN. We cannot give it, we cannot name it. As Trevor Noah says, you cannot name zebras because you don't have them. Let the Africans who have them name them. So the definition, you get it, 90% reduction, 90% reduction in death and new HIV infections from 2010 by 2030. So that said, is that goal realistic? Yes, it is very realistic. It is based on assessing the tools we have, including HIV treatment, including the traditional ABC, and the targets we have been able to meet. And you know, that is not just a goal for Uganda. It's a UN goal. That all means all countries are subscribing to that goal. As Uganda, the progress we have made, by the end of 2024, we had attained a 61% reduction in new HIV infections. That means we are not normal progress, but that doesn't mean that the goals were unrealistic. We had attained a 63% reduction in AIDS-related death. That means we still have a long way to go. We are not on normal progress. But there are countries which are doing it better than us, including Rwanda. By the end of 2024, they had attained a 75% reduction. So 2024, they have 6 years to go. Maybe by the end of the remaining 6 years, I promise you they will be closer to 90 than we will be. If you look at a country like Zimbabwe, they had already attained a 75% reduction. So the rate at which other countries are performing actually confirms that these goals were realistic. And when you look at the resources at our disposal, the tools we have for HIV prevention, if every...
To the rounds of questions. So we shall have about 2 or 3 questions from the audience quickly that will be answered, and yeah, Master Paul will be moderating that.
Thank you so much. My question goes to Dr. Dan. Yesterday we had an experience sharing from Miss Y+, and she pointed out something, that when the US stopped funding in Uganda, the AIDS department faced a lot of challenges with offering treatment and everything. So I want to ask, how is Uganda prepared that this does not happen again? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Chosen George William. My question as well goes to Dr. Dan. As we are aiming at achieving these goals, are we putting it into consideration that we have people at the local level that who even have no access to these healthy services? That is my simple question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Once again, my name is Ura Sonia, a student at Kyambogo University, pursuing a bachelor's degree in economics and statistics, but also an HIV prevention advocate. Mine is just a submission, not a question. I really want to appreciate the organizers of this event, Kyambogo University, Uganda AIDS Commission, all the partners. I have been advocating for such conferences, and for me seeing this, it's a big milestone. So if we can have many more of this, but also having them vibrant, if we can have more dry, as we are having these conferences, I would like them to be more engaging so that we capture all the youth. So if all institutions and all universities can also be part of these conferences, so that we are not just having just one room, but if the university is involved, more involved, so that we are able to reach more students and a bigger population. But also, like Dr. Dan said, that we are all supposed to play our parts. But again, we know young people are a bit stubborn, and we cannot stop them. You remain our parents. Even when a child is stubborn, you will not let them be. You will still run after them. So let's keep giving the information, receive it. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. Isiko Jacob Courage is my name, a very proud scholar of Kyambogo University. I would wish to thank the organizers for this event, but I'm one person who is very realistic about life. Yes, we are talking about sensitizing, abstinence, protected sex, but one of the major things that spread the sexually transmitted diseases is about the washrooms that we have. You see, these washrooms, in fact, we are having a law, but it is not being implemented. You realize, as an engineering student, if the floor has been used for quite a long time, it develops some holes. And when someone showers, or maybe they ease themselves, those infections are retained in those spots. My question is there any possibility that we can operate beyond just having such interactions, but rather having actions to improve those facilities. Thank you very much.
So Dr. Dan will also want to direct a question to the pre-current person who had just asked a question just right before.
Now, STI transmitted in shower rooms. I wanted that speaker to tell me which STI he got from the shower room, or he had that somebody acquired from the shower room. Give us an example. How did it present really? Because STI, you remember the quiz, refers sexually. So were you having sex with the shower room? Which STI came from the shower room? So that if you get an infection in the shower room, it is something else. You understand? It is something else. It's not STI. STI are sexually. So can he rephrase his question and tell us this diseases he got from the
I think
bathroom?
he generally wanted to refer to infections, not necessarily the STIs.
Okay, so this is what we are going to do in the interest of time. Most of these questions, I'm very sure, are going to be reflected in the next set of questions as well. So, yeah, we can pay keen attention to the next set of questions and presentations. I would like to invite Derek to take on the next set of questions to the panelists. I think these questions are going to be targeted on capacity and partnerships, because the first set of questions was about how do you involve students and the institutions that they are part of. Derek, you're welcome.
For me, I'll stand if you accept me to. Is it okay? Is it? Thank you so much. Good afternoon to us all. Good afternoon, guys. People at the back, good afternoon. Don Zen, good afternoon. Okay. Yeah, Derek Okoth is my name. I work for Naguru Teenage Center together with my colleague Linda here. Our panelists, it's really a pleasure, and it's by coincidence that last year the two senior citizens had the pleasure to moderate the same panel where they were part of. But I want to start this. This is a students' conference, okay? So you guys, I want to feel the energy. Huh? Can I get one person from this side and one from this side? Real quick, a female, a male. Just stand up. Thank you. One female from this side. Thank you. Just come. Stand at the extreme back. Okay, let's pay attention, okay? So I'm going to ask you questions and then you'll act to those questions. We ready? Step forward if you know a young person who fears going for an HIV testing because of stigma. Have we had the instructions well? Okay. The next one. Step forward if you know someone who got SRHR information first from friends or TikTok instead of a health worker. Step forward if you've ever had someone say contraceptives cause infertility. Let's pay attention. Step forward if you think many schools still avoid honest conversation about sex and relationships. Don't move because your colleague is moving. Then step forward if you know a girl whose education was interrupted by HIV or pregnancy. Step forward if you believe boys and men are still not involved enough in STI prevention, HIV, and family planning conversation. And step forward if you think young people need services that are confidential and judgment-free. Then finally, step forward if you believe young people should have a seat at decision-making table. Okay, thank you so much. I believe we all saw those movements, okay? And we weren't just doing it for just, it's going to guide our next conversations. And to my dear panelists, just to keep this lively so that it's not so corporate and formal, I may divert a little from the earlier talking guys that you're given, but I believe you're in perfect position to give us the right answers that we may need, okay? Yeah, so we are talking HIV. We are privileged to have a panel of HIV specialists here, people who are into HIV programming. And I'll start with a number, which is 104. What number did I say? Guys, if you don't give me energy. What number did I say? 104. What's the magic with that number? If you know, just shoot up your hand and tell me. $104. Yeah. Okay. So 104 is how many Ugandans get HIV every day. Huh? 104 people were infected with HIV yesterday. By the end of today, 104 people will be infected with HIV. And the same number tomorrow. That's according to a study that was published by Daily Monitor, which was 2025, reflecting the narrative from the Uganda AIDS Commission data that was given to us. So we know that Uganda has done things that seem impossible. We brought HIV prevalence down. Like you heard Dr. Dan say, the prevalences were very high in the past years. So we brought HIV prevalence down from 18% in the 1990s to under 5% today. And that deserves a hand clap, isn't it? Huh? Does it deserve a hand clap? Or you guys are not concerned whether it does or not? Huh? Yeah, but there are still some gaps that we have, and that's where I want to start from. And I'll directly go to Mr. Magala. We know that we really know Uganda Cares has been doing a very incredible job around HIV prevention. But we know that the evidence shows that teenage girls who are pregnant once face a significantly high risk of HIV acquisition. Do you agree with that? So what does Uganda Care do at a point of ANC care to break that barrier so that as a girl or a young mother comes in for antenatal care, they are given a package of HIV prevention?
Thank you so much, Derek. Uganda Cares is involved in treatment, care, but also in prevention. So looking at that, those two strong arms of HIV management, HF Uganda Cares has first of all tried to ensure that services are free. We operate, as I said, in 76 health facilities. 67 of these are ministers of health. So where we work, we ensure that we provide health workers, and this is a whole range of health workers. We have counselors, we have nurses, laboratory staff, without necessarily involving fruits. So as an organization, we are concerned that we need to have as much information as possible to the public. And by the way, my submission that stigma is because a few of the community of the public knows about HIV. How is it transmitted? Yeah, even those who don't know that, there are those who are born with HIV. So with that kind of lack of information, you find that stigma prevails. So we are doing quite a lot, but I think having information is very critical, and that's why I think even the previous submission, the previous conference, I talked about our need to have sexuality education among young people, and that information should be age appropriate so that everybody knows about HIV and will not have people pointing fingers. And that means that somebody can freely, go to health facility, get services, take medicine, supported to take medicine.
Okay.
Thank you. Back to you, moderator.
Yeah, thank you so much. But you mentioned a point that is really so critical, and before I let you, I will want to ask, there is an information gap, like you even heard someone mention about getting STIs from a washroom, and we don't want to take this just for granted. I've been in a community deep in Nakapiripirit where young girls didn't know that when they have sex, they could get pregnant. And in an angle of, we know that a condom, I like to call it a magical bullet because of the triple effect that it could give. Preventing HIV, preventing pregnancy, but also preventing what? Other STIs. So in your capacity as Uganda Cares, how are you seeing the uptake of condom use, especially both the male and the female condoms versus the use versus just the supply? Because for us just to know that such and such a number of condoms were distributed amongst the young people, how is the reception and the use of these condoms?
Information has gone out about the condom, as you say, the magic bullet. I think the issue is about availability. We don't have adequate supplies of condoms in the country. It is a supply gap, I would say. But with those that have information about the condom, they are able to use them. My perception is that the supply is inadequate, even to those that are informed. So I think that's where the gap is.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. And Dr. Dan, this is where I want to pick your expertise from. We know that comprehensive sexuality education is still contested in many Ugandan schools. Mr. Semakula here will be speaking about it later. But what is the Commission's official position on comprehensive sexuality education as an HIV prevention strategy? And are you working with the Minister of Education? We know that this comprehensive education could really play a pivotal role when it comes to HIV prevention. So as a commission, what's your position like with the dissemination of this comprehensive education in the different schools to curb the rise of HIV?
Now, that is a straightforward question. The Uganda Aid Commission promotes evidence-based interventions. So comprehensive sexuality education is one of the evidence-based interventions that we know helps with the control of HIV, especially among young people. But we live in a context that is influenced by other forces beyond science. So policies do not depend on facts only. Just go and get your facts. There are other factors that influence policy formulation and policy adoption. And that includes the culture. So, and we must respect the culture. So here, most of the schools in Uganda are owned by religious establishments. And they are not comfortable with some of the language contained in the comprehensive sexuality education framework. So what have we settled for as a compromise? We have a modified comprehensive sexuality education framework. We may not call it comprehensive sexuality education. It is modified to capture the evidence that works, the science, but also fits within our culture, within our context, which we think is being rolled out. My colleague from the Ministry of Education will concur that training on parts of that framework is already ongoing in secondary schools. Curriculum are already being updated. to make sure elements of the comprehensive sexual education framework are part of. How I wish in the current situation we're in, if it could be rolled out enough, wide enough, every school, every community, including both out of school and in school youth, we think it will help mitigate the funding situation we're in and bridge the gap so that we don't lose the gains we have made.
Yeah, so maybe before you let down the mic, still I would want to ask the key population, including the young commercial sex workers that we have all seen around the streets, which is really a bothering picture to see young men who have sex with their fellow men, but also including people that are using drugs, among the most vulnerable people to HIV. So does the national strategy specifically fund services, especially I want to look at it in an angle of the commercial sex workers, okay? Do you have a given package or component that is looking at a tailored service delivery for HIV prevention for them?
Yes, I repeat, of course, the same answer. The Uganda AIDS Commission, we implement science, evidence-based, and our mandate is to end the epidemic. So we don't discriminate whether you're a gay man. Our objective is to make sure, find where there is HIV, smoke it out. So we have interventions for population groups that we consider most at risk. That includes the population groups we've talked about, including sex workers. In spite of their small numbers, they contribute a very high number, proportion of new HIV infections, close to 10%. Yet they are barely 150,000 who identify as sex workers. There's nothing else they do apart from selling kabozi. So our strategies are to identify all high-risk groups, all most vulnerable groups, identify the services that are responsive to their needs, evidence-based interventions, and make sure they are available to them. Of course, it's not without sabotage from the culture, but if we must end AIDS, then we must find the gay men and meet their prevention needs. Then we must find the sex workers, because between me and you, we know who buys the sex workers. Yes, thank you very much. So the sex workers, they interact with the general population. Did you know that? If they did not have customers, their business will not be there. And their customers are not sex workers. They are men and respectable men, including students. So because they interact with the general population, with husbands and students, we must meet their needs. Otherwise, the student is at risk. And I must speak, you do not know who a sex worker is. Have you heard the students? You do not know. Is there anybody with a label called sex worker? No, you do not know. You don't know who a sex worker is. So as you move around, you meet a sex worker, and then you have a girlfriend. After 1 week, they tell you, let me tell you a story. I have to stand up. So I once...
This is the energy you want, not so?
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
So let me tell you, I once had a meeting. I come from Mbarara. So I once had a meeting in Mbarara with sex workers. So we had broken into group discussion. So I have a brother who stayed at home, taking care of my mother. My father is deceased. So he's taking care of cows. We have cows in Mbarara. So I called him, come and pick what I've come with for the cows. So he came and found me in the workshop. The girls had broken into groups. He saw one of the girls and said, oh, my girlfriend is here. This is my own brother. The sex worker is in a workshop for sex workers, but my own brother is saying, this is his girlfriend. I watched him. At the end of the day, I called my mother. He told me, no, your brother is on drugs already. Have you heard that story? To him, this was not what? Sex. You do not know who a sex worker is. They are moving around, claiming to be students. You know that? They just walk around here. You think you have met a fellow student, and you are in a business. So let's have a real discussion now. We have started.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Dan. That's really enticing. And back to Mr. Semakula here, my senior. We always pull ropes when it comes to some policies. But anyway, yeah, Mr. Semakula, someone may say, we know that as a country, we have our own policy standards that we really subscribe to. But a young person here in the crowd that I could be speaking for may say culture, religion may not prevent them from HIV. Does it? If your culture tells you don't use a condom, don't have sex before marriage, will that have protected you from HIV? Rather than someone who comes in school and tells you this, your body will change like this. If you want to have sex, these are the different options that you could take. So, Mr. Semakula, someone would say, aren't we fearing to hold the bull by its horns if we keep some information from these girls? Because young girls are initiating sex as early as, the one I've seen was 12 years. You may even know one who is below that, okay? So this is a community that we are interacting with. So Mr. Semakula, you could help us unpack it. Aren't we just prioritizing policies and ignoring what could help the young girl in the community?
Thank you very much. I'm a teacher, and I'm normally afraid when the question is too long, then it gets mixed up. Even from my preparatory notes, I prepared to answer the question, meaningful partnerships, and the second was functional school health clubs. But I've so far not touched that. Anyway, the discussion is still very important. From where you ended, aren't we failing to hold the bull by its horns? Who has failed to hold the bull by its horns? In the struggle against the so many sexual reproductive health challenges that we have among our young people, there are very many players. The first player is the young person, himself or herself. The second is the parent, those who brought them to the world. The third could be religious, the fourth could be cultural, the other one could be civil society, the UN can come in, everybody. But what is critical is that everybody must do what is in their mandate. I really want you to understand that word mandate. Cultural leaders will mention their cultural beat. They will do their part in prevention culturally. The medical people will come with their drugs and injections and all that. For us, educationists, those of us who keep children in school, are also supposed to do our part. And I heard my brother say they are into testing and blah, blah, blah. For us as education, we are mainly into prevention and avoidance. So our part of the bull is that which we are meant to hold. Do prevention, do messaging, do what is within our context. It is true that even the proposed school health policy provides that there must be sexual reproductive health information for the young people. But as I also mentioned earlier, it should be information that is age appropriate and scientifically also correct. And we must be mindful of who is giving that information. In a school context, not anybody will come and be allowed, for example, to talk to the learners about anything. It must be understood which content is going to give. And I think yesterday I gave a very simple example. If we must discuss menstrual hygiene, should we discuss it with a P1 child? Does that child need information on menstruation? But if it is P3, P4, then they need, because they have started. Should we discuss issues of teenage pregnancy with people who are not, yes, maybe before they become teenagers, they need some dose. But why should we go to the detail of discussing teenage pregnancy with the P2s? We need a lot of information when it comes to senior 2, senior 3, and so on. So that is the first one. But I'm also scared. I don't know how much time we have. There are things I propose to talk about, which I don't want to forget.
Exactly. Yeah, maybe.
And one of them, maybe, I go ahead and talk about them.
Mr. Semakula, I'm your moderator, sir.
So I'll end up not talking about the core that I was meant to talk about.
No, I think
but maybe before you stop me, this subject of comprehensive sexual education, my brother Dan has answered so well. Uganda is among the countries that went down to the Eastern South African region in 2013 and agreed on what should we do for our young people to stop the many challenges discussed at this conference. And one of the resolutions that when the countries get back home, they should implement what that meeting called comprehensive sexuality education. But when the countries were sent home, they were supposed to be mindful of what Dr. Dan called the context Every country has its context. There are countries that openly allowed the word comprehensive to be used, but there are very many that actually refused, and Uganda was one of them. We didn't refuse the subject of talking to our children about growing up. We only refused the term comprehensive because we couldn't tell how far it would take us. That is why, on a lighter note, after the South African conference, we at least attempted to implement what we called sexuality education. But even then, when we used the word sexuality, many of our stakeholders said no. Actually, many local Ugandans, once you use a word that has the word sex, for them they think you are going to speak the Abusiru in Uganda. Our intention is not to be Abusiru, our intention is to talk to young people and tell them the challenges they are going through and support them to grow. So as Dr. Dan has said, we have not worked alone as Minister of Education. The new framework is now national. It is for everybody who must tell the child about something. So the Uganda's Commission has contributed, Minister of Health has contributed, Minister of Gender, religious organizations, we have engaged the Interreligious Council, Minister of ICT has been involved, the Office of the First Lady in its capacity as Office of the First Lady, the cultural leaders and so on have been involved. And so we have renamed that framework, National Framework on Health, on Education for Health and Life Skills. And we think anything that would have been mentioned in the Sexuality Framework can still be mentioned in a title that is acceptable in our context. So you said the others. I'll keep waiting.
Yeah, actually, you went ahead of me and answered the question I was going to ask you next. But anyways.
But I'm also dying to say something on partnership and school clubs when the moment comes.
But since I'm your moderator, we shall come back to that, isn't it? Yeah, so I want to go back to Mr. Magala. You work in the same country as all of us here, isn't it? We are all in Uganda, right? Yeah. So what do you wish, what do you wish these young people could have known about their risks and their rights, or what is available for them that most of them would probably not know that could help them curb the virus of HIV so that we are able to achieve the 2030 agenda?
Thank you so much. I think they are missed quite a lot. Knowing, just as Mr. Semakula was saying, age appropriate. They need to know, you know, by the way, Mr. Semakula is saying the moment you mention sex, it is, I don't know. But none of us, unless otherwise, is here not as a product of sex. So the issue of saying, mentioning sex, I think it's creating problems for us. There's a statistic that is indicating that among the 15 to 24, we're having 57 abortions in a year, meaning 1,000, you know, per week. So it's because we are trying to hide this thing called what? Sex. And it will continue. So I think as young as, you know, children are, they need to know their body parts. And they should have confidence about who should touch my private parts. So that information should begin from infancy. So that as they even grow up, they know that they should know that their bodies grow up, hormones, you know, develop, and if they develop, they need to be, you know, managed. There's always, you know, peer pressure. So I think there's a whole lot of information that young people should know. They should know that, yes, as students here, if you go in sex, are you aware of the consequence of having that sex? I usually tell my boys that never have sex until you are sure that you have a saucepan where you are going to have food, you know, prepared for their wives. A man or a woman. So there's a whole spectrum of information that's needed. But apart from that, the issue of even those who are in secondary school, there are those ones who get, you know, pregnant, you know, parents say, drop out of what? We no longer have money for you. We have other siblings for you that, you know, we need to pay for school fees. So there's a lot that as young people engage in sex, they need to know the consequences of their, engaging in sex. Issues to do with STIs, and HIV is still a critical thing for us. So they need to know that, yes, there is treatment, but I think there's some kind of inconvenience that you have to bear as you live on the drugs.
Okay,
I told you this, sorry.
Okay,
Quite a lot that you need to know.
All right.
STIs, pregnancy, unplanned, families. All of you have, your dream career, your dream job and all that. The moment you don't manage your sex, that can be affected. So there's quite a lot that young people should know about HIV. I don't know if I responded.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. You see the challenge of moderating a panel. You feel like telling him to stop, but again, anyhow, Dr. Dan, now I come back to you, and probably this will be the last one. So the students, like you earlier mentioned, and I re-echo, they are failing you at as you're taking this peer role of seeing that the prevention of HIV is at its core at national level. So the students in this room, of course, will inherit this from you at some point of time. So when maybe that particular time comes, what is the one thing that you may want to see them do differently that would make your work easy when it comes to HIV prevention and control?
I think I will ask for not many things. Young people are sexually active. Let them not think we don't know.
Yes, we are.
Thank you. So, but like I told you, you do not know who a sex worker is, my friends, and you do not know who the customer of a sex worker is. You understand? I think this is fair. You do not know which boy was misled to imagine the girl they meet in the corridor is a fellow student, and they had a relationship. So what are you going to do? That you shall promise yourself that you will never have sex without a condom. That is one. Number two, there are so many universities that are supposed to be here. But when I look at how many people in the room, so many people are missing out on key information. There are new prevention tools we have, highly effective. You've heard of the injection, the Nakapapa? Yes, so many people don't know about them. Have you heard of self-test kits? It's okay. There was a study done in Makere, they didn't know. So I would want you to be vigilant and not miss out on opportunities to educate yourselves and be informed and take the message that you have out to peers. Be champions of peer education, because you are well aware, the moderator talked about it, that the money are very beautiful women who are HIV positive. This one is the last one of the stories I will tell you. They have the pain that every time they tell a potential suitor that I'm HIV positive, the men do what? Run away. So are the men. And there are so many other challenges that we would face. So, for God's sake, if you're born HIV negative, safeguard your negative status jealously by not sleeping around without protection. Thank you so much. That's the last I can say.
Yeah, so it's very spot on. I think take home is safeguard your what? Safeguard your negative status jealously, isn't it? So finally, Mr. Semakula, I intended to bring you last for reasons well known between me and you. but anyway, so I always rub shoulders with Mr. Semakula.
Thank you very much. I don't have any beef with the moderator. Yeah, good. Somebody asked a question earlier, who buys the sex workers? And for me, my answer is very elderly. And then you see a Mzee of 72 died in the struggle in the lodge. So everybody can be a potential buyer. The other quick mention I wanted to do is the call by young people to be meaningfully involved is very serious. And I really support you we have had many people of our age thinking we are involving the young people. But in a function like this, we call them to be ushers, we call them to be entertainers, we call them to distribute materials, rather than be part of the panel, for example. So I'm with you in that appeal. The other thing I wanted to mention from my brother Henry here, he mentioned that they are doing school clubs, which is very, very important. And in fact, he did mention it is part of the many requirements of the school health policy. What I wanted to add is that, yes, much as the school health policy is not yet out officially, there are quite a number of its components which are already being implemented in schools. And part of it is what we call school health clubs. And as a ministry, we even went ahead to describe how school health clubs must be formed. There must be an intention, they must have objectives and a clear purpose, there must be leadership, there must be circumstances for accountability, monitoring and evaluation. And much as we call them school health clubs, their focus should not only be on health per se in terms of disease. They should focus on what we call optimum health. Optimum or maximum health is about minding about the entire life of this young person. In terms of the physical health, in terms of the emotional health, in terms of the social health. Some of you are very lacking on matters of social health. For example, somebody came to this university as a first year and now has spent about 6 months at the university, but he doesn't have any friend. You are living as an island in a community of over 10,000 people, and you think you're okay, there's a problem. So under the school clubs, a lot can be done, even on matters of mental health, even on matters of discipline, even on matters of career. It doesn't mean that when a school club is formed, they should only focus on discussing AIDS and teenage pregnancy and all that. They can even discuss life after university. I belong to the other side of people who have been at the panel of giving interviews. And I've seen many small things make interviewees fail. First of all, somebody has a first class. Even when he checks senior 6, he had a 20 points. And then even senior 4, he possibly had an 8 in 8. But small things like just writing a CV, he cannot. One of the most obvious questions, you young people, when you go for an interview, there's an automatic question which is expected. Who knows that question? For any interview, which is that automatic question that you must always be prepared to answer? Yes? Tell us about yourself. And then you see somebody panicking, he doesn't understand himself. When you have that opportunity, just fire. Tell them about everything, how you've been guild president, how you performed in international workshops and all that. Make sure you're very smart. And that is when we say, okay, this one is unemployable. So in the clubs, let's do more than simply looking at school health, but also do more other things. The other thing I also wanted to emphasize is that the school health policy already caters for. When it comes out, it will be catering for a number of areas, including life skills, mental health, nutrition and feeding. When we discuss school health, some people forget. One of the challenges we have in schools down there is obesity. A child is 11 years, but he's already the size of a minister. He's already 80 kilograms plus. There are issues, but we also have those issues here at campus. We have seen them at high school. Young girls are making campus figure, and they're refusing to eat, and all those are challenges. We also have the school policy mention WASH issues, immunization, vaccination, deworming, mention it. All that is coming in the school health policy. Now, as I plan to wind up, my brother, what do we mean when we talk of meaningful partnerships for our institutions? We mean, first of all, working with government. There is no way you are going to work with any partner and throw government away, because government is the policy maker. Once it says no cooperation with that partner, it may not happen. So begin by respecting government policy, then you move on to the many partnerships. We have so many friends willing to support institutions like this one. UNFPA, we want to keep thanking you so much for that support. Then joint advocacy for policies. When you do it together as universities, it is better than one university coming alone. Then joint voices. Again, when young people come together, we listen to them. Joint lobbying is also important. There are already organizations that are supporting. UNESCO is among them. And then there are many young people-focused organizations. Finally, on the issue of school clubs, again, I did mention that they must be recognized and so on. But sometimes there could be informal settings that can be used to discuss sexual reproductive health matters. Under the UNESCO O3 program, how many of us have heard of UNESCO O3 program? It is a campaign in universities to do it with the health of young people in the universities. There have been many innovations similar to innovations that are done in school clubs. One example, for example, is the porridge hour at Makerere. Have you heard of the porridge hour at Makerere? Young people just have a moment and simply enjoy porridge. But as they enjoy porridge, they are discussing mental health, they are discussing contraception, they are discussing issues, challenges of abortion, and so on. When you go to Ndeje, they have a moment they call Choto. Choto is a traditional setting where, for example, in Buganda, people would come and sit around the fire and discuss many things. And in Ndeje, they are doing that, and they are able to give, to say a lot around. Then there's Kachai. Have you heard of Kachai Hour? Makerere University Ginger Campus. They just sit together and take their dry tea. Whether there's an accompaniment or not, but in the discussion, they are discussing so many things affecting their life. And maybe the other one is Family Tree, which is also around many other universities. My take home is, we shall not be young forever. Because some of us do things and think we are going to be there. Me and they know you for being the drug addict, they know you for everything. The very final message, my moderator, is mind what you do online. And I'm saying it from experience. I've been on the panels for interviewing students who want to go for foreign scholarships, and panels for admission into the Education Service Commission. But then somebody comes, speaks so well, all the CV is right. But then when we venture into going to find about their online life, things are so bad. There are even naked pictures there. There's even obscenity and so on. So please mind what you do, because it is always recorded. It is always recorded. It is somewhere. What you do is somewhere. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. You now see why I brought him last. Eh? Mr. Semakula here is my boss. We do some work in schools. But maybe lastly, in 5 seconds, you promise. So someone, earlier in the morning, we had a session of prevention of sexual exploitation and abuse, especially in institutions of learning. So as the Ministry of Education, we know that your line ministry are the custodians of education in this nation. What strategies do you have at ministry level when it comes to identification, but also reporting of cases, so that these guys get the help when it comes to sexual exploitation and abuse?
5 seconds, you said. We are imploring all universities and tertiary institutions in Uganda to have what we call sexual harassment policies. And I want to imagine all the universities here have. Which university doesn't have an anti-sexual harassment policy? They have. And there's a team at every university that is meant to discuss that. But we also believe in the Ugandan law. There are many laws out there that are open for you. As a ministry, we have designed a guideline which we call RTRR. You may want to record this and go and find out.
Mr. Semakula, maybe I would want you to go slow on that, because Linda was asking them if they know these policies. So maybe you can take note of whatever Mr. Semakula is saying, so that you're able to identify and report these cases.
Okay, in particular, as far as sexual violence is concerned, and any other forms of violence, as a ministry, we have developed what we've called the RTRR guideline. The first R is reporting. The T is tracking. The third R is response. And then the final R is referral. All those three must happen when violence happens to you. So know what to report and where to report. At the universities, there are systems. But even when you go out in the community, there is police, there are civil society organizations like this one, which will be very willing to pursue, for example, a case of rape. They should be very willing to help you. There are organizations like Hope After Rape out there, Rahu, Strong Minds could be able to help you on issues to do with mental health, and so on. Then the tracking is about, don't simply report and stop. When you report a lecturer who is harassing you, make sure it is followed up to the conclusion. And then the referral, where cases can't be handled at institutional level, let them be handled to the experts. Let's take them to the experts like Care Uganda, like Uganda's commission, it also has commissioners, but let's take them to places like Nakuru Teenage Center. I know they are very good in handling adolescents. And then the final is the response. Do something. Have you heard of people called bystanders? There is normally either a positive bystander or a negative bystander when violence is happening. Haven't you heard on TV or radio when they mention so-and-so killed his wife? We have always been hearing them fight every night. Now, which type of bystander was that? That was a negative bystander. You have always heard, what did you do? But then there's one who is positive. Please be your friend's keeper, know where they are, and so on. And maybe the other one related to mental health. We can see signs that one of our colleagues is not well. Moderator, allow me get 3 from them. 3 signs that your colleague may not be well mentally. 1, withdrawing from the community. 2, no longer enjoying the pleasurable things they used to enjoy. Very good basketball, a lot of dance and what, now they are. Thirdly, yes? Unnecessary anger, but it could also be unnecessary excitement. The reverse can be true. Somebody who was so tough now laughs over everything. That could be a challenge. Somebody was so quiet, but now he's so hyper. He's everywhere. The detail is much. Please Google for more. Otherwise, let me stop there.
Thank you so much, Mr. Semakula. The conversation could always go on and on and on, but because of time, that's what we are able to have. You can kindly clap for my... For me, even if you don't clap for me, I'm doing my job. Eh? Thank you so much.
It's also our duty and job to inspire the young people.
A round of applause to Derek and the panel. Thank you so much for moderating. That has been very, very brilliant moderating. And to our panelists, just before you leave, we request that we are going to have a picture, and we are going to have... Okay. Yes, I have been guided that we are going to have the picture just immediately after. So we have a remark that we are going to give in right now. But I think just summarizing out from the presentation is that coordinated partnerships really work for us, and we want to appreciate the rich insights that have come in. Although before, at the end, we will also have, there is a dance that has been promised to us here. I think for the young people, we look forward to having it. So, yes, I can hear the yes. So at this opportune time, I want to recognize the presence of the Acting Global Health Diplomacy Director of the U.S. Embassy, Miss Mary Bogman. A round of applause. Thank you for joining us here today, and I invite you to give us your remarks. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. How is everyone today? Good. I know it's Friday afternoon. It sounds like you've had so much discussion and learning, and it continues into the afternoon. So thank you so much for allowing me to join you for your National Students Health Conference as your guest of honor. I was able to join you last year, and I was truly just struck by the warmth, resilience, and determination of you all, and as we've been here. Last year, Ambassador Pop, our U.S. ambassador to Uganda, addressed the conference as well. And he shared a touching story, a story of a young woman named Carol, whose life was transformed through comprehensive health support. And the U.S. government remains proud to continue to support comprehensive health services. And I was able to participate as a panelist, similar to my colleagues here, as we talked through funding. And that's been a key topic as we talk about health and healthcare. It takes multiple levels. It takes the systems level, of course, the community level, and all of you as well to ensure that we continue to move forward. So being back here with you today, I am even more inspired by your commitment, and your dedication to move from awareness to action is commendable. So today I want to build on that foundation laid last year by sharing how the America First Global Health Strategy is driving innovation and strengthening collaboration and ensuring global health security with students like you at the center. So in September of 2025, the United States launched our America First Global to transition from vertical disease-focused programs to comprehensive government-led health services by Ugandans and for Ugandans. And this means HIV services, our TB care, maternal health, mental health, and services targeting adolescents and youth groups are no longer delivered through separate systems, but instead are integrated into Uganda's primary healthcare platforms, making services more accessible, efficient, and sustainable for all Ugandans. And this conference theme of institutionalizing student health aligns with our strategy, as well as the Ministry of Health's vision for integrated service delivery. Universities are not just places of learning, they are critical platforms for health promotion, prevention, and innovation, which is what I am looking forward to continuing to hear from all of you and to see those outcomes. You all provide. Now, if we can imagine if your university's budget included a dedicated line item for student wellness services, not separate clinics for HIV and mental health and malaria, but instead one integrated student health center with clear targets, such as reducing your wait times for counseling by 80%, to train at least 50 peer counselors annually, to reach at least 80% of first-year students with orientation on available services. These are our performance-based accountability metrics. And when we track what matters, measure progress, and adjust when targets aren't met, we use this same approach to transform national health systems, and we can use it to transform student health on your campus, because what gets measured gets done. Our strategy also promotes American innovation to solve global health challenges. And one highlight of this is lenacapavir. It's a game-changing HIV prevention measure. It was developed through an American company, Gilead Sciences, who partnered with several Ugandan researchers, which is so important. And this highly effective injection, which is taken only twice a year, can prevent nearly 100% of HIV infections. And on April 14th of this year, the United States and the Global Fund announced an expansion. So initially, we were targeting to reach 2 million people by 2028, and now we'll reach 3 million people by 2028 across the globe, and with Uganda as a priority country. We're providing doses to approximately 46,000 Ugandans in 2026, with more in 2027 and beyond. And the question is always, why does this matter to you? With 110,000 young people, aged 15 to 24, living with HIV in Uganda, and girls accounting for 67% of new infections, lenacapavir offers a game-changing prevention tool. And I know Dr. Dan will agree with me. Uganda's youthful population, over 77%, are under the age of 30, represents both an opportunity and a responsibility. And yet you all face complex challenges. 1 in 4 adolescent girls aged 15 to 19 is pregnant or a mother, and this of 189 per 100,000 deaths. 189 mortality for 100,000 live births, contributing both to that personal impact, experiencing physical, and the Ministry of Health's integrated approach recognizes this reality, and so must we. And student-friendly services and accountability that we need to apply the same rigor from our historic U.S.-Uganda health collaboration, now focused on global health security and diplomacy, to student health, to track progress with standardized metrics, reward results through milestone-based approaches, and demand transparent reporting. And third, innovation, to push our boundaries using digital platforms, to conduct research that fills knowledge gaps, and to advocate for policies reflecting your lived experiences. Using the tools and opportunities, your generation must drive transformative change as we move forward. Last year, Ambassador Pop said that finishing the fight with HIV is a marathon. Leading it, innovative technologies, including those from the US, and collective resolve of everyone together, we can be confident in our success. So thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your courage. And thank you for reminding all of us that when students lead, anything is possible. Together, we will build a healthier, safer, and more prosperous future for Uganda, the United States, and the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mary Bogban, for that very strong submission. And I just take the last statement that with our collective resolve with everyone else, we can be confident in our success. Thank you very much, and another round of applause for the very wonderful presentation. I want to take the opportunity, we are going to get into a brief photo moment, and I want to just invite our guests, our panelists who have just been able to present, to join us here. We are going to have a group picture. And then for our guests, we want to request that you hold on because we still have our permanent secretary joining us. And so we'd like you to be here to be a part and experience and you know, have the event go on. So we are going to just come in for a group picture. Please, let's just get forward as we assemble, just like yesterday. We'll just come forward. We'll start with our guests.
Let's have the OIF team, the ministers of health from the different universities come up. Our different partners as well. Then the audience should be preparing. After the official picture, we're going to have another picture with you.
So the modalities, we are going to first start with our guests. We are going to have the picture, and then we'll have the partners joining in.
I am happy to welcome you to today's
we are going to first
National Students Health Conference that is themed Students at the Forefront. And with that, we want to explore how innovations and solutions for SRHR, mental health, HIV, and GBV, how we can put it at the forefront. This conference, it's for us as young people, as students, as the next generation, to come up with ideas that can inform tomorrow's policy, that can inform tomorrow's leadership landscape, that can inform the next phase of innovative health in this country. And that's why On Your Future initiative is interested to see that we work with young people.
On Your Future Campus initiative was launched by the First Lady, Mama Janet Kataha Museveni, who is also the Minister of Education and Sports. And we were launched to specifically address health challenges that young people at the university face. And our focus is on GBV, gender-based violence, sexual and reproductive health, HIV, and mental health. And because of that, that is why we gather here today, stakeholders, policymakers, young people and students in the different universities to address these challenges, but to also give you a chance to network and share with these stakeholders who are available here today.
As Dean of Students, I am delighted to welcome you all to this important event. And today we gather here with a shared commitment to prioritizing student health and well-being. Students are the driving force behind innovation and change on our campus environment, and I am excited to see the creative solutions and ideas that will emerge from this important conference. As we gather here today, I'm excited to see students taking the lead in driving innovation and solutions.
I am very happy to participate in this launch of a Youth Future Campus initiative by the student leaders and young people at universities and other tertiary institutions. This initiative is a statement that youth leaders at the university and other tertiary institutions now realize the role they have to play to direct their generation on the path to self-preservation in these days of high moral decadence. But also it is time for young Africans to begin to stand up and do what is right, because it is right. That is how Uganda first stood against HIV and AIDS. Young people rejected premarital sex outrightly and stood up strong, and they said no premarital sex. That generation can testify, and they are here. They made us proud so much and said that true love must wait for us when we are ready. I am very happy to participate in this launch of a Youth Future Campus initiative by the student leaders and young people at universities and other tertiary institutions. This initiative is a statement that youth leaders at the university and other
director to be taken on. And so for the different health ministers, we will have to engage our dean of students and ensure that all these recommendations are tabled. I think one of the questions that came from the previous meeting yesterday was what happened to the recommendations of the previous conference. And so while we convene here, a lot of very strong recommendations have come in that need to be documented and therefore followed up on. So that is an assignment that has been given back to us, the organizing team, led by Own Your Future, to ensure that all the key things that have been committed to, all the very wonderful submissions that have come from our panelists and from our last very wonderful presenter, we request that all these are documented and followed up on. So in the interest of time, as we get to the next session, we are just going to break off into an interlude. We have an entertainment piece that is coming in. But as I had announced, I want to request our guests. We have our Permanent Secretary for Ministry of Health joining in. And so we request that you are part to partake of the last important part of the program. And I think even for the young people, for us who are here, the students and the rest of the community. So with that, I just want to check if the entertainment team is ready. Andrew, kindly confirm if you're with us as we break off for the entertainment, and then we also have breakaway sessions coming in shortly.
Hello, hello, hello. How you doing? You're good? Yes, I'm called Steve MG, the tallest man around campus. Yeah, man, let's go, let's go, let's go. It's a freestyle session. I want you to freestyle with me, eh? Okay, vocalist. JJ, Nana, oh, 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 oh. It's a freestyle session. Yeah, listen. I know you have done many in life. Yeah, man. So I want to freestyle about you. First sound off. Listen, listen. Okay, shit. They call you a sinner. They keep on judging you as a loser. They got a committee at the mesa. I keep on watching them at the side banner. They know your man of community. So far so good, you made your clarity. You know that I know a creature from another planet. All they need to do. We can put in just something. Listen, okay. Siri muchingi chongo jaki ajetili. Tuza Steve kuboyo luga temuri. Kamba kube chituning aliba jaji webali kuboyo luga gumukuba. Alimunte ebituli. Jangwe Kyambogo kati ola basically. Segoli ko Steve sebo na soma degree. Bembo wa luga kati Kyambogo. Everybody say Kyambogo. Bandi kambola mbola, this is the Kyambogo. Everybody say Kyambogo. This is the, everybody say Kyambogo. National Students Health Conference. Tutambulanga tulina ne chances. Kyambogo, we are the best. Listen, everybody say number one. Number one. Kyambogo, number one. Number one. Say, everybody say number one. Number one. Kyambogo, we are number one. Number one. Okay. I love you so much, guys. Thank you so much. We love you so much. We love you so much. But you know, Okay. Okay. Give me the instrument of that one. Give me the instrument of. I know they want it. Give me the instrument of that song. Okay. Rewind it. Give me the instrument of that song. Give me the instrument. Okay. But who is that? And some people ask. Now. But and some people ask. Now. As long as we want to confront it, I got to not be my. As long as we want to confront it, I got to not be my guilt. Say, okay, but who is a gaba? And what is making now? Say, some people ask what is a gaba? Say, now. Say, but who is a gaba? Say, and what is making now? Say, some people ask what is a gaba? Say, now. As long as we want to confront it, I got to not be my guilty. As long as we want to confront it, I got to not be my guilty. Say, Agaba. Say, Agaba. Say, Agaba. Say, Agaba. Now I say, who's the gala Agaba? Yes, they are going to Rumbana. Tutulive banda tubadaza anabipagaba kwe tikinga. Say, who's the gala Agaba? Bulia Sonia go to Lumbagana. Yeah, man, we love you so much. Thank you.
The tallest guy in Kyambogo University. A round of applause for this gentleman. I don't know if you didn't get the vibe. If you didn't feel the vibe, then it's on you. For us, we are happy. So I expect us to, after all the beautiful remarks we've had from the panelists, from Miss Mary Bogman, it has been an amazing session, and that hype was needed. So right about now, something behind there is warming up. So let's be preparing for lunch. But then before that, we are going to have the presentations from our different representatives from universities, the poster presentations of outstanding students, abstracts. And we are going to have the first person, Joshua. I hope you are ready, and you should be here on the podium with us right about now. And let's try to be fast, because we want to keep time. We have to finish early today, and we head back. So, Michael MC, how was that session?
The session, I just hope we are all attending, but for me the session was nice. I talk about the rap over the the panel, because which one? We need to be specific.
From the panel.
The panel. The way Mr. Henry Semakula was giving us points here, I was attentive. Yes. I hope you've also picked from the panel, because I think those were some key things that were coming.
Of girls is one thing that influences women to be sexually abused. Do you stand with that? So,
we are not seeing men putting up your hands.
Is that gender-based violence mainly to the women or to the men, or it's an equal state? Today I want to give an opportunity to a gentleman to be the first one, because I see the ladies are very many. So, your name and university, and 10 seconds.
Okay, thank you. I'm Masongole Wikiri from Kabale University. May I think gender-based violence is both-sided. It's not only on females or males.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Carol, and I partially work with Reproductive Health Uganda. I believe gender-based violence affects both men and women, but mostly the women. And I'm giving my reason why I think it's mostly the women. In Uganda right now, we live under a system of patriarchy, and we have been working on that issue for a very long time. Advocacy, blah, 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 and all that. And it has not changed yet. However, people believe that it has changed, and now men are coming up to say that, we are also violated, but we are scared to speak, we fear being stigmatized and stuff like that. But still, women are being violated out there, and GBV is high on the side of women. Thank you.
My name is Nwamanya Adil. I work with RHU. So she has said that it mainly affects women, but then I think it also affects men, because let me say my point. Because mostly we have a saying, some people have a saying that men don't cry. And I think it's now out of our reach, and it's becoming a slogan, and which is haunting us. That's why we have more cases of suicide, and especially in men, because you can't cry, they'll see you as weak. So many die in depression. I think gender-based violence is both sides. It's a 50-50 thing. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I can see there are very many hands up. But ladies and gentlemen, our presenter for the first abstract is already here. So you're going to allow him to present his abstract. And as you have to still ask a question from what he's going to present, because we want to keep time today.
Yes, so as we wait, I can just give you, so ideally most abstracts can come from different areas, but mine, I decided to make it something that's more personal. You find that you might have data from different sources, but this data might not actually be compiled by us ourselves. Ideally, you find data that has been compiled by whites, and we're supposed to use it to make policy decisions. So it was based off of this that I decided to use personalized data. So you find it's right there. Yes, so down to the methodology, how we carried out the research. So 7 youth peer leaders were facilitated in HIV testing and condom distribution. We were 7, that was the team that was sent, and we were all youth, because I'll go back to the as peer motivators. Now the data was collected through service records and observational notes. You find that on top of the usual questionnaires that you find while you are getting, while you are testing for HIV, we also added on those few questions of how you were tested before, such that we could gain this different type of information. And then, yeah, we focused on the areas of testing patterns, peer influence, and condom apt. 3, whereby they had never tested. It's hard, but in the group of 3 and 1 has ever tested, they can easily influence their 2 friends to test as well. Yes, so we can continue. Next slide. Yes, so the peer influence dynamics that we observed. So we observed that these were some of the phrases that kept on coming up that the repeat testers were using as they were encouraging their friends to actually come and test, such as, it's easy, you come and we go, it's easy, you know how youth talk, eh? On top of that, they were also using things as, no problem, you come and we go, it's not really a big issue, and I've done this before. So these statements actually helped us a lot, because it was reducing anxiety amongst most of the first-time testers, and it actually normalized the idea of testing for HIV. Yes, let's continue. And then now when it came to the condom distribution, we managed to distribute 15,000 male condoms, of which 12,833 or 85.6% of male students actually accepted, while only 2,161 female students accepted these condoms. So ideally, you might wonder, why is the number so big? While we are distributing these boxes, while we are distributing condoms, we are distributing them in boxes. So it's not like one piece. Some of the numbers are low, that especially on the side of the females. It's that the female students, they cited shyness and fear of judgment. You know, when they find you with a condom, they'll obviously assume that you're someone who is always having sex. So you find that these are one of the disadvantages that we face, and something that we should actually fight against. And then what gained from this, it's that we need to have a more gender-sensitive approach to this. When you're giving out these condoms or this information, you should actually look at how they will feel, or how is a girl looked at when picking condoms, and how do gentlemen look like while picking? To gentlemen, it might be looked at as pride, while to ladies, it will be looked at in the opposite way, which is something we should tackle. We can continue. Yes, we can continue as we conclude. Yeah. So in conclusion, that was just a poster. You'll see it outside. I've pinned it, and we can interact more from there. But just the page before, some of the recommendations as I conclude. Yes, so previously tested students acted as natural mobilization agents, and as such, they should always be engaged more. That's one solution that I have. And you also find that peer influence amplified intervention reach beyond direct contact. Word of mouth is actually what moves this more than you standing and then advertising or maybe putting up a poster. So if you can engage directly with groups of people, you find a group discussing, engage with them, the word will move faster and it will be taken as something more credible. And then universities should identify and engage student health advocates during orientation. This can be many continuing students. So you might find that you do not only need a team of 7 people. Each and every one of us in this room can be considered as an advocate that will help during this orientation period. And then last but not least, recognition systems and communication tools should sustain student-led health promotion. You find that many of the interventions that the government might come up with will only involve people who are at the medical center, or maybe, let me say, the lecturers or the counselors, of which our counseling unit is really seated back there. So you find that it's not something that students easily access or associate themselves with. And as such, you find that for these initiatives to be successful, you should actually have more involvement of the students themselves. So they should be student-led and involve students more. So that's what I had for you. Thank you all for listening.
Okay, thank you so much. Do we have any questions for him? Any questions? Oh, there's a hand there. And then there's one here. Only 2 questions in the interest of time.
My question is the type of condoms you were distributing. Were they the ones that are worn or you also had female condoms?
Yeah, so as the microphone is moving, they were dual. Though ideally you find that the female condom is something that is underutilized in Uganda, and as such, let me say, the organizations that produce them do not have them in big numbers. So we had also a small quantity which kind of contributed to this. So because it's not so used, you find that the sponsors do not actually manufacture them as much. Thank you.
Babide Beatrice from the Faculty of Special Needs and Rehabilitation. My question is, okay, we recently had a community outreach in Kasen, Uganda B3 as the Faculty of Special Needs and Rehabilitation. And the theme of the outreach was living a purpose-driven lifestyle as university students to stop the spread of HIV/AIDS in the country. Okay, we carried out this outreach after looking at the International Kabaka Birthday Marathon because it was speaking about the same thing. Yeah. So my question to you is, okay, if the youth-led initiatives like this, how best can you intervene in them to promote sensitization and awareness on the spread of HIV/AIDS? Because it's not like we are only in school, but at times also move out to different communities. How are you reaching out to communities to ensure that sensitization and awareness is done to prevent the spread of diseases like HIV/AIDS? And how will you involve the community in it? Because we went to the community, but unfortunately, it's not like everyone in the community had information about it. Some people in different communities are not educated, so it's our turn as the students to move to them and address such issues, because I believe HIV/AIDS and creating awareness, we're protecting everyone, not only us as a university, but a whole nation, because we are ambassadors of change in each and everything we do. Yeah, so that's what I wanted to say.
First of all, I would like to thank you, Barrio, for your contribution towards the struggle and fight that you have had. And I personally have actually engaged with students from special needs. Last semester, I was part of the team that went to, how's it called? That side of line. There are those slums that are just below your faculty. And I was doing the same. Kasigi, thank you. because there's Kasiga and Line. So yeah, we went into those communities. So ideally, you find that one of the best ways how we can do this is through cooperation. You find that you can reach out to us as Uganda Cares next time, such that when you go into the community, we can give you some resources, most probably condoms. On top of that, when it comes to reaching out in involving community members, when you go into a community, you go, you speak, but do not just live like that. Make sure you get a focal person whom you'll be able to go back to. Maybe a person who distributes condoms. You get a gentleman, you get a lady. And more like a VHT, they'll always be calling that person Musao, and that's how you can always keep the community involved. Last but not least, as AHF, we have a program known as Boys to Men and Girls Act, and these are in different communities. So you find that these are youth leading fellow youth. Yes, so you find that programs such as that are actually existing in some organizations, and you can join and be part and create community-led solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aaron. A round of applause for Aaron Joshua. For those, I saw some hands up. In the interest of time, you will please meet him outside in the booth. You'll be able to have a deep interaction. Next, we have a presentation from UCU, and I want to invite Victor to take us through your presentation. We await your views. Just like Aaron, we also seek to listen from the audience. A round of applause for him as he gets on stage. We request IT to flash. Thank you.
As IT flashes, a good afternoon to you all. My name is Masiga Victor Enoch Wanyama. I am from Uganda Christian University, and I'm here to present an abstract. I hope you would enjoy it, and I hope it could be taken on by the people in the house. As I still wait for the slides, the title of my abstract is Beyond Awareness, Institutionalization of Student Health through Integrated Campus Hubs, as well as campus clubs for SRHR, which is Sexual, Reproductive and Health Rights, Mental Health, and Violence Prevention, specifically gender-based violence. So to go into a deep background of my abstract, we are going to relate to status quo. Currently, we have the traditional health learning systems. Those health learning systems, the challenge that we have with them is that they do not address many of these, they don't address all these 4 pillars that I'm going to address in my paper. They try to mix them into compartmentalized departments, and they end up leaving some of them isolated. Now, this paper seeks to bring a model that is going to be able to address each and every one of these challenges that the youth are facing, because our target group is going to be the campus students, and majority of you here are campus students. And it's where we have the majority of mental health issues. And that's why the focus of my paper is on mental health. But that does not mean that I'm going to leave out things like sexual reproductive health rights. That does not mean that I'm going to leave out gender-based violence. Why I believe mental health would be the main focus of today is because of the fact that all those other 3 tracks still depend on mental health. Someone that is stigmatized because of their HIV status is going to run into things like depression, is going to run into things like anxiety, is going to have every kind of mental health issue. Someone that is facing gender-based violence, especially if they are a gentleman, and they know that as a gentleman, how can your wife beat you? That person is going to fear to come out and speak. And the truth is that we have to accept the reality. In as much as our universities have counselors, in as much as our universities have everything of that sort, or counselors or church leaders, those same people, we are going to be afraid to go to them. I don't know how many of you, if I were to pose a question, how many of you are brave enough, especially the gentlemen, would be brave enough to go and talk to your counselor or talk to your chaplain or any leader or lecturer and tell them that my girlfriend beats me in the hostel? By show of hands. I think you can witness that for yourself. So what do these campus hubs, that's our model. Now, what is our model? Our model is a one-stop campus hub, whereby we go, you can call it a hub, you can call it a club, you can call it a chapter, you can call it a society. And either fortunately or unfortunately, the previous panelists preempted into my abstract presentation, but I believe that those who are available here or those who received my abstract can be able to confirm that I sent it before the particular speech. Okay. Yes. So in regards to this one-stop campus model, my case study was this Zvandri. It's called Zvandri or Zvandiri, based on the pronunciation, but it's from Zimbabwe. It's a model that actually has this thing of clubs whereby they have students. It's more of peer-led, whereby you have your fellow students spearheading, helping you to be able to appreciate your mental health, helping you to be able to come out and be open about the things that disturb you in your private life. And I'm going to show you how exactly this model is very realistic. Now, in as much as I was relying on the Zvandiri model from Zimbabwe, I was able to also allude with an example from the university I held from, Uganda Christian University, where we also have sort of a similar arrangement, where we call it the Para-Counselors Club. It's not particularly a club, but it's a program whereby they train peer educators or peer counselors into how exactly can they help each other, or how can they help fellow students. Now, the workability of this is because of the fact that I raised the question to all of you, who can go to the school counselor or the campus counselor, or even that someone talked about the legal clinic or something, whereby they go there. Yes, please? Yes, the legal chambers. I don't know how many of you would go to the legal chambers, because in the legal chambers, I don't think all of them, you would be free with them. But imagine your friend, because from the statistics at the Uganda Christian University, about 60% of the students have enrolled in the para-counselors program. Okay, by the time you reach your final year, 60% of those students have enrolled. Now, if I look at the law school, which is the majority of the students, there are 1,000 law students in their final year. So that means 600 of those students are accessible to provide health or counseling services to different people. So you have been trained in that. And that's exactly how I'm going to show you how this model is actually workable. It's not just mere talk or mere purpose of presentation. It is something that has been tried and then tested. So what then are the pillars of this abstract? Or what are the pillars of this model? We have firstly, sexual and reproductive health rights. We have 2, HIV/AIDS prevention and management. Well, in regards to HIV/AIDS prevention and management, we know very well that we may not necessarily prevent, because we are campus students. It would be hard to tell you or to assume that you are going to abstain. The libido is natural at this age. However, we could look at management. And like someone raised a concern that some of these universities are more of church-founded, and I can relate. You may not go to UCU, you may not go to IUIU and probably tell them things like, use condoms, and try to preach that kind of gospel. But why this track focuses on mental health is that they are those who have already succumbed to this. We can't blame them. Probably you were drunk at a party, and then you ended up having intercourse. And at that point in time, you were able to contract the virus. And then that's how we have things like suicide rates increasing. But because of this kind of model, whereby each and every person, or our neighbor, your neighbor on the right, your neighbor on the left, is acquainted with the skills or knows how to handle you, you're not going to have to go and look for a central place to be able to seek their guidance. Instead of committing suicide, you just call your best friend and tell them, you know what, last night it happened. Last night it went down, I don't know what I'm going to do. And you explain your kind of things. The advantage of this is because of the fact that these kind of systems are integrated and entrenched in our daily lives. Within your life, within each and every day of your life, it's not going to just be awareness. This paper seeks to shift from the traditional system of just coming here at a conference and making you aware of your rights, or making you aware that you have mental health, or making you aware of the fact that you should be able to speak to someone. These are now people who are part of your environment each and every day, so you're able to see them in class, in your hostels, in your halls of residence, there is access to these kinds of services. I will then move to the objectives of this model. The objectives of this model is that they seek to propose an institutional model for higher learning institutions that transition from awareness campaigns to embedded systems in addressing sexual reproductive health rights, gender-based violence, HIV/AIDS, and then, most of all, mental health. When we come to the specific objectives, we want to identify adaptable practices from sub-Saharan Africa and Southeast Asian African universities. And that's why we got the Zvandiri model, which is our case study from sub-Saharan Africa. Secondly, we want to develop a replicable institutional hub model that is grounded in peer leadership. Now, the replica is what I've been explaining to you about the para-counselors, whereby we have these people in each and every of our societies. But you realize that I'm only singling out one university that has this. So why couldn't we have such a thing in every university? And that's why I would call upon this abstract to be put into practice. I don't want it to just stop here on paper. Any interested party that would be able to support it, it would not just help me because I've done my part, I have written and I have proposed. But if it goes back and stays on that paper, I go back to my books, I go back and focus and then probably wait for another abstract competition and then engage in. But you leave millions, you leave thousands, hundreds of thousands of students suffering with issues that they cannot tell to any person because such avenues are not there and they are not provided for. We also look to demonstrate a transition from donor-funded projects to institutionalized clubs and societies. One of the biggest problems that we have is the donor dependency of our country. And even these things like mental health, sexual reproductive health rights, gender-based violence, the curtailing of these very issues is dependent on donor funding. Now, when we have seen things like what has happened with USAID leaving Uganda, we would have more NGOs or those groups that are supporting us leaving the country or stopping to support. What then do we do? Should we continue to cry and say now USAID has gone so we can no longer promote awareness? USAID has gone so now we are going to have increase in suicide rates. I don't think that is the case. And already we are showing you that in this model is actually cheaper. It is actually more cost-friendly for the institutions and for the governments as well. Because you notice that with the previous models, you have to probably fund groups that are going to move to different universities, go to different schools to educate them. You have to probably train. But in this particular instance, you're going to have a group of people that you're going to train within the universities. And I mean, we know the hunger at campus. So at 20,000 a week for these peer leaders, or even if you just always call them for like a dinner once in a while, you don't have to fund them so much as you would fund the previous projects that we have been having. And that's what we want to move from donor-funded projects to projects that we can sustain as institutions, as well as projects that can be sustained by even the government itself. So it hurts me when I hear that this bill or something of the sort is before Parliament, but it has just not yet been discussed. And yet there are many other things. We are seeing a number of bills have been passed this previous year, or I could even say in a space of 3 months. But then what takes such a thing that affects not just any other child that is outside there, but a child of someone that is meant to make this bill, a child that will also sit in that parliament and probably be able to protect that law that his grandfather, his father, his forefathers made. Well, in regards to the methodology, we use the comparative qualitative analysis, where we're trying to compare the models in these regions where this has worked, and also, of course, try to bring a case study with Uganda, whereby I used my institution, and it's where I was able to do a qualitative analysis, whereby I was able to go to, we have a facility, a medical facility within the university called Alan Galpin Medical Center, whereby I try to engage with some of the doctors and some of the nurses on how exactly do they face, or do they come across such challenges, people who have HIV/AIDS. And of course they tried to give me some of these scenarios, and they talked about how there's been kind of reduction, especially with the introduction of the Para Counselors Club. And I was able on my slides, it has gone. But my poster presentation, which I'm going to be able to print after here, that poster presentation has a bit of graphs, and I think you're able to see it for the short time it was there. And those graphs indicate the kind of statistics before integration of these campus hubs or institutionalization of mental health, GBV, SRHR, and HIV/AIDS awareness into our systems, and also the post-integration. And we realize that there's a significant increase and decrease. Where is the increase? We have a 40% increase in service delivery uptake. And by service delivery uptake, we look at the fact that there has been an increase in the people who receive services or counseling services or services from these particular medical facilities. This particular facility I'm talking about, the Alan Galpin Medical Center, they registered a 40% increase in the number of people that are actually able to go there to be able to go there to seek medical help. We have people who are facing mental issues, for instance, people who are bipolar. They have been able to actually go and seek. Before that was something that was never, someone could never come out and probably say I'm bipolar. Someone could never come out and probably say I have a mental issue. But we're now having such cases of people who go and they're able to actually get medication. So 40% is quite not a very big increment. It may seem a small percentage, but it's quite an increment from literally nearly 0%. Then we've also had a 68% reduction in stigmatization in regards to all the above challenges that I have mentioned. And that is the workability of this particular model that I want to be able to introduce. So I'm going to delve straight into the recommendations. And the recommendations are in three parts. Firstly, to institutions. Secondly, to governments. And then thirdly, to partners and civil society. To proceed off to the institutions, we want to establish sort of a cross-departmental student health hub. And I've mentioned how exactly that works. Secondly, we want to train the peer leaders to be able to run these hubs. Because it is one thing to have these hubs, but it's another thing to also have leaders. And I explained how the para-counseling works, whereby these students have a 2 weeks program, whereby they are not only trained, but they are also able to interact with people that have things like mental health issues. They're able to interact with people that have faced gender-based violence, and they're able to interact. When I talk about the 68% reduction in stigma, we are having more people who are able to come out on social media and actually say that I have been harassed by my partner in hostel, and they're able to actually bring these particular things, not only to the school counselor, but even to their friends. And on top of that, these people have been able to seek help, and they have not been able to continue with suicidal plans, because we've had people who have come and they have talked about things like, I have suicidal plans. I cannot tell this to anyone. For instance, we've had people have always been making their friends feel bad. They post on status, can you imagine this person was beaten by a girl? Can you imagine, big as he is? But we are having that kind of stigmatization reducing because people are now aware. When you make that joke, the person you make it to is most probably a person that is a counselor, and they'll tell you the danger of that. When I move to governments, we want to be able to mandate this integrated student health policy, and I'm happy that the people that the panelists that talked here said it's a work in progress. And I believe that this now should be taken, and they should be able to know that it's actually something that can work. And I believe that many of them have children, and they should probably be made aware to the fact that these children of theirs could also succumb to these particular things. When we come to partners and civil society, which is the last, we want to shift from project funding to institutional funding. Rather than these donors just funding projects that are 1 day, 3 days, 1 week, we want to now fund something that is sustainable. With all that, I'll be able to interact with the rest of you in regards my abstract, and I'll be willing to anyone that is willing to support this thing, because it is a reality and would be in the best interest of every university. I remain Masiga Victor Eno Kwanyama, UCU. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Victor, for that wonderful presentation. So we are not going to have any questions being asked. If you have any question, you'll meet them outside, and if you have a question to them, for the interest of time. So the people in charge of the food, ladies and gentlemen, please keep in your seats. It's a working lunch. The food will find you where you are. Please, let's get ready and get organized. We're going to have the final abstract presentation, and I've been informed that our guest of honor, Dr. Diana Atune, is on her way. And then we are going to have the best that was saved for last, obviously, and that is the finals for the debate competitions, right? So let me invite the final presenters of the day for the abstract. And
let's give them a round of applause as they come on stage. For those who had questions for Masiga's presentation, we are going to request that you follow him through and you have your questions asked. But again, thank you so much, Masiga, for that very wonderful presentation. Over to you, Aga Khan.
Thank you. All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. All right. This is Aga Khan University. I'm Lawrence Okiro, together with introduce yourself.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chandini Sandra Patricia from the Aga Khan University.
All right. I'm going to ask us to kindly participate like in this one small assignment. In the last, let's say 5 years, to be quite flexible, how many of you have ever gone for a mental health assessment at the hospital? How many? There are around 3 or 4 people. Usually when they're testing for HIV, they say you need to go after every 3 months. Unfortunately, most of us rarely go for mental state examination. When you go for mental state examination, there are very many things they do. Things like behavior, things like your mood, things like your perception. For example, if I'm to ask how many of you are mad, you will say, I'm not, isn't it? Now that's called insight, that you might not be sure of your insight or your perception of your mental health illness, of which, truth be told, how many of you have had a statement saying we are all mad? Are we? The truth is, we are all. Because this is what we believe in, that realization that you have a problem is the first beginning point. I've talked about all the things. Now, in mental illness, we have a spectrum. You are either in the manic bit of it. Mania means you are super elated. And then you are in the last bit of it, that is depression. So usually, for you to be normal, you need to be within that spectrum. Akamizani wekagwayo this side, butabika. Wekagwayo this side, butabika. So we so happen to be privileged to work at Butabika because they give us this clinical attachment. And in our finding, we know about mental illness. Fena, we know about it, but the problem is the uptake. We found that much as we are well versed with these things, we don't seek out for these services. How many of you have ever gone to a psychologist? None. How about, so you see, it's us who are not seeking for these services, and like they said earlier, it zeroes down to us as individuals. For us who are still saying right now, the goal is upon us to ensure that we seek out for these services. It's not that the government has not tried. It's not that the institutions have not tried. It's not that all these organizations have not tried, but it zeroes down to you as an individual. The last bit of it is addiction, as my colleague comes in. How many of us check our phones after every 1 minute or 30 seconds? We are all victims. How many of us sleep sawa musanva ezekiro? Some of you even up to 4 or 5, right? So it means we have a problem. Why are you still awake up to that time? Don't you ask yourself, like, nkola ki sawa musanva, I should be sleeping? Content. So we have a new thing of addiction called, like right now we are discussing, but everybody is having this, isn't it? We have a problem with attention. That's a mental health issue. We can't have a conversation for 5 minutes without looking at this. That's a mental issue. You get the point? So there are very many things we can talk about, but we shall continue this conversation later. Let me invite my colleague. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Lawrence. By the name Sandra. So I'll just start with a question. Do you know your mental health status? So many of us have opportunities to go and do general medical checkups. Some people go and they do a general medical checkup, but very few actually turn up for mental health status checkup. Yeah? And when we read and research, they told us that one of the things that we read is that 1 in 7 globally is mentally ill. But in Uganda, when you count yourselves, 1 in 4 of you is mentally ill. It is a very dangerous thing that is happening. And when you look at our abstract, it is telling us that it's an escalating public health concern. Yeah? And when we look at the definition of mental health, one thing that that amused me is that when you look at the definition, they will tell you it is a successful adaptation to stressors, either internally or externally. Yeah? So, by the way you handle stressors, how you bring out the feelings is going to show us whether you're mentally stable or not. Because we expect you to adapt either by age, because if I found you crying because you've not eaten food, surely I'll question when you're an adult. When a child is crying because they are hungry, we shall be okay. Yeah? But an adult of 25, you're crying because you're hungry. There are questions. So, mental health will look at all those things. How are you able to adapt to these stressors? Yeah? So, when you look at, it says that one of the most common is either anxiety and depression. So that is the most common. When you look at the symptoms of depression, you will realize some of them are actually within us. Yeah? So as we continue, it's when we talk about when we talk about mental health, people usually look at the extreme ones. But when you look at the types of types of mental health, you realize there are very many. Number 1, we have eating disorders. Some people eat a lot. Yeah? And it's actually a disorder. They have the sleeping disorders. We have phobias. In mental health, those are disorders. Hysteria. My friend has even laughed. Hysteria, phobias, whatever, those are all mental health disorders. So when they break them down, you realize that most of us actually have an issue. Yeah? So when can you help me calm down? So what were we looking at here? So we wanted to assess the awareness among the teachers and the students. Then we also wanted to look at the utilization of these services. What we realized is people actually know mental health. Yeah? People know these things, but the problem is it is the utilization. Yeah? So when we look at, this is just our methodology, we looked at the literature. We looked at literature, we read through literature, and this is what we're able to come out with these things. So the conclusion of it, the discussion that we had, was that people are aware. Yesterday someone talked of the services not being available. These days we have psychologists almost all hospitals, psychiatrists, we have counselors. If I'm not wrong, different universities have counselors. But when you sit down and ask those counselors how many come to that office, they will tell you that in a month they might get like 2. Then we hit back to the government secretary, tetuyamba, but we have counselors who are able to escalate these things. So just a quick one so that we don't, so we'll go to the recommendations. When I talk about the recommendations, I want to zero it down to you, who is the student. You see, before we make things so big, we are looking at, when we look at, I always tell my friends, I tell them, you are your brother's keeper. You know that roommate who is always isolating themselves. You know that roommate who has lost interest in so many things. You know that classmate who hates everyone. Those are things that are alarming. You know, when we are chosen to be leaders, we carry a certain ego with ourselves. But the only pride you will carry in the end is the people that you impacted. So, look out for those students that are not okay. That one who isolates themselves, they don't want to do anything. Ask them, what is wrong? Yeah? So, if we are going to do recommendations, before we bring in the big things, the government should do this, you are your brother's keeper. Escalate it to someone, either the class representative or take them to the counselor. If they refuse, those counselors have a way of talking to these people. Yeah? Then we talk about engagement of family and students to reduce stigma. Families, usually, when they identify someone who has a mental health issue, sometimes they even put them out from the public. I don't know whether someone has had that, bears that witness. They put them out of the public because bati okuswala. It's just that some of these mental health issues, you don't lose sight, they don't lose the sight with the reality. You keep your reality with yourself. Things like eating disorders, you might still remain sober. Yeah? So by the time someone is actually taken to Butabika, this is a whole 6 months of issues. But you saw it happening. You know that person who hanged themselves. I have a friend who actually hanged themselves. When we were actually in secondary, we were in Form 3. Yeah? She hanged themselves. So, but this person started with statements like, what if one day you find me hanging myself? And it looked like a joke. Yeah? And then in the end, they actually did. Why do I love mental health? That is why. Because if I actually had an idea on how to help this person, maybe we would have sorted it out. So as we conclude, I just want to hit on the risk factors of mental health. Some of the things, number one, it's your history. If you have a family lineage that has mental health issues, you are at a risk. You're not going to get it. I'm not saying you're going to get it. Then stressors, different stressors can lead to mental health. Yeah? Why depression is common is because it's able to, these are one of the things that these the stressors of life. Yeah? Drug use. Yeah? And, but as I conclude, I want to just tell us that everything starts from identity. If you know who you are, there are things you're not going to engage yourself in. When you learn your value, you will not engage yourself in certain things. Yeah? You will love yourself, not to be able to push yourself to certain things. Love your mental health, guard it jealously. Because when you go to Butabika, most of the people are educated. When you look at people who are in the drug unit, most of them are very educated people. These are people who have attained so much. Yeah? So look out. Many people will tell you, how am I going to be able to access these things? We are in a digital era. You can actually assess yourself online. There is a website where you just type in its mental health assessment. Assess yourself. Let it give you a percentage, and you see where you're standing. Yeah? If you're not able to speak out, you can, these days we even have an app that has doctors. You just go online and get a consultation. Yeah? Don't die alone. Yeah. So that's what we had to present for you. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Kyambogo University, for that wonderful presentation. And once again, if you have any questions, any inquiries, you follow them outside and have a word with them. We are supposed to have a virtual presentation from one Doreen from Kyambogo University. So we're going to wait on the IT people, the personnel, to work on that. And in the meantime, we apologize for the delay about the lunch, but we're sorting something small, and then we get to you. I'm going to invite Mr. Andrew to give us the orientation. Mr. Andrew to give us the orientation for the debate finals. So the participants, the universities that qualified to be in the finals, please be ready.
Okay, I'm going to, good afternoon everyone. Apologies, we are still trying to harmonize a few things. So we are heading in for the finals, debate category. And I'm going to invite colleagues of mine, and that is Apedit Cynthia, Apedit Esther, and Brian and Esther to come through so that we can begin the session. As we are waiting for the team to arrive, we had a couple of engagements, and these our dear partners, we assessed students in various categories. For those that missed, we had the MDD, we had the quiz category, we had the poetry category, the speech, and now we are heading in for the final one, which is the debate category. And dear partners, debaters may speak a little bit faster. That is their nature. But these motions that we give to the students, they encourage research, they encourage investment in the topics that we want to emulate. And also even in our research methods, when you're making our reports, we get to know what ideas we can incorporate and also things that we can drop out. So these debates guide us, and it's a tool of assessment when we are doing research for these young people. Other than that, let me call Esther so she can organize. I'll be organizing the seats. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yes, the most interesting category is the next. We're going to be having the debates that will be happening. Oh, my CA, please join me. So we had preliminary rounds that happened last week, and out of those, we had 4 teams that qualified to the finals. I'll read the participants, and then they will come here on stage and pick the ballot paper to see which side they will be debating on. The CA that has been Brian Onenrod will read out the motion and release them to go for prep for 15 minutes. The finalists. Okay. I'll just read the university. Yes. Okay. We'll have a round of applause for Emmanuel Daniel and Joshua Semakula, Uganda Christian University. Please be joyous, guys. These things are not easy. Ahurira Arnold and Harley Blessing, Bishop Stewart University. Henry Chewalianga, Priscilla Achiro, Kyambogo University. And lastly, Magomo Raymond, Muwanguzi Shadrach, Kampala International University. Okay, so they're going to be picking the ballots, and they will be disclosing to us which side they will be debating from. The format of debate that will be happening, for those that may not be in the know, is called British Parliamentary. In British Parliamentary format, we have 4 teams. One that is called the opening government, opening opposition, closing government, closing opposition. They all argue the same motion, raise different arguments, and we are able to weigh and see which team's argument weighs above the other. Okay, over to the CA. Okay, which university? Stewart University closing government. KIU opening government. UCU opening opposition. Kyambogo closing opposition.
So, participants stay in for the motion.
Okay, so I think we have our finals ready. So just for a quick confirmation again, we shall be reading out the teams and the side they are supposed to be debating on. So in the opening government team, we shall be having Team Kampala International University. In the opening opposition team, we shall be having Uganda Christian University. In closing government, we shall be having Bishop Stewart University. And finally, in the closing opposition, we shall be having Kyambogo University. They are going to have about 15 minutes of preparation time. So that means we shall be kickstarting this debate at around 45 minutes past 2. And the motion reads, this motion has a very long info slide, so you should be able to pay attention, but in any case you don't, I think we shall be sharing it on the participants platform. Okay, the info slide for this motion reads, the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child is an African Union treaty that obliges governments to protect children's rights and take measures against practices such as child marriage by generally recognizing anyone under the age of 18 as a child. Somalia ratified the charter in 2025 despite criticisms from some religious groups and Islamic clerics who argue the aspects of it conflict with the interpretation of Sharia law. As of 2026, Morocco, South Sudan, and Tunisia are the only AU member states yet to ratify the charter. Okay, I think because the motion is ready here, I won't have to repeat the info slide. So the motion reads, this House believes that the African Union should expel member states that refuse to ratify the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. It's already 30 minutes past the hour of 2. We shall be starting exactly 45 minutes past 2. Thank you.
Okay, as the debate participants are preparing, there is one public speaker who didn't present. Please kindly make your way through.
What? Wondering because I'm going to smoke in front of you? Ladies and gentlemen, do you know of the 13.3% of the university students that smoke know the health problems related to smoking? Oh no, leave that aside. Do you know of the 60% of the university students or institutions that smoke and take liquor? All drug abuse. Know the effects of drug abuse? Oh, let's leave that aside. Okay. We might not smoke, we might not be taking liquor, but do you know 1 in 3 of the university students do sex intercourse live or have unprotected sex? Ladies and gentlemen, as the theme of today goes, from awareness to action. The problem is no longer about awareness. Me and you must accept that. It is about the action part. If it is about the action part, how comes above statistics are still engaged in such actions? Let me share with you a simple story of my friend Daniel. Daniel told me how he conceived HIV, or received HIV. So Daniel came to me and said, you know what, Fortunate? Of course, I'm aware that I'm supposed to have protected sex. But now, I went to this girl, touched her. Man, the girl was soft. I'm like, oh, tell me, Daniel. The guy was smooth. The lady was smooth. When I touched her, I felt like, and then, this misguided Daniel to go in sex intercourse without a condom. We are aware, but this is how we conceive this monster. Let's leave Daniel alone. Let me share with you another friend of mine. This fellow was a very vibrant fellow who got A's at A level, who passed. That fellow you would admire. But when he reached that campus, just like me and you, he started the drugs. Girls, a very nice nyash would never pass his face. And the last time I heard from him, I must say it's a failure at life. What I mean, he's no longer existing. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been given very few minutes. But here I'm to question me and you. Since we are aware, why are we not taking actions? I'm questioning the institutions. What actions are we really taking today? Allow me and give me this chance at this very time to question the government of Uganda. What has it really done to foster rules, policies, and working conditions in our country? And as I conclude, I question you, or I request you, not just to be aware of this. Don't just be like my friend Daniel. Let's take action. Understand the power of taking action. Reach out to a friend for mental health. Discuss. Avoid unprotected sex. I'm questioning the government for policies. Let's not discuss about other policies without students' health. Ladies and gentlemen, then we shall live happily. Action without word is failure. Thank you very much.
Okay, big round of applause for him. Thank you so much. As the team for debate is getting ready, we have an abstract from Kyambogo that is going to be presented. So I am going to request our presenter to come forward as it gets flashed in the screen. We hope that the meals are also moving in so that we are all saturated, so that when Dr. Diana comes in, we're all going to be in the room. So whoever is still out, we want to request that this is the time we are getting back in because we are just getting into that time and we also want to experience the debate finals. So over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the distinguished guests in the audience. Good afternoon. My name is Wambok Alan David, and I'm a student pursuing a Bachelor of Demography and Productive Health. And I'm going to present an abstract. It was a study conducted by a group of students pursuing Bachelor of Demography and Productive Health. We are 4, and the co-authors are around, but I'll be the one taking you through. So, thank you. So this is the abstract. Let's follow together. It's titled Determinants of Condom Use Among Sexually Active Young Women aged 15 years to 24 in Uganda. So, as previous speakers have mentioned, we realize that this age group from 15 to 24 is at a high risk of contracting HIV and teenage pregnancies, evidenced by the statistics. So in the background of this study, we go ahead and realize that despite high HIV risk, we see that 75% of the new infections of HIV are from women aged 15 to 24 years. And also, the teenage pregnancy rates annually have been persistent at around 25%, which changed to 26 or 24 or 25 over the last 10 years. It has been a persistent problem, and all these, despite that all these things are occurring, we still realize that condom use still remains low. There are many problems occurring, but the protection against these challenges remain in place. So according to UBOS and ICF International, 14% of unmarried women use condoms during sexual activities. And also another study by Tukamshaba from Makerere University showed that 10.36% of unmarried women aged 15 to 24 years use condoms during sexual activity. So, the rationale for this study is that we have seen a number of studies take place which assessed female condom knowledge and among university students, and we have seen some other studies examine female condom predictors in a single district, that was Rakai. But we have not seen a study that has used Uganda Demographic and Health Survey data, which is a national representative data, to identify the determinants of condom use among women aged 15 to 24 years old. And these women face a disproportionate burden. Usually, when you fail to use condoms, you have unprotected sex, you're getting teenage pregnancies, we have HIV infection. This disrupts the life of that young girl. And there is no evidence to guide policy, funding, and also the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, like SDG 3, which is of good health and well-being, and SDG 5 of gender equality may not be achieved. So this evidence will help that we achieve those SDGs, and it will guide policy and also guide resource allocation. So in this study, the methods we used is that we used 2016 Uganda Demographic and Health Survey. This is the latest UDHS data available. So, and it is a national representative data, and it is collected by professional personnel, making it to be very reliable. And now, in considering our study population, we went ahead and made a number of coding and also merged some categories of the data That is by, you get the total number of women. We went ahead and filtered out women aged 15, 24 years only, and also went ahead and got women who had reported to have ever had sex. So, and also we considered women who responded to the question of condom use at last sexual intercourse. So that 4,849 constitutes of only those women who fulfill those three conditions. And the study involved a cross-sectional and multi-stage sampling to obtain that study population. The theoretical framework that guided this study was the Anderson's model, whereby we're interested in determining the predisposing, the need, and enabling factors for condom use among these young women. And based on that theoretical framework, we identified the variables that can fit in those conditions, and that was age, marital status, education, working status, number of sexual partners, wealth index, residency, religion, and HIV knowledge. These were the variables we were trying to test and see if there are determinants of condom use among these young women. Our analysis took 3 stages. We had univariate analysis, we had bivariate analysis, and multivariate logistic regression, because the outcome variable was dichotomous, meaning that it had yes or no. So in our results, in our findings, we see that the key result of this study is that 16.81% of young girls, of young women aged 15 to 24 years were used a condom during their last sexual intercourse. By that 16.81. And we see that that prevalence is very low compared to the total population. If you have only about 17 out of 100, then this means that we shall have some of the problems like HIV spread and the teenage pregnancy still existing in this age group. And similar studies from Rwanda, UDHS also reported a very low prevalence of 10.8%. We have also seen similar results be presented from other studies carried out by studies specific to certain regions and groups, like the Tukamshaba, which reported 10.36%. And we see that this is a common problem. And then that was our descriptive result. And then under the multivariate logistic regression, our outcome used condom at last sexual intercourse. We went ahead and did some merging of categories so that we are able to get valid and reliable results. So in the age groups, under our predictors for that outcome, we had age, and the reference category was 15 to 19. And we see that in comparison to 15 to 19, we see that women aged 20 to 24 years old had 0.71 times the odds to use condoms compared to women of the age group 15 to 19. And this shows that there is less likelihood for these women aged 20 to 24 to use protection. This, we can attribute this probably due to, we see that women, as you grow older, if you have been having sex, you have been engaging in different activities, you develop trust for your partners, and you think maybe for you, you're not susceptible to contracting this. And let me summarize because of time. Then in our conclusion, the key findings, we see that condom use among sexually active young women in Uganda was critically low among married women. And the married women, we look at even people who are cohabiting, because there is no difference between someone who is officially married and people who are living. Then we look at women with no education, and then women aged 20 to 24 years. Therefore, implications for programs should address relationship dynamics that reduce condom use within unions, and also bridge the knowledge practice gap through empowerment and education programs. Because we realize many people have the information, but they are not putting it into practice. As I conclude, allow me acknowledge Mrs. Amuge Grace Esther, who reviewed this study, and Uganda Bureau of Statistics and ICF International for providing permission to use this data set for this study. Thanks so much for listening to me. I remain Wambok Alan David.
Thank you so much, presenter from Kyambogo University. So right about now, we're not going to waste any minute or second. Let's dive straight into the debate finals. So Mr. Andrew and Esther and the team, please.
Okay. All debate teams, please come in and take up your seats. In the meantime, I'll be inviting the adjudicators that will be judging this final. First is teams, please come in. UCU is not in yet. KIU. Are you didn't qualify for finals? KIU and UCU, please.
Good afternoon, everyone, again. At this point, before the final start, I'm going to be inviting the adjudicators for the final round of the competition. Chairing the panel will be me, myself. My name is Brian Onenrot. Joining the panel, we shall have Apadet. Please take your seat now. Joining the panel, we shall also have Kaka Andy. Please join the panel. The third person joining that panel, we shall have Atwine Swabra Sadiq. Please, if you're in the audience, find your way to the panel. And finally, we shall be having Apili Cynthia Esther also joining the panel. Our panelists, please join the panel. Swabra and Cynthia, please make your way here. Okay, as the panelists make their way to the finals stage, we shall be having 7 minutes of speech since this is a BP tournament. The first and the last are going to be protected. In between, you have interactive speeches. And since this is a finals competition, we shall strongly encourage that speakers ask and take points of information, right? I'm also going to be timing the speakers myself so that we keep time. But also, I would strongly suggest that the debaters endeavor to keep a personal timer so that you see how your speeches are flowing. I think we are missing the opening opposition team. Please make sure you find your way to the stage. UCU, Uganda Christian University. Also, debaters, I think you're going to be using this podium. Yeah, I'm sure you're tall enough to use it.
Am I audible? POI? Okay, POI preference. Just raise up your hand. I hate the nagging. Okay, shout outs to my partner. Okay, I'll begin my speech in 3, 2, 1. I think, Chair, we need to first understand that this motion is not about whether. Okay, this motion does not ask the AU in of itself to intervene with the domestic laws or policies that these member countries in of themselves can make, and it does not ask in of itself the AU to dictate religious interpretation or cultural practice in of itself. We need to understand that this motion in of itself asks the AU to enforce a simple and foundational principle that if you join a union built on shared human rights principles or on shared commitments in of themselves, you must uphold those commitments or you forfeit your seat at the table in the vast majority of instances. Firstly, we need to understand the nature of AU in of itself. AU is a body that is made up of 55 African countries that come together in of themselves on basic shared principles in of themselves. Those principles look like the desire in of themselves to uphold human rights in those particular countries, the desire for national development, or to seek to fund those particular countries to come out of poverty in of themselves, and such forth and such forth. So the African Charter in of itself is a treaty in of itself that obliges those governments to protect children from harm and ensure their access to education and healthcare, and explicitly prohibits the practices of child marriage or early child marriages and all those things that in of themselves do not protect the child in the vast majority of instances. We need to understand that in making of such policies, AU does not wake up and just say that, oh, we have a policy here, all of you must be obliged by it. We believe that in making of such policies, AU in of itself, these member countries sit down and accept and agree to those particular principles that make up those particular those particular agreements in of themselves, or those particular policies in of themselves. So it's not just a random policy made up out of the blue that is forced on individual countries. But also, secondly, and most importantly, is that we need to understand that the African Union in of itself wants and respects autonomy of those particular countries. What that means is that they do not want to take away the ability of those countries to actually self-actualize or to actually make policies on their own. However, at a point in time you come into this organization, you're agreeing to commit to those particular principles that govern that particular country. If 55 of those particular countries in of themselves are agreeing to that particular policy, it does not make sense why then you do not actually agree to the same. So refusing to ratify in of itself, it means that a member state has formally declined to ratify the charter after a reasonable period of engagement, and it's not that a state is still in the process of actually ratifying, or it's holding consultation, or it's holding debates. In of themselves, the state in of itself does not agree with the particular policy that is being put up by the particular organization. Shoot.
Chair and panel, the logic of opening government's case is, if your son is stupid, you should denounce them because they have failed to meet the requirements of what a good son is. You need to engage that case.
Okay. We need to understand something quite simple here, is that you agree to enter this particular organization because you believe in its particular ideals. These are reasons as to why some African states in the past did not join the African Union, because they believed that the African Union does not stand out. Countries like Morocco, for example, it expelled itself from the African Union. But essentially, it came back because it essentially believed that the African Union in of itself has a particular agenda that it so believes. Those particular ideals and agendas are the things, or those particular things that they benefit from the African Union, are the things that incentivize them to actually oblige or to actually be bound by those particular policies in the vast majority of instances. Simply on expelling, we need to understand that expelling in of itself means that you're going to lose your voting rights in the African Union. Why are these voting rights in of themselves important? These voting rights are the ones that help you determine whether you have a seat at the table. That is to say, in deciding whether whether particular funds should go to your country or not, in deciding whether development should come to your country or should be supported by the African Union in the vast majority of instances, in deciding whether you trade with other particular African countries and remain and stabilize your economy in the vast majority of instances. So states in of themselves, they remain sovereign in the vast majority of instances, but they just lose the voting rights and any other things that they would have in the African Union in of itself. So one thing we need to understand is that if these individuals in of themselves are not expelled, regional unions in of themselves, we need to understand that regional unions in of themselves are voluntary associations in of themselves built on shared commitments. What that looks like is that these regional unions come together to form a particular organization basing on commitments that they believe can be that they can follow or that are bound by them. To the extent that that one particular country is not willing in of itself to be bound by those particular unions or particular commitments, it means that it no longer believes in the particular objectives of that particular union. So the best thing for them to do is to actually leave the organization or leave the union in of itself, to the extent that you're not ready to ratify. We think to the extent that you're not able to ratify those particular agreements or that particular statute, it means that you're telling the African Union that you're not ready to be bound by those particular commitments, and you're telling the African Union and you're telling other African countries that, you know what, it is possible to get out of these particular commitments and not be punished in one way or the other, because the African Union is there to tolerate everybody. It means that this in of itself delegitimizes the organization in the vast majority of instances, and they lose the power or the credibility that they have
to force particular countries to do particular things in the vast majority of instances. I rest.
Okay, as I organize my notes, love to give shout out to God. We broke last. Secondly, to my mom, Ruth Perez Faith, my coaches, Rahim and Churchill, to my debate unions, Kids, Nudes, and and then also to my support systems, Shanice and Alan, Nelson, Elijah, Shadrach and Ray, and most importantly to myself, first time giving myself shout outs, and secondly to Joshua, my partner. He has been a rough one. And as all my final speeches, I give this shout out to Immortal Legend. He has really saved my life. Okay, I start my speech on my next word. OG runs two things. One, that they think that everyone who's in AU OG runs two things. They think that everyone within AU has to just accept whatever the majority says. We think it is wrong. Two, we are going to show you why even when they talk about things like funds, it is most likely going to become worse and it is not going to help these kids. Firstly, I think we need to have an interrogation of what the nature of AU looks like. AU is not just a moral club that says, oh, you're perfect, come in, you're not, get out. We think that it's a political institution that is designed to do things like maintaining diplomatic engagements between individuals too. We think that it's supposed to do things like coordination or within regional security and whatnot, but also thirdly, to most likely have things like socialization between states to make norms within those specific areas important and much more better. They think that once they do that, they're most likely going to have the legitimacy they get. Firstly, AU is on the verge of losing its legitimacy. It has already failed within things like DRC Congo, within the healthcare and all things like xenophobia that happen. But two, I think we need to understand on the principle of institutional engagement that the members in this specific country are most likely going to lose out, like AU is going to lose out leverage. Since AU is, if members are within AU, AU most likely gets things like government pressure. It has things like conditional aid, monitoring the violations that exist within the vast majority of instances, but also creating like systems that make sure that individuals change the nature of activism that exists there. We think we need to also analyze the nature of the counterfactors that they come from OG's side. Firstly, we need to understand that there's nuance to these different countries. We need to understand there are the countries that are conservative but very stable. Countries like Morocco, which have things like monarchies and religious institutions that are most likely going to influence things like family law. We think that chart on their side of the house is something that is not going to be happening on their side. Why? Because on their side of the house, these different individuals, once expelled, are going to most likely do things like the clerics and political leaders who are most likely the elites in this specific debate are not going to accept things like the reinterpretation. They're less likely going to cause discourse within their side of the house. But two, we think that since they have the high influence, they're most likely going to make it worse for Africa because you're going to have less mobility within migration. You're going to have less trade. Security is going to worsen, and things like diplomacy are also going to worsen in their side of the house. But also, we need to understand that there's also things like fragile states, for example, South Sudan. We need to understand that for it is institutionally weak. That means that you're most likely having things like child right violations coming from things like the militias, poverty, and the displacement. We think that the rectification, even if it is accepted within those specific countries, it is just going to be something that is very symbolic. But two, it is not going to take priority because these individuals are already struggling with wars. It is quite speculative from their side of the house that those becomes the entire debate on their side of that. First argument that I'm going to run to you on why we think that on our side of the house, on their side of the house, things like radicalism make children worse off. We think that this gives these different organizations the political power and victory. These different countries can claim that, oh, we are protecting our religion, we are protecting our culture, we're protecting our sovereignty. That means that these individuals are most likely going to gain the defense as as being the defense as being them as these different organizations, but two, these individuals are going to have things like that governments are going to be coerced to look as the bad actors, as the betrayers of these specific countries. We think that they lose out on buy-in. But then thirdly, these reforms most likely become politically toxic because everyone is fighting for what they want. They want to be expelled out from EU, stuff like that. We think that becomes problematic on the other side of that. Why this makes things for children even worse is that these countries, once they do things like retaliation, since you're not giving them an incentive to want to come and change, you're most likely they're going to entrench things like lower marriage ages. But two, they're going to restrict things like sexual education within specific areas, and also doing things like shutting down of NGOs that work within to help these individuals. That means that you do not only affect these children, you also affect things like feminist movements that exist within these specific areas that try to fight for these kids. It is quite unclear why that becomes the case on the other side of that. The case study here is quite simple, that in Nigeria, once these people started attempting to fight things like the challenge of children and whatnot, they most likely trigger things like backlash, where things like children started engaging within marriage earlier, they started dropping out of school. Shoot your pure eye.
Why should the population of African countries care about governments that don't care about them?
Okay. We think on our side of that, we are going to protect Africa as a whole. This is why the second argument becomes the most important chat within this debate. We think we need to interrogate the nature of what the likely alternatives then become. We think on their side of that, they then create dependency on these countries. Since they say they're going to limit things like funding, this directly engages what OG says. We think that then these individuals are going to look at ideologies that are ulteriorly motivated to things that are not within these specific countries. I think there's need to understand that there's nuance on what exists within these Islamic organizations and these Islamic states. We think that these Islamic states are things that are radical, that are extremist within nature. That means that they are willing to do anything to get the buy-in that they require. We think on their side out, things like Al-Shabaab are most likely going to strengthen themselves. That means that the African governments that they talk about in their POI, that, oh, we don't care about those individuals, that means that they're going to be affected, because since they're gaining things like, EU has already lost things like regional mediations, but two, they have lost things like development within the partnerships that they have with these specific countries, and also the political legitimacy that requires them to intervene within these specific wars. It becomes comparatively worse. Why? Because the shift now means that these individuals can access funds freely. That means that they can terrorize as thousands and thousands of Africans within their side of the world. We don't think that that is the comparative that we want to have from governments, from opposition side. But two, we think that even when you shift these things, individuals most likely going to be coerced, and this becomes worse on their side of the world. What then becomes the comparative, and why do we win this debate from OG? I think it is quite simple. One, I'm just going to explain why it becomes much better on our side of the world as we create a buffer. The simple thing here to understand is that we want negotiations to continuously exist because we have a way to change these individuals. The reason why other countries like Somalia have constantly changed is because that they have a way. You have not expelled them out. That means that you give them an opportunity to change their minds so that they can support you. We think that loses out on their side of the house once you expel them. On our side of the house, we have a buffer. We tell them that it is wrong, and they can think about it. That means that they can change the laws, they can change the interpretations that they have. But two, we think that on our side of the house, we create a maintenance of relationships between these different individuals. That means on our side of the house, the way up is quite simple, that on their side of the house, the complexity is ignored. On our side of the house, we show you why the complexity becomes much more better, and we create a room where we can solve things like children's rights in the vast majority of instances. Proud.
All right. It's fine. So before I start my speech, I would like to give out a shout out to my partner, the Uganda Debate Society as well. Yeah, better days are coming. So, all right. I'll begin my speech in 3, 2, 1. So, Chair, I think let me just start with OO before I even get into my case. What OO says is that AU within itself has most likely to prioritize things like maintaining diplomatic relationships. They also want to question the legitimacy of the African Union to that extent. I think what Raymond tells you that's very important within the debate is that most countries within the Union of States of Africa most likely understand the objectives that the AU has even before they join it. To that extent, you most likely want to acknowledge the things that you find in this Union of States. You want to enjoy things like diplomacy. You want to enjoy things that exist like free trade. To that extent, it's only contingent on the fact that you're able to go hand in hand with the things that exist within this kind of union. What happens is that we are pushing for a ratification of welfare and rights of children. This is one, looking like you passing a law. However, secondly, it being binding to your people. I think what's most important here is the fact that we acknowledge that these countries ultimately need these benefits that exist within the African Union. I think that's something that both opposition teams are supposed to directly engage with. I think what Raymond tells you is simple, that you most likely want to measure the level of commitment that these countries have to that extent. What that means is that the AU within itself is something that seeks common standards. To that extent, you want to have individuals that most likely prioritize things like protecting children to that extent. But secondly, you can't just enjoy things like diplomacy and free trade to that extent. Infrastructure funds, when you most likely can't bear the minimum of things like protecting children to that extent. I'm just going to engage on that and why it's important. But thirdly, I think it's simple. The union within itself, as Raymond keeps on telling you, has shared commitments. The extent to which you're not able to meet them guarantees you getting you out of that union to that extent. And this is how it's very important. One, I think, Chair, we need to agree on the fact that these countries themselves have incentives. One, it looks like the development funds that you find within these unions, the extent to which African Development Bank has preferences of countries that only exist within the African Union is an incentive enough for you to abide by that obligation that exists, that looks like you protecting your children. But secondly, Chair, notice things like free trade to that extent are also an economical benefit that exists within like your economy as an African Union country to that extent. But thirdly, I think when we are to talk about legitimacy also, I think a government within itself, you'll have most likely the comparative of a government choosing expulsion as compared to protecting a 17-year-old child. Notice the legitimacy of your government within itself is very much questioned, because notice you have accountability to people like NGOs, the donors of your particular country, your neighboring states, your people that exist within your political structures. You ultimately have to answer to them as to why you think you have been expelled from the African Union to that extent. Your excuse can't be because you can't protect 17-year-old children. They have to ultimately directly engage with that. I'll take you before I continue. Chair, I think the issue within the debate is the fact that these guys haven't been able to prove to you why the countries within the African Union state most likely exist alone. Secondly, the fact that they most likely can't exist alone pushes them to exist in a sphere of a union. The extent to which that union objects you to have things that you most likely want to ratify is the extent to which we think it's very important. I think what Daniel tells you is that you most likely will have individuals that want to protect things like religion. You have like political toxicity to that extent. I think the thing that happens within the debate is you ultimately have to weigh which is much more important. The discourse that most likely will happen within your political system, or most likely the benefits that you most likely lose. Again, if I'm to prove to you that these individuals ultimately care about the benefits that exist within the African Union itself, you most likely have it's very simple. The fact that these individuals most likely value things like peacekeeping is the extent to which most likely value things like protecting of children. Notice, these are individuals that most likely have, Daniel himself says it, that there are feminist movements that most likely fight for children. I think it's not logical enough for you to value things like expulsion from the AU than ratifying something that looks like this. It's definitely the same thing. Even when you have feminist movements fighting for the same thing, you ultimately need to pass a law that protects the same thing. We think the value exists more on our side of the house. But again, I'm going to engage on the fact that they want to prioritize countries that most likely are fragile, like South Sudan. We think ratification within itself most likely doesn't cost you to that extent. Because notice, whether you're a fragile country or a strong country or a developing country to that extent, ratification exists for you to be able to create laws that most likely value things like children and protecting them. I think the extent to which they want to bring in countries that exist within like armed conflict isn't like very relevant within the debate. But again, notice that the fact that these individuals, most likely African nations themselves,
most likely exist in spheres that have things like cultural practices. You have children that are married off. These are things that most likely touch the very core of children. Things like their education, their health. The extent to which African Union itself values them is the extent to which we feel expulsion is the necessary ultimate punishment for countries that are not able to abide by something that exists like this. I think the comparative that Daniel gives you, that you most likely have individuals that change their minds because they are left in and they are maybe given things like suspension. We think that doesn't happen because notice, you most likely have countries that enjoy the benefits of the African Union itself, but there's no questioning on why they don't ultimately protect children within their countries. What happens on our side of the house is we create an accountability that exists within your systems. Why can't you protect children that are below 17? If it's because of your religion, you ultimately have to give us an accountability of why you think your religion most likely is going to bring to you the things that the African Union was bringing to you earlier. But secondly, I think when you talk about maintenance of diplomatic relationships to that extent, we think it's very important for you most likely to ratify and not choose expulsion. Because notice, even when you want to value things like diplomatic relations to that extent, I think it's very good for our country in that extent to most likely ratify. Because notice, the unity and the diplomacy that exists in the AU is contingent on the fact that you're able to ratify these particular things that exist. I think it's very important because you can't come and argue things like security worsening. You can't just come and conclude that most likely the political systems are gonna be bad when you ultimately can't prove why they won't be bad if you don't choose to ratify that kind of system. I think with that, I beg to rest.
I'm supposed to use this or this? Both fit my height description. Anyway, shout outs quick. Shout out to my partner. He has always been on my neck for the partnership. It worked out. We broke last, but I think we deserve the win. God willing. Shout out to my kids, St. Henry's, Chitovu. They are watching this. Budo SS, they made me proud. I also hope I make them proud. I think making the final is already making them proud. Yeah, they're already proud. Shout out to the panel of judges. We love you. Yes. Shout out to Kids Debate Union, very welcoming. Then UCU as well. A very mighty shout out. 3, 2, 1. Problem. The problem with these guys is context. The African Union we are talking about today has consistently failed on very many things. Solving things like conflicts in Africa. We've seen the war insurgencies in Somalia. We've seen the continuous coup d'etats in countries like West Africa. The idea here is that there is already a lot that is bad on optics in that regard. At a case in point where you're already failing on those things, expelling member states is only escalating the already existing harm from your side. As an African Union side, we think this is not the best rational decision for you to take. Again, understand that for countries to join a particular bloc or a union, it's because there is a benefit they get out of it. It is not directly implied that they must agree to everything. It is why even in our usual countries, we have things like voting. We call out members of parliament to the extent that the things that they're doing are not what we agree with. To the extent that you're representing us, does not mean that whatever you are coming up with, we directly agree. This explains to the fact that states are rational actors in a specific instance. To the extent that anything is brought out that does not fit the confines of these states, they are justified in all instances to most likely disagree. This is what these particular states are doing. Why does this argument become very, very important? The countries we are talking about, the likes of Tunisia and all that, these are very big states. Daniel tells you that they are very stable. If these things were realistically bad, like these guys claim, we would have seen coup d'etats and rest in particular countries where people want to change. To the extent that they are still stable to that extent, that means that there is already an implied concept, the citizens of these particular countries, that they are okay with what is happening. They are okay with such laws. Let's also understand the nature of what we're talking about. For goodness sake, we're talking about religion. No, this is something that most countries subscribe to. These particular countries subscribe to, and the majority of citizens subscribe to it. They understand the laws that govern these particular religions at a case in point. So to the extent that they choose to subscribe, that means they directly agree. You and African Union, if you want to intervene and superimpose to such things, that means that you undermine the legitimacy of one, the existence of these steps, of these particular states. Then secondly, the consent of the citizens that much likely exist in these countries. Shoot Shadrach before I continue.
you're self-defeating. States are rational actors. Why would you join an organization that most likely can't protect your gains or your
I
benefits?
think this is why they are now not agreeing certain things. This is very clear. Shadrach, with your debate knowledge, you must understand that to the extent that someone deviates from the very fundamentals that they started with, you are justified to most likely leave or not to agree with certain things. This is why countries like Morocco left the African Union and all these particular things, because they most likely don't agree with certain things. Britain wanted to leave the European Union because they felt like they are deviating from the principles that they most likely believe in. You can't force these individuals at a case in point. You wanting to expel them just like that, this means so that you are forcing them to directly imply. That is not what you ought to do. You're losing buyout. African Union needs buy-in at the case in point. I've explained to you what has been happening for so long, all the coup d'etats and all these particular things. Most of these countries are not small, and I'm going to explain that, and it's going to become very important in the extension. I think I've explained the uniqueness of this matter. This is a religious kind of idea. The fact that most these countries are religious in nature, citizens also agree to it. Ideally, if you want to force them to that, they most likely buy out. The extent that you want to expel them because of this particular idea, that means that also their citizens most likely will agree to it for the states to take such decisions at the end of the day. You as African Union are going to lose buyout. Let's understand here, African Union itself is also a very weak body at a case in point today. Because why? I've explained to you why they have most likely failed to protect the countries. South Sudan is having fights every now and then. It is at the goodwill of individual states that wars in South Sudan are probably kept down. It is at the goodwill of individual states that wars in the DRC are not escalating. That means at the case in point, AU is also failing out. You don't give them any benefit to stay. The only benefit you give them to stay is when you align with such interests. At the case in point that they're not even deviating anything like trade or the things that are fundamental, they would rather stay and you get on negotiation tables for them to change. If you force them and push them out, they are going to leave. You're losing buyout. Let me show you the nature of states we are talking about. Most of these countries are in the North Africa. They are big. They control trade routes, material. They control, they also control, why are they right? Yes, they coordinate regional blocks. They competing blocks. They have real partnerships. They very political elements and all these particular things. Because they also control trade along the Mediterranean, it is likely that they can always get allies that most likely get them out of this. You are not the best bargaining power African Union at the case in point here. They can always get allies because they have the best. They have stable economies to get them anything anywhere. These guys are in direct links with Europe as well at the case in point here. We say that you're going to lose out all these things as the African Union when you expel them out. Because when you expel them, that means to say that everyone is agreeing to a particular decision. They can choose not to trade with you and most likely trade with Europe and all these other things and remain stable. Problem, most of them are bigger than the individual states that exist in the African Union per se. Do you need them at a case in point here? You just can't need them for trade to exist. You need them for development to occur. When you expel them, it becomes entirely bad. Understand here, countries excluded from major institutions often seek new trade partnerships. I've explained that. New ideological allies, they have people that agree to such things. Because this is not even the gravest of things. These countries still have laws that protect children in their own instances. It's just a uniqueness in how they protect their individuals that they don't agree to such a thing. You expelling them does not usually do anything. The problem in this, from the case of OG at the case, they don't show us the value that comes out of you just expelling these guys. We show you that there is no value that comes out of that. You instead escalate existing problems. You look like a bully to individuals that you most likely cannot protect at the end of the day. That is the kind of optics around the African Union. I don't think they want such optics. I don't think they want to lose out on trade. They still need these particular countries. CG. Okay. Understand here that nature of countries that have not ratified. We explained to you that these are relatively higher middle income countries compared to many EU member states, more integrated with Europe and global trade. This means that they contribute financial muscles. They contribute a lot to the even existence of the AU. AU in itself does not have so much functioning structures. It is why if it comes to things like wars, it is for the goodwill of the majority of the countries. If you want to lose out on these things, you're going to lose out on trade, you're going to lose out on bargaining power. Why bargaining power in Africa has largely existed is because there is a continuous block to bargain in the bigger markets. To the extent that the big dogs live here, this means that this bargaining power literally reduces. Africa now continues to remain in the economic in the shambles of poverty. At the case in point, we say that here what happens is AU fails these particular states and these member states at large vote OO.
I'll ask for it. Okay. Shout out to people who didn't come and were supposed to be on this final Mass Debate Society. Yeah. And shout outs to Blessing, best teammate I've ever had. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Why Team OO already loses in this debate is that they don't understand that they are dependent. If you are dependent, you need ideologies that need to develop you. That is why AU can't run all African state ideologies. Why? Because African states have already done too much in making people feel that they are not necessary in society. That is why they are not ratifying this specific charter. OO is dead. Why? The best thing they tell us is that African states need to call their shots in AU. This is wrong on 2 specific things. Why? African states need immense help. That means that they are a developing society. And developing societies need to first care about how they give things like policies. Those policies make their people feel better. Those policies make their countries have peace. Those policies give AU better credibility to work with these other states. The second thing is to say that African states can't be rational. Like they keep on saying that African states are rational. African states can't be rational if they're refusing a charter that directly improves the betterment of people's lives. I don't think that is a rational ideology to take out why they shouldn't be expelled. I think they are dead. But why is this response particularly important? AU has to contribute ideas that you need to make yourself better. And this can even happen in a hard way. The only way Museveni is going to listen to you or any African leader is if their credibility that they used to get from AU turns out wrong. AU no longer wants to credit you because you already identify as someone that is not with them. Chewalianga rest context. Nature of developing a continent properly. 2 things here. Intensive care onto social contract. Special needs to happen about society. If governments don't care about how they are going to elevate their social contract, that becomes bad for AU to be even with them because it wants to side with the bad guys. The second thing is to say realization of meaningful information. We need to have a better role as AU to have information or experiences that impact the rationality of Africans themselves. Why this is very important, this debate, is because OO tells you that we have feminists in Uganda. Feminists are not against these charters, but the governments that are in these African countries want to take away these charters. That means that the feminists will make sure that they solve the problem of governments that take away charters that are very important for them. At that specific point in time, you get social movements that correct government policies that are already bad to make their countries better. But what does this specifically mean in the debate? AU expelling. The first thing, efforts of social contract. This is going to happen on 3 specific optics on context. 1, elevating long discussed for non-utilitarian actions. At the point in time that AU doesn't care for things that are going to bring immense help to African society, that is, it needs to care about the values people care about in society, but also the values governments want to impact into their specific people. That makes them disgusted of people raping kids, of why people under 18 are going to face specific problems if we don't care about them. The second thing is on affront onto sovereignty. Ideas that largely exist to make sure that African states are more sovereign than they already are ideas that first protect African populations. If you don't protect African populations, there is no way they are going to be incentivized to care about the sovereignty of the state. Why? Because you're already putting a lot of harm onto them. Chewalianga shoot.
To hell with the kids who are being raped every now and then, because expulsion should be the only way you achieve
The thing that, to answer that POI, just simple. The only reason why Chewalianga is comfortably saying that is because he is against raping. His governments don't care about that. They just want to get other benefits from AU. That is what you're trying to solve in this debate. They need to get the benefit of understanding the ideas that are necessary in context of every single person, not only Chewalianga. Last thing, diplomatic focus onto society. there's a lot of precaution that is necessary when AU is choosing what it's going to run. That means that it needs to build a very big autonomous will for every individual in society to care about policies that largely impact everyone in society, but to make their governments better. That means that the continent looks like a better place if every individual person cares about what exists in this charter. And that only happens if policies like this continuously exist and are supported. Why does this context make sense? The African population is largely youthful. And because it is largely youthful, it implies that we need to give them an attachment to policy and leadership. Constructive engagement only happens when the experiences that put African societies to bad make them realize that they don't have to refuse such specific charters in and of themselves. But the second thing is to say that there is extensive protection of these states, that they are caring for the livelihoods of these specific citizens. But the second thing is advancing their survival. People have to continuously have zero tolerance to people who are harmers. That is to say that they have to continuously say no to governments that they are going to make them feel bad. And the only person that they have as their backup is the AU saying that because these states have refused to put these specific things, take them out of your mind, take them out of governance. But the second thing why this thing is particularly important is because it brings a lot of protection and deterrence towards ideas that affect specific countrymen. Why should you value all these things, Chair? Firstly, we need information that impacts how diplomatic we are and how we better social contract. Why this is in our extension is because being coercive is important. We have to analyze that even when we are in competition, that competition shouldn't divide the ideologies. We need to protect our people. Why is this specifically good? We need to bring justice on general good outcomes that exist in society. Why this can only be achieved in coercive ways is because AU can gain popularity. Why it gains popularity is because it already serves the countrymen who are trying to make sure that their societies are most likely going to be protected by their government or even regional bodies. The only way you achieve this is by making them experience why it is bad to be expelled from the AU if you don't have this specific criteria. The biggest thing you get on our side is that at the end of the day, people, when they experience this thing, they will value why we need to stay with this specific idea, why we need to stay with this specific charter. That makes their rationality care about these specific charters. I rest.
Okay, I want to first send shout-outs, first of all, to God for this opportunity, and then to Kyambogo University Debate Society. It's quite a good one. Another shout-out to my trainers. We have Rahim, Isaiah, those who kept on pushing me, and then shout-out to my partner, Henry, for this moment. And yeah, so I'll begin my speech in 3, 2, 1. Chair, first of all, let me take you back to why exactly countries necessarily do not ratify. Number one, this particularly means that these countries don't inherently agree that maybe doing this or that to a child is particularly good, but because when it comes to ratification, it's not just agreeing on a particular policy, it means you are going on to implement that particular policy, you go on to domestication, which goes through a lot of procedures that requires incentives. Now, let me take you to countries like South Sudan. Why particularly South Sudan not ratifying expulsion will not be the best alternative to go with? When you look at the state of South Sudan, it is not just fragile. So I will mechanize it on two levels. First of all, the fragility of South Sudan exists on two things. Number one, the state of security in South Sudan is very unstable. Now, what does that mean? It means that even when policies are to be implemented in such a country, they would most likely not work because the priority is on ensuring security. Everyone is up and down, right? So that particularly means even when South Sudan wants to ratify, it does not have the incentive to ratify in itself, because even when it goes on to ratify, implementation will fail because of its instability, follow-up will fail because people are trying to fight for security in itself. Now let's go to look at a country like Morocco in itself. Why choosing to expel necessarily will not work? Because according to according to government team, when they talk about expulsion, according to them, is just removing these people from having the rights to vote within AU. They also highly forget that expulsion particularly means for countries like Morocco, it means removing such countries from the jurisdiction of AU in itself. What does this particularly mean? It means that AU now has a big limitation on such countries. It means it can't implement policies within such countries. It means now higher and bigger organizations can use this particular opportunity to come up and work together with such countries. That's why even bigger organizations like even the Al-Shabaab in itself can take this particular opportunity to come and embed Morocco in itself. Why is this particularly dangerous and bad for AU in itself? Number one, AU's legitimacy is highly contingent on it working together with these countries, ensuring integration. Particularly at this point, it's already unstable. Now, if such a country which is highly stable like Morocco in itself is pushed away from AU's jurisdiction, it looks like, number one, the question of its legitimacy is going to exist. Number two, a high threat on security is going to exist because of the exposure of such acts within that particular kind of the country. This not only destabilizes AU in itself, it disincentivizes other countries that highly believe in AU setting strategies that would work for all of them. Now, Chair, when we go to particularly this kind of charter, you find that this charter in itself was most likely, these policies that come up are embedded or highly rely on taking on the majority opinion, right? We do not necessarily mean that, we don't necessarily think that AU in itself should remove this particular policy. We think that there is need to consider the minority communities that exist within these particular communities in itself. Why? Because we do think that different communities have different nuances, right? That means if you bring up a policy to me, I may not necessarily implement it because I do not directly agree with that kind of policy, but it may also mean that I have different cultures or values that exist within my particular kind of community. So in order for me to buy into such a policy, we have to reach a ground whereby when I buy in, it does not highly conflict with whatever we believe in, which would result into a conflict, but rather it will bring a point of negotiation and consensus whereby if something is agreed to be wrong at the end of the day, we would decide to go for it, or if it is not necessarily, we would find a form of consensus so that we all agree for the greater good of the two. Now, what exactly does CO bring to you in tonight's debate? There is high need and incentive for AU to consider all these kind of countries, right? Because even the particular countries that have actually failed to ratify are countries that are inherently, number one, highly stable or are highly disenfranchised at this particular point. It means at the end of the day, the best thing AU can do to ensure such a charter to continue going on is through restructuring the negotiations that exist within this particular charter, right? Now, this looks like restructuring these particular negotiations to restructuring this charter to involve negotiations that will highly involve these particular communities into sit-downs that will go on for negotiations whereby the different nuances that exist will try and find a way of coming into a consensus, right? Number two, even when for communities that do not particularly have the incentives, another thing is to incentivize these particular communities, not necessarily by AU directly funding, right? We do believe there are other bigger countries that already have higher capacities, right? Ensuring that these other countries with capacities help implement these particular things within these other kind of countries still gives them another incentive and capacity to buy into this particular kind of ratification at the end of the day. But I take you.
All the feminist groups in your countries are against female genital mutilation because it's a tradition. It says more about your inability as a country than it says about the AU. Engage on that.
Chair, first of all, I think that when it comes to the government team, they've actually clearly failed to understand exactly what we are trying to tell them. We told them clearly from ratification that it directly does not necessarily mean I do not agree, but it most likely means because ratification is a process that has a lot of steps involved, like implementation, like domestication, like follow-up. Number one, I may not have the incentive to do that, or number two, I may be pushed down by other different factors, right? Now, why particularly expulsion is going to look so badly on their side of the world? Number one, different states join AU with different objectives, right? Some states particularly join because I want to improve on trade, right? Now, for a country like Morocco, if you expel Morocco because particularly Morocco has refused to ratify this kind of thing, right? Number one, is a very stable state, right? It can shift and trade with other nations in the Asian states because it is highly influenced by those kind of nations, right? Now, you find this at the end of the day, it gives other people the capacity to pull out of this kind of thing, right? Now, number two, for a country like South Sudan, expelling South Sudan is not something that is actually going to even be good or incentivize it to actually work, right? It is going to look like disenfranchising South Sudan more and more, because at the end of the day, it is still trying to sort out issues of security, right? So now disenfranchising, it means you're going to push it down to the ground, and then at the end of the day, this is particularly so bad, because when AU is trying to integrate and work with all these nations towards security or towards achieving all these objectives collectively, shifting and excluding particular communities in itself is highly and inherently bad for it. So with this, I beg to submit. Thank you.
Just raise your hand. Same. For G, populations. Okay, Arnold. Hi everyone. I'm really excited to be here. Huge shout out to God and for reaching here. It's really amazing. A huge shout out to every debate crane in the room. It's everything. That experience is everything. Huge shout out to BSU and the Mass Debate Society. Yeah. And a huge shout out to Arnold. Yeah, really the best teammate ever. Okay, I begin my speech in 3, 2, 1. I think firstly with OO, they tell you one thing. They would rather have negotiation over every single thing we say. They tell you that they feel that you lose the negotiation power the moment you expel them. First response, understand that these communities already have a set of rules and beliefs, as you say. Therefore, they do not want to negotiate with you because they already feel like you are not aligning with what they want. But then secondly, we don't understand how you have negotiation with countries that have already proven to you that they do not want to move an inch. Also, another thing, when they tell you about negotiation, they also tell you that the African Union really doesn't have a lot of legitimacy in society. That basically means it cannot be able to move the inch on things like negotiation. When you come to the table to talk to these guys on, hey, you should probably care for children and stuff like that, you are the AU speaking. That means in this debate, you cannot argue that these people are not legitimate, they are not big enough to actually, impact these societies to want to change, and also argue that you're going to be able to negotiate. That already proves to you how that negotiation would not do anything, right? Another thing, they continuously tell you that things like religion exist, and therefore these people are refusing for those basics. I think every black man in this room probably doesn't like racism, but a time ago, whites probably thought this was their right to live. They probably had it their culture. To many of them, they even have religions, and this was basically something that is embedded in them. That already shows you that there are societies that also have agreed to normalize certain bad things. That definitely means that they want to continue going with them. That means when organizations stand up to go against such bad things, they're having a collective mechanism on saying that certain things cannot exist in society, whether you agree with it, whether you don't, whether you have a religious background, whether you don't. So you cannot argue in this debate that you basically feel like these people have a religious implication and stuff like that, but also want to convince us that you still want to change them by things like negotiation. You want to convince us that feminists themselves are still going to organize themselves in those communities and still work out well. What you also get from them, they tell you, they also tell you that a lot of these societies are probably a lot of the organizations that are trying to move the inch are probably going to be affected in these societies because as the AU you are speaking up. Understand, that's already symmetrical, because on your side you already have a lot of these feminists being pushed down. Why? Because in their countries they literally do not agree with you. That basically means you're not moving an inch. Also, I think it's very important to discuss the issue of legitimacy, right? Understand, the AU in this debate cannot have any legitimacy if it still plays the role of the underdog. It has to find a method of trying to prove its relevancy. And that already comes in when you have things like coercion. Why? When you come up and stand against things that seem to be so controversial to many societies, one, you're showing as to why you're standing on, and that means you're not going to be influenced in the future. But also, when closing opposition tries to argue for you things like, these people, you probably need them, in things like trade, in things like what? Understand one thing, if you have them already deciding for you,
you don't have an impact. Why? Because you already have them trading to tell you what to happen because you feel like they have trade. Basically meaning, as the African Union, you don't have any legitimacy. Why? You fear that you're going to lose them on trade. You fear you're going to lose them as a member state. But when you stand against them, you have a lot of legitimacy. Why? The media will preach that the African Union stood against something that they felt that was wrong. But also, the people in those countries feel a sort of validation. People who are fighting for children's rights feel like some sort of support, right? That basically means that they are more likely to even feel like they are going to have some aid coming in through them. You cannot get anything if you keep saying that you'd rather have things like table. Another thing, a response on what closing opposition talks about you having some sort of, unstable countries. Understand, from the unstable countries, they tell you that even when they want to legitimize these things, they are still very unstable, right? So definitely they are not really going to work out. A few responses to this. I think there is a huge difference between we do not want this thing and a huge difference between we are trying to have this thing, but probably law is happening. But probably war is happening. And understand, a lot of this society already have things, even in times of war, you still have things like, them prioritizing a few of the basics they were working on. That basically means if Sudan really cares about children's rights, it probably has some sort of its funding that is given to it for relief, caring about where children stay, caring about how girl children are going to survive. But it does not care them in times of war, if it completely does not agree with the whole ideology of caring for children's rights. You don't have any achievement on that side. I think that's basically one of the reasons why we still would pursue Sudan to actually care about them. But also another thing, when you want to tell us the things like when you want to tell us that probably there is a lot of this whole point is going to be so symbolic, that basically means you have of them just caring about it as a symbol rather than as something impactful. Understand, a lot of policies are impacted in society if people feel like they hold meaning. And the African Union coming up and standing against countries like Morocco, which have a lot of funding, which they feel like they actually gain a lot from, is going to justify it as a country that actually should.
Okay, the having debate on your side must then prove why you make rights better for these individuals. You make it worse because these countries can always align elsewhere. They have the...
Understand one thing, right? They tell you that you don't gain anything just because these countries are withdrawing and underlining and elsewhere. We tell you one thing. The fact that as a big country, African Union, you're not harboring or you're not aiding people who are constantly going against children's rights, that's already a push for the right reason. But then secondly, why you better it is that the media is going to read something bigger, right? It's going to read that an African organization is going against things like fighting for, like going against children's violations, right? That basically means that you're calling for an international pull on these people. You're calling for international attention. Things that seemed normal and religious and culture become debates on whether it's fine for you to rape a girl just because it aligns with your religion. It becomes a huge discussion. And that basically means probably these people are able to be cared for. Another thing, Arnold tells you that the young generations in these countries are more likely to want to pull out. Why? They feel like they are not being prioritized by their countries. They feel like they're not being prioritized by their countries. They feel like they are not being given any aid at all. Understand, from our side, you put a mechanism to help out these people. If the barrier is their governments, at least you're able to do something. You're able to pull international communities towards them. You're able to pull things like sanctions. You're able to pull attention that can be able to help them to exist in their entirety. You don't get anything from the whole negotiation that comes in. Why, as the African Union, you stand nowhere? Because why? You don't have any validation. Validation only comes when people feel like you're important. And the importance, as we already tells you, comes in doing things that are coercive, things that are strict, things that show that your stand is very, very strong. But another thing, you don't gain from anything if at all you're just to stand there and watch people die in society just because you feel like it is something that aligns with them, right? I think what you get from our side as an extension... Oh, thank you.
Okay, I definitely know I'm audible. So I know everyone's having lunch, so I want to give them something interesting to go with the food. Yeah, so shout outs, obviously to God. Damn, this is my fourth final. And also given the lineup on the finals, it shows I should retire quickly. Yeah. All right. So yeah, shout out to God. Shout out to basically the Ugandan debate space. They value discourse so much, and all the best. Shout out to Kyambogo University Debate Society, the mighty Kyambogo. Yeah, shout out to all the other debate societies that managed to show up. Shout outs to the Uganda national debate teams, debate cranes. Very glad that you guys are here. So thank you guys for coming. Because you guys are here, I had to up my game a bit and take this seriously. And yeah, shout out to the South Sudanese Debate Society as well, Coach, BR, and Jock. And shout out to everyone. Shout out to my lovely, beautiful partner, Priscilla, for carrying me to this final. And shout out to the judges. All right, I'm gonna start on my next word. I wanted to use clashes, but I'm gonna use a masterclass on policy motion basics. But first, let's look at what the case from closing government looks at. At their core, they say that governments don't care. Expulsion is the only way to make them care. I wonder why, I'm not surprised why this doesn't sound the same thing as what opening government tried to prove. I'm going to show you why they labored to prove but failed. But there are two responses to this. Firstly, when the US troops decided to bring their fleet to the Strait of Hormuz in a bid to force that strait to open, two things happened. Iran discovered a simpler and quicker and more efficient trade route on land by passing through the neighboring countries, Kazakhstan and the rest. The average judge knows the geography. But using the strait takes 40 days. So they found a lesser and more efficient trade route to use. Trade became easier for Iran when they used coercive power. Second, Saudi Arabia, that now use the Strait of Hormuz to trade its oil, can no longer. What they decided to do was to start trading the oil at any price that they can. It meant that they can now accommodate any buyer all around the world. It means they now have a bigger market base. The point of the Strait of Hormuz was to weaken these countries to make them fold into submission. It failed. It made the countries stronger, and they looked for more efficient ways of making their economy work. This is what we've been trying to tell them as an up bench, but clearly, gov benches have a listening problem. Let's move on to then the clashes that exist specifically in the round whatsoever. Let's start with the idea. In such motions, there is the agreement of a problem. We agree there is a very big problem around children's rights and children's welfare, and how the expulsion ought to be able to solve that problem. We agree on the problem. This is not a contentious clash. I just need to point out that everybody agrees what the problem, and need to point out what that problem is, given that everybody does a very bad job at pointing that problem apart from my partner. The debate now boils down to the solution. Let's start with opening government. Opening government says the solution is expulsion. And they are right. They have a lot of justifications as to why this action is necessary. But no, you don't have to stop there. You have to explain why this expulsion looks like, what it does, but most importantly, how that expulsion provides. Opening government then has two lines of logic behind their case. The first is that children's rights are abused. We expel, we get change. There is no logical link that has been made by that side so far in the round. They can't win by simply throwing grammatical confetti. It's not an English lesson. The second thing they choose to do is to say that because people fear expulsion, the change won't happen. My partner explains to you how the situation in South Sudan worsens, and why Morocco now starts working with United Arab Emirates and European countries who they already have ties with to diversify their trade. So I don't see anything to be scared about there, if you can always have alternatives to cater for your economy as you still abuse the rights of children that you so much care about. So on their world, that Sudan loses the capacity and the benefits that are holding it together right now. So the war becomes worse, more people die, more children that they care about die and become exploited and underutilized. No solvency from opening government. They lose on the solution. I'm coming to Arnold. Let's move on to what CG's contribution is. Very absurd and derivative. They say coercive power is what makes individuals care. The war happened, people put sanctions on Putin, but he decided to become buddy-buddy with Xi Jinping in China and used a more stable and a stronger currency than the US currency that was depreciating at that time. It shows you that at the end of the day, there will always be someone to care about you, because unless these people missed common sense, the idea is that not everybody will care about children, because like they also argue, it is not the most proximate thing that is important to them. Some other people, it's their economy. Some other individuals, it's improving their military. So therefore, those things will particularly care. I want to now point out what OO says. OO says that escalation will increase and things will get worse. The problem with this is that there is no clarity on what that solution is, because the debate isn't about things getting worse. The debate is about understanding what then happens for the welfare of children. Yes, things will escalate, we know what is bad, but how does an opt-in do you intend to make those solutions better? They flag negotiations. I want to make this differentiation very clear. OO flags that negotiations happen and they will work. No mix, no nuance, what those negotiations look like and how those negotiations will solve the problem. This is where my beautiful partner enters the debate. She explains to you what these negotiations look like. She explains to you in her beautiful speech that these negotiations look like being able to change the dynamics of the very laws themselves. Because the laws, and she explains how these laws are made. She says when you go to the African Union, countries and your presidents sit down and make these policies. But the reason why they make these policies, they don't care about the minority. It's about voting, like what happens in parliament. When you have most of the individuals who care about the 100 million they got, than your interest, they just say aye to the policy, but never consider the different diversity of the communities and how their structures look like. What it means then, because you don't consider those specific individuals in that particular regard, is that you then don't get solvency. Our negotiations are able to revise the policy, change the nuances, the articles in the very charter that is supposed to cater for these individuals. What does that then lead to, and the drastic change my partner proves to you? Before that, I want to use opening government because they are not derivative. They're the better side on OG. They have nothing. Arnold.
Okay, so if AU is so replaceable, where does it get better in society if it doesn't impact
It's
things?
not about AU replacing. It's about AU taking a different decision aside from coercive power. When we say that Museveni should not stop excommunicating individuals, we are saying he should now adjust the laws and policies to fit the nuances of minority groups. Morocco and Tunisia are predominantly religious communities. So there are laws and policies on how they care about children, what age women should marry, what age men should have sex, if prostitution should even be a thing, if drinking should even be a thing, are very different from Uganda and Kenya. And that's the logic that these guys miss in the debate. My partner explains that these negotiations and revision of these policies through the negotiations draws you closer to understanding what those realities are and putting progressive steps to change them. You get more buy-in because those countries are willing to make a compromise. If Saudi Arabia and Morocco say we need to marry at the age of 15, when you negotiate with them, they will adjust that age to 17. When you excommunicate them, nothing changes because they will just pick the nearest partner, who's United Arab Emirates, that caters for their ideals, who agrees with what their stance is. You make them more aggressive, there is no change. The differentiation between the up bench is very simple. My partner flags that solution. We explain what that solution does to provide meaningful change and society for individuals. 3 parts of the policy debate: problem, solution, how that problem deals to make a better world for children. We are very proud to win from CO, just like how Opana did it. Very proud to do it again.
Ooh, a round of applause for the debaters, the finalists. Congratulations. Thank you for making it up to the finals. That was Bara University, Kyambogo University, UCU, Uganda Christian University. Yeah. And of course, we had, I mentioned Kyambogo already. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we're very happy to have our chief guest, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health, in representation. And we are going to quickly have a recap of our two-day conference from yesterday, so the Permanent Secretary could have a better view of what has transpired since we began this particular second National Students Health Conference. This is the second edition, and this particular conference is an annual conference, and a lot of things went down. Again, very importantly, we want to continue thanking and recognizing our partners. We've been with the Ministry of Health, and the Permanent Secretary is present here, and we're very excited. Could you please put a round of applause to the Permanent Secretary? We have had with us the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development. And it's, please, a round of applause for Minister of Gender. We had the Commissioner Mondo was here with us, and he really participated actively in the entire conference. And again, he has always been, Minister of Gender has always been part of this particular conference. We've had definitely the Ministry of Education and Sports. Hey, please clap for the Ministry of Education and Sports. As you all know, we are all students. This is a students' health conference. Definitely the Minister of Education had to come on board, and it's important for you to understand that this particular initiative was launched by the First Lady and the Minister of Education and Sports, as we have always told you, and you've been able to watch on the video, the launch, which was beautifully done. And we thank Mama, the First Lady, Janet Kataha Museveni. A round of applause for her. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we've had a number of development partners. Let's put our hands together for UNFPA. UNFPA. Yeah, thank you, the energy. UNFPA, thank you very much for supporting this particular edition, and of course being really intentional about what young people have to do, their health, and we don't take that for granted. We really appreciate it. In that same spirit, let's thank Naguru Teenage Center.
That is how.
Yeah, these are the partners who made this possible for us. Thank you, Naguru Teenage Center. Let's thank the Uganda AIDS Commission.
And stood up.
Understand, Uganda AIDS Commission is definitely under the office of the President, and the Director General of Uganda AIDS Commission was fully represented by the Uganda AIDS Commission team, and we are happy we still have one of the staff from Uganda AIDS Commission. Dr. Dan was here from Uganda AIDS Commission and really gave the students something very good to go with. Ladies and gentlemen, Mary Stops Uganda. Let's start from Mary Stops. Mary Stops, yes. Thank you very much, Mary Stops, for supporting us, for supporting this edition. And of course, HF Uganda Cares. Yeah, let's put our hands together for Uganda Cares. Uganda Cares have always been part of this initiative, always been part of this conference. Ooh. Ladies and gentlemen, without Kyambogo University, we wouldn't have been here. Let's put our hands together for Kyambogo University. Thank you very much, Kyambogo University. We had the Dean of Students, Kyambogo University, the Guild President, Kyambogo University, and really they did us great. Very, of course, ladies and gentlemen, and especially to our Permanent Secretary, this initiative is championed by a youth-led organization called Own Your Future Campus Initiative. Put your hands together for Own Your Future Campus Initiative. Own Your Future Campus Initiative works with health ministers of various universities. All the health ministers from the various universities, please, from wherever you are, just wave as we clap for you. Yeah, thank you so much, health ministers. And you are lucky, health ministers, you are lucky. If I were you right now, I would make sure I have a photo with a Permanent Secretary. You never know where that photo would lead you. Yeah, very important. Yeah, so I am going to be inviting Patricia shortly, and she will be giving the Permanent Secretary a recap of what transpired, also be able to help the permanent secretary understand which universities are represented here. For starters, this initiative is in 32 public universities and extending to other universities across the country. And it is really, really impacting lives of young people in the universities. And so we again thank all the universities that made it possible for us to access those universities and have this initiative run. Patricia, wherever you are, please walk through and be able to give the audience and the permanent secretary a brief of what transpired. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Patricia P. Sejang, and I'm part of On Your Future Campus Initiative. Distinguished guests, development partners, university leaders, student health ministers, and delegates. We, the delegates of the National Students Health Conference 2026, assembled at Kyambogo University on 14th and 15th May 2026 under the theme From Awareness to Action, Institutionalizing Student Health, respectfully present this outcome statement to the Honorable Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Health for her consideration and action. Although the Honorable Permanent Secretary is unable to be with us in person today, her office is well represented. Dr. Alfred Driwale, Commissioner, Institutional Capacity and Health Workforce Development, we are honored to have you with us, and we are confident that the commitments and calls contained in this statement will reach her with the urgency they deserve. This conference, convened by the Own Your Future Campus Initiative in its second edition, brought together student leaders, university health ministers, representatives from the Ministry of Education and Sports, the Ministry of Health, UNFPA, civil society and partner organizations. Today's proceedings are a resounding affirmation that student health is not a mere concern. It is a national imperative. In a special way, we appreciate the individuals and institutions that have walked this journey with us. Ms. Christine Blockers, Country Representative UNFPA Uganda, and Sizom Alan, represented in absentia, Dr. Cleophas Mugenyi, Ministry of Education and Sports,
policies in
Dr. Richard
universities that are directly
Commissioner
concerned
for
on student
Reproductive
health,
and Child
we
Health,
must be
Ministry
ready
of Health,
to include or
Mr.
prioritize
Mondo,
student
Assistant
health
Commissioner
in
for
the
Youth
budgets
Affairs,
that are being
Ministry
made.
of Gender,
We must be
Labor,
able, as part
students
of the
from the
different
25
stakeholders,
universities that have
to our
supported
government
their
partners
students to
and
participate
the UN
in this
partners who are
conference.
here in this room.
The
We are
evidence
glad and
presented
grateful,
throughout day one
and we want to
paints a
inform you that
sobering
students
picture.
are unknown
Students
future
across
investment.
Uganda's higher institutions
Maristop,
face
thank you
compounding
very
health
much.
vulnerabilities. From HIV
We also have
and
the
sexual
Uganda
health
AIDS Commission
and
that
sexual
has been with
reproductive
us
health
from the
risks
start.
to an escalating
These
mental
are the
health
guys who
crisis,
took me
to
to
pervasive
UCU.
gender-based
And they
violence,
refused, they dragged
all
me. I wasn't
within
supposed to
environments
go.
where
They
institutional
dragged me, they
support
said, no, you are the
remains
commissioner for
chronically
youth, you have to go.
inadequate. The following
They took me,
statistics
and today I am
demand
happy
urgent,
that
sustained
they have
attention.
not, you know, they have not
60% of
lost the
students
vision
report knowing
that we
how to
shared with
access
them
mental
then.
health
They are still
services,
with us.
yet only 18%
I also want to
actually do
appreciate
so,
our host,
revealing a
Kyambogo
systemic
University.
gap between
Thank you very
knowledge
much.
and access.
I cannot forget Uganda
Estimated
Cares,
80% of
obviously.
pregnancies
You
among
people do
university
amazing
students
job.
are unintended.
I also want to
At least 7
appreciate
students across Ugandan universities died by
First-
suicide within a single academic year.
the young people
Stigma,
themselves.
Cost, physical
On Your
distance
Future
from services,
initiative
and fear
or On
of
Your Future
judgment
Campus
remain the
initiative
primary
is
barriers
purely
preventing
voluntary.
students from seeking
These are young
care.
people who woke up in the
These are
morning
not
and
merely
decided that they are going to
statistics and
do
numbers.
what it
These are
takes.
students,
And they are going to make sure
Uganda's
it
future
happens.
leaders, researchers,
Ladies and gentlemen,
entrepreneurs, public
allow
servants.
me pause for
Their
protocol
health
to introduce
is Uganda's health. The Own Your Future Campus initiative represented at this conference by team leader Brendan Katshabe and our head of programs, Mr. Andrew, presented the foundational mandate and concrete asks that underpin this very conference. We have established specifically to confront the compounding health challenges facing students in Ugandan higher institutions. HIV vulnerability, limited access to sexual and reproductive health services, and the growing mental health crisis. We have built a network of student ministers of health across universities who conduct awareness campaign, facilitate peer training, and advocate for policy reform from within their institutions. We are proof that students are not passive recipients of health services. They're active, credible, and irreplaceable advocates. We place on record our gratitude to the Honorable Permanent Secretary for her support of OYF from its very launch. In her absence, we formally transmit the following asks to the Ministry of Health, trusting that they will receive the attention they merit. We ask for statutory enforcement of a national student health and safety policy. Uganda requires a legally binding enforceable national policy framework that mandates universities to provide minimum standards of health services, including mental health, SRH, HIV prevention, and GBV response. Voluntary compliance is insufficient. The Ministry of Health is requested to champion and enforce this framework in close collaboration with the Ministry of Education and Sports. Secondly, we ask for dedicated funding and resources for student health. OYF and its networks of student health ministers operate within limited resources against an enormous mandate. The Ministry of Health is requested to allocate and facilitate dedicated funding through government appropriations and partnership with development agencies, including UNFPA, Maristops Uganda, to sustain and expand student health programming across Ugandan campuses.
Sexual harassment in
we ask for the expansion of the Student Health Minister Network to all 36 universities.
Higher institutions
the
of
model
learning,
student ministers of health is proven and scalable.
Health institutions,
OYF
we have
requests the ministry's active
some have
endorsement,
hospitals, some
facilitation,
have
and
clinics,
resourcing
some have
to
medical
expand this
centers,
network to
each
all
at
36 accredited universities in Uganda and ultimately to regional institutions beyond Uganda's borders. We also ask for sustained investment in capacity building and educational resources. Now, student health clubs and campus health ministries are the front line of health promotion in Ugandan universities. The Ministry of Health is asked to invest in structured capacity building programs, provision of educational materials, and professional supervision to ensure these structures are equipped to deliver meaningful, evidence-based health promotion. Lastly, we ask for formal government commitment to the annual National Students' Health Conference. This conference has demonstrated in just 2 editions its power to convene, galvanize, and produce actionable commitments on student health. We request the Ministry of Health to formally commit to co-owning and sustaining this conference as an annual national platform, providing institutional backing, financial support, and high-level government representation each year. Distinguished delegates, development partners, student health ministers, all representative bodies, thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give another round of applause. Yes, we have significantly moved. We are now getting to the closed program. And I want to appreciate us for the resilience, our ability to stay this long. And we're just moving into the final segments of our 2 days program. I hope that we've been able to learn, we've been able to engage and network. Hopefully, it's not leaving us the same. So at this point in time, I am going to invite a very special guest who is going to invite our chief guest for the day. I'm going to invite our programs coordinator, Integrated Sexual and Reproductive Health at UNFPA, Miss Lunguzi Juliana. We invite you to give your remarks and invite our chief guest. Thank you.
Make health easy and private for every student. Thank you.
Do we have any questions?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's almost an empty room, so I'll make sure I'll be fast. But I know you've stayed here for a long time, but it's good that you were sitting here for a very good cause. And thank you, our commissioner, representing the Ministry of Health. We know how busy you are, but you took your time to be here with us. As they said, I'm Juliana Lunguzi. I'm from UNFPA, and I'm the program coordinator for sexual reproductive health. Yesterday, you were with my representative, Ms. Christine Brokers, who really inspired you guys to say, what is it that you can do beyond being a student and making sure that you live healthy? I was listening to the lady who was giving us the brief. I really like it that as students, you've taken it upon yourself to make sure that you sit, discuss about health, and it is my hope that you're going to take these messages out to the other students so that we can see the multiplying effect in the universities where you belong. And many thanks to the Ministry of Health and all the other organizing NGOs. I've seen Naguru, MSI, everybody who is here, and even the school for allowing the students to be here and talk about these issues. Because we've been here for a long time, I'm not going to say much, but I'll only say 5 points. And I hope you're going to give me your undivided attention as I share my thoughts. I know people have stood here, they have said everything, they have talked about your health, how you need to be healthy, how to prevent all kinds of diseases. But I just want to share with you 5 things that I thought I might also help to kind of sum up what you have said. I was listening to you, to the president of the country. Was that on Tuesday during the inauguration? And what Uganda, because I'm not from Uganda, but one thing I hear a lot and I've taken up is that you want to protect the gains. And from an African country, here, I must admit, Uganda, you're making progress, according to, if you compare to other African countries. And this progress is coming in because other people have been intentional that Uganda must develop. So I want to share with you these 5 points. I'm not here to do political speech, but speaking to you as a fellow young person. I hope you can see me and think that I'm also a young person. Eh? Okay, thank you. So to me, the first point I want to emphasize is that for Uganda, Uganda will not become developed because, of roads alone or whatever you can think of development. But Uganda will really become developed because of disciplined, healthy, and productive young people. And a choice you have made as young people in university, because that's where we miss it a lot. It's very important. So a healthy generation is the real infrastructure that a country needs in order to develop. So it is my hope that you take these messages along with you and share amongst yourself to say, how do we stay healthy and make sure that we avoid all the mental health challenges that we have, sexual reproductive health challenges, we remain fit, we think about HIV prevention. Because you can agree with me, when you look at the issues of mental health, one of the major causes of mental health is drug abuse. Am I right? But drug abuse, can you prevent it? So we cannot, somebody is saying you can't prevent mental, somebody is saying no, really he's saying no. But you can prevent this. You can make a decision from here that I've met a girl and I want to sleep with them without a condom. Or you can make a decision that I want to sleep with them with a condom. Or I want to sleep with them after knowing them better. So for you to be the health infrastructure, we must make that individual decision because it's all about behavior change. The second point I want to share with you as we sum up is to say every preventable health problem is costing Uganda billions. We sit in the health sector with a commissioner. I can tell you, we sit in a team that is called HIPAC. HIPAC is the health, is that team that is chaired by the PS, where we talk about the challenges, we make policies for the health sector. And one thing we have all agreed is the money is not enough to make sure that we provide free services to everybody. As a result, we must be careful on how we can grow a healthy nation, knowing that the shillings are not enough. Imagine to take care of somebody who has been involved in a car accident in an ICU. It talks about 50 million, almost 50 million in ICU. And per year, you're looking, these days, young people, you're drinking all these heavy substances, you end up making your kidneys fail, you go to the hospital. It takes the government almost 500 million to take care of young people with dialysis. This is the money the government could have put into your education to make sure that you have a better network in your universities, you have better food. So because of our behavior, the choices we have made of young people, we are making life expensive. The government is allocating a lot of resources to the health sector so that they take care of the issues that you could have prevented. So I want us to go home to think about these issues. Because all these health bills, you can end up having broken families, you can end up being unemployed just because government has allocated so much money to take care of you because you didn't take care of yourself. So let's be cognizant that every health problem can be preventable and it can save a lot of shillings in the country. The third point I want to talk about is that the cheapest hospital in the world is prevention. Do you agree with me? The cheapest hospital is prevention. If today you end up sleeping somebody without a condom, you have a sexual transmitted infection, you go to the hospital, take drugs, that is money. Sometimes because you're too young, you end up being pregnant or unsafe abortion, you stay in the hospital for the week. That is money. That is money that the government can use. Another prevention, these days as young people, we are into gambling. We are into alcohol abuse, traffic injuries. All those who end up having complications, which the government needs to give the health sector to take care of you. Somebody said the challenges within the health sector is we inherit the failures of other sectors. Ministry of Gender failed to give information about pregnancy. You do it too early, you end up with complications. About drugs, the same thing. So remember, the cheapest hospital in the world is prevention. The fourth point I want to share with you is the biggest wealth of Uganda is not the oil underground. It is the young people that are sitting here. You are the biggest oil. Why am I saying this? Because every country that has young people who are productive, they become rich. So you are the richest that Uganda has. So we must take care of ourselves. Let's complete education. Let's be responsible. And as I finish, I also want to say one thing. You are the generation that can move Uganda from survival to greatness. You can make a decision that Uganda must be great. You can make it by not having destructive behavior. So as you conclude this day, I really, because at UNFPA we believe that taking care of young people at that age, we can help to build stronger economies and better countries. I want you to really think about the future, that Uganda is not waiting in parliament or in the boardroom for it to develop. It's waiting for you to finish school that you can develop. And the question you must so ask yourself is, will Uganda spend its future treating preventable diseases, or it will spend its money investing in me? It can invest in you if you do the right thing. You prevent issues that make the country spend money on, and if you continue to contribute and share this information. So I wish you all the best as you go home. Be the best that you can be. Continue developing this nation. Make sure that we help Ministry of Health spend less so that that money should come into your education. Thank you very much, and let me ask Dr. Alfred to come here and give us the address speech on behalf of the peers. Thank you very much.
Peace be with you. For those who are Muslims, that is just the same as saying Salam Alaikum. Right, thank you. I want to take this opportunity to thank the organizers of this conference. The organizers of this conference are farsighted, and the issues I'm listening to are very contemporary issues which require specific attention, and I also want to commend the leader who summarized and put forward requests, who read out the call-out statements for government action on what proceeded throughout this meeting that requires attention of government, because it is an obligation on government to fix it. And I'm also very happy, you know, when the young people write the way she read it here, I know that this country has a future, because the asks are very specific. For example, just to know that I was not sleeping, there is provision for universities to provide healthcare. You have observed that there is little attention being paid to this area, and you are asking for a statutory instrument for enforcement. Very clear. You are also saying you would like to see dedicated resources for students' health allocated, and you would like to see the Ministry of Health pushing for this. Number 3, you would like to see investment in health promotion and capacity building. And you also said you would like to see government commitment to this conference. Specifically, you would like Ministry of Health to co-own this conference. Can I say thank you very much for these well-articulated demands? I will be taking your message back to the Permanent Secretary. I am not the Permanent Secretary. My name is Dr. Driwale Alfred. I am the Commissioner in charge of Institutional Capacity and Health Workforce Development in the Ministry of Health. So I have been requested to come here by the Permanent Secretary because there is an urgent issue that arose last minute, and because we are dealing with very fluid situations in our neighborhood, and we are monitoring those developments of a possible disease outbreak, disease importation into the country, and she deeply apologized to you that she would have loved to be here herself and she couldn't do it because she has gone into a big meeting whose details I'm very sure you will get tomorrow, if not today. Before I read her speech, before I dilute her speech, allow me say this. I envy you. I envy you because students of your age have flashed back at my university days. I think you look more handsome and beautiful than at our times. You will not believe it. At our time, this Kyambogo was already outside, far away from Kampala. Now it is in the middle of the city. And by 2040, most of you are going to be alive. And I can assure you that Uganda is going to be beautiful. I was here in Kampala in '93 when by 8 p.m. the TV screens would only show a quarter. You cannot connect to this. The power in this country was so small that when people switch on TV, which is black and white, the screen could only show at a quarter because the power is low. I've seen it change. I've also structure change. By 2040, Uganda is going to be beautiful and prosperous. My call to you is keep healthy, develop the skills which will... Am I communicating? I'm saying this now as a father. Most of you, all of you here are fit to be my children by age. The future is beautiful. And it will only be beautiful if you spend your time in the university meaningfully and you acquire the skills that will make you to be competitive. Are we together? So that was my message. Now let me go to the statement of the permanent secretary, who is your chief guest. Distinguished government officials, university leaders, health professionals, student leaders, students, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you all. It is an honor to officially bring the Uganda Health Students Health Conference of 2026 to a close. First, I congratulate the organizers, partners, and especially the students for making this conference a success. I believe that over the past 2 days, the discussions, debates, speeches, dialogues have produced innovative and concrete actions for each stakeholder here to play their part in improving students' health, especially in universities and other tertiary institutions. I am encouraged by your passion and courage in improving young people's health, the future of our country. Uganda is youthful, is a youthful country with 73%, that is 33.5 million people being under the age of 30 years. Many of these young people spend majority of their time in learning institutions, including universities, where you are. Ministry of Health prioritizes investment in the continuous improvement of health and well-being of young people. As we pursue Vision 2040, we recognize that future economic growth of this country will depend on the productivity of a healthy and well-educated population of young people. Despite the investment, the reality for young people's health is not changing at a rate which we would want to see. Teenage pregnancies are still high at about 24%. Last year, 37% of the mothers were lost in the course of labor. Were aged 24 years and below. We registered 6,000 new HIV infections in this same age group. 6,000 new infections in the same age group, majority of whom were female. And reports indicate that 1 out of every 5 of the young people has a form of mental illness. Are we translating this in simple language? If we counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, one of them would have a mental distress issue. Now I want to speak directly to the students for a moment. So you would also wonder, when someone is talking about students' health, why other students would prioritize something else in the neighborhood. That's a part of mental problem. It is a disorder in perception, reaction, and behavior. What are your priorities? Campus life is often portrayed from the outside as exciting, liberating, and full of possibilities. And in many ways, it is. It is true. However, as parents and former students as well, we are not naive about the other side of campus life. We know the pressures you face. We have heard them in this conference. We read them, the data, and we have listened to them. Your rapporteur was very clear about them in her speech. We know that many of you arrive at university having left the structure and oversight of home for the first time. And that this freedom, while wonderful, can also be disorienting. We know about the financial stress that makes it hard to eat properly, to afford medication, or even to access basic sanitary products. We know about the peer pressure to drink, to engage in sexual relationships before you are ready. To engage in sexual relationships before you are ready, to experiment with drugs. Those are pressures. To keep up with lifestyles you cannot afford. We know that some of you have entered relationships that are transactional in nature, trading your health and your dignity for financial survival. We do not say this to judge you. We say it because these realities shape health outcomes, and we cannot address what we refuse to name. We have to make a diagnosis and go straight for it. Our commitment to you is that we will keep working until our health systems are good to meet you where you are. Ministry of Health has taken deliberate steps to strengthen adolescent and youth health services in universities. We now have a division specifically for school health, where we pay attention to adolescents. To date, health workers have been trained in Kyambogo, Lira, Makerere, Ndeje, and Kampala International University to provide respectful, confidential, non-judgmental, and quality services to young people, including mental health support, HIV services, sexual reproductive health, and counseling. When I visited Kyambogo University in 2023, I was honored to officiate at the opening of an on-site mental health clinic for students. This is a wonderful innovation all other tertiary institutions can adopt. Our students need someone to listen to them in confidence. They are grappling with a lot of mental health challenges, and we are deeply concerned about this. Our toll-free lines and call centers continue to serve young people. Many of the inquiries center around contraception, sexually transmitted diseases, HIV prevention, menstrual health, relationships, pregnancy, and mental health. This toll-free line exists because we understand that not every young person can walk into a clinic without fear. One of the things I feel most strongly about, and one that I hope university leadership will take seriously, is the need to move away from project-based student health services towards institutionalized, sustainably funded models. And this speaks to the ask your representative made. Student health services should be embedded in university governance. They should appear in the strategic plans, in annual budgets, in institutional performance frameworks. Vice chancellors should be able to account to for the health of their students the same way they account for graduation rates or research outputs. University councils must ring-fence resources for students' health. And this should be done as an institutional obligation. I'm not very sure who is now listening to this. I don't know whom I'm speaking to here now. The universities are here. You find a way to take this. And I want to repeat this because it is a very serious statement. Students' health services should, if I was the one writing, I would say must, be embedded in university governance. They should appear in strategic plans, in annual budgets, in institutional performance frameworks. Vice chancellors must be able to account for the health of their students the same way they account for graduation rates or research outputs. Therefore, university councils must ring-fence resources for student health as an institutional obligation. On our part, as government, we are exploring how the National Health Insurance Scheme and other health financing mechanisms can be extended to students in higher education. We are looking at how peer support networks and health center can be formally linked to university campuses to create a continuation of care that does not stop at the campus gate. We have also set a goal of having dedicated adolescent and young people's clinics in all regional referral hospitals, right next to most of our public universities. We have also, as I conclude, university leaders should adopt some resolutions from the conference for discussion in their management meetings. Kindly assign someone to follow up, set a date, create responsibility and accountability. We will be here next year to listen to the progress made by universities against these commitments. To our development partners, UN agencies and NGOs, we value your partnership deeply. Continue to invest in the provision of youth-friendly services, that is in capacity building and in advocacy. But please invest in ways that strengthen national systems, not ways that substitute for them. All right? To the Ministry of Education and Sports, let us sustain and deepen that partnership. Institutionalize school and university health services to create safe learning environments at universities, and to strengthen students in this room to go back to their campuses and be the change. Push your guild to include health in its agenda. When I was in the university myself, my work was to distribute condoms from hall to hall on a bicycle. And at that time, HIV was a matter of life and death. And we knew people who were literally, without stigmatizing, who were drying as they are walking. Today you do not understand HIV. Your generation does not understand HIV the way mine did. So my work at that time was to distribute condoms. Whether you use it is another issue, but you should have it as a prophylaxis. I was about to say Banange. Speak to the university management about the gaps you see. With these remarks, I officially declare the Uganda National Students Health Conference 2026 officially closed. Thank you very much, and safe travels for God and my country. Thank you. Another round of applause.
So in the interest of time, we are going to request our chief guest to stay at the front. We are now entering a very important part of the program. we are going to now the commitments. There's been a lot of discussion for the last 2 days, and so this at this opportune time is when we get to have all our key guests, our ministries attending, the development partners committing, so that, as our chief guest said, next year when we come back, we hold ourselves accountable to the commitments that we have made. So before us is a commitment board that we see clearly. We are going to start with our chief guest. We are going to have you append a signature, and then just immediately after that, we'll have our ministry officials as well joining us. Then immediately after the ministry officials, as the signature is appended, I request that we clap. Thank you. And then immediately after that, we will have our ministry officials joining in, our development partners, beginning with UNFPA in the house. We request that you come and also append your signature. Naguru Teenage Center, AHF Uganda Cares, Marie Stops, and all the partners in the house, Uganda AIDS Commission. We request that you come and append your signature on behalf of your institution as a commitment to the event. Thank you.
And then also we're going to have the health ministers of the different universities signing as well. So for the health ministers around, please. The health ministers, Victoria University, KRU, Kyambogo University, UCU, IUIU, Kabale University, Mbaro University, Bishop Stewart, and as the signing process is ongoing, we want to say thank you so much for everyone who has attended, who has been patient from yesterday to today. Thank you so much to the organizers of today, OIF, Own Your Future Initiative, led by Council Brenda, and to Kyambogo University for hosting this second edition. You've been amazing. So right about now, as we are concluding on the signing part, I'm going to invite Mr. Andrew, who's going to give us the results from the debate finals. And then that will mark the end. And then we're going to have the awarding ceremony. Then that will mark the end of this conference.
Good evening, everyone. Yes, I'm that individual that you like at the start of the tournament, and when it's ending, I come to break hearts and mend them. Other than that, thank you for your patience. I appreciate the commitment made, and let's not stop at signing, but let's follow them up wherever we are heading to. So I'll begin, like I'd said early in the morning, we had several categories: poetry, public speech, and MDD debates. So I'm going to begin by asking Brendan to lead the team and other partners on board to come in front. Our chief guest, our development partners, so as that you can stand in front and award our winners. I apologize that I don't have the capacity to make all of you stand, but bear with me. So I'll begin with MDD. And we had several institutions that participated, but only two, one to come to the finals. And I would want to invite both of them to come in front. Kyambogo, MDD. Kyambogo and UCU, come in front. MDD. In the middle. Yeah. So the winner, the runners-up, drum rolls, Banange, some vibe. IT team, some celebratory music. IT team, some celebratory music. Okay, so runners-up for the MDD category. The runners-up for the MDD category is none other than the winners are Vibe. The winners for the MDD category is none other than Kyambogo. And the runners-up, of course, know themselves. The runners-up, where are you? Runners-up for the MDD category. Please, let's clap for him. You see you. Well done. Okay. As they are awarding the MDD category, let's go in for the public category. And the public speech category, we had several participants, and I'm just going to read only and only 2 people. One is going to be a runners-up, and the second will be a winner. So, in no specific order, Churchill, come in front for public speech. And another person to come in front for public speech. Are you ready? Is none other than Gift Nagasha. And for the runners-up for the public speech category, it's Gift Nagasha. Where is she? And the winner for the public speech category is none other than Churchill. Under the poetry category, I'm going to read 2 individuals to come in front, and I will announce the runners-up and the winner. Hussein, come in front, and another person to come in front. Shepherd, and in the poetry category, the runners-up for poetry is none other than Shepherd. And the winner for the poetry category is none other than Hussein. For the quiz category, you already know yourselves. The winner and the runners-up come in front, please. Victoria University was the runners-up. Those are the winners. Let's award the runners-up first. The runners-up, please first get your accolades, then we can award the winners later. The runners-up, Victoria University. The CF for debate kindly come. CF for debate. CF for debate. And the winners for the quiz is none other than Kyambogo.
For the debate category, we had 4 teams that were in the finals. We had Kyambogo University, we had UCU, we had For the debate category, we had 4 universities in the finals. We had BSU, we had Kyambogo, we had KIU, and we had UCU. On a unanimous ballot, the team that ranks in the first runners-up, the team that ranked in the first runners-up was the team that debated in opening government, that is Team KIU, and the team that won was the team that debated in closing government, that is BSU. Congratulations. Please come. The team that debated in opening government, Shadrach and Raymond. Congratulations.
Dites-moi d'où il vient, enfin je saurai où je vais. Maman dit que lorsqu'on cherche bien, on finit toujours par trouver. Elle dit qu'il n'est jamais très loin, qu'il part très souvent travailler. Maman dit travailler c'est bien, bien mieux qu'être mal accompagné. Travail pour être ton papa, dis-moi où est ton papa, sans même devoir lui parler, c'est ce qui ne va pas. Ah sacré papa, dis-moi où es-tu caché, ça doit faire au moins 1000 fois que j'ai continué. Où t'es papa, 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 où
I'm on the day on 13, we can no lose God. But the blessing, Baba no funwa. I don't want to know how I take you. I'm hasta la vista, hasta la vista. Coming out from 20s, you know that. Every day I dey me call on my blessing, they joke. I give up my life to you. I dey walk fast, I dey go slowly. Don't be what I don't know. Let me tell them, say I don't go now. I'ma look go, kuni move phone now.
Hello, I'm kindly requesting DJ, we are going to close officially, and you know we started off this event officially with the anthems, so we are going to rise and close officially with the anthems. Please, you do the anthems in the reverse manner. We do the Kyambogo anthem. So do the Kyambogo anthem, we do the East African anthem, and then we do the national anthem. Again, we thank all of you for being very patient with us to this time. We thank the PS Ministry of Health. Please let's do the anthems, then we shall be leaving at once. Otherwise, we thank you for being part of the second edition of the National Students Health Conference.
University, what a mighty center you are. You are to you we entrust. naomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
That marks the end of this conference. Thank you so much for attending, and we are grateful for each one of you who has stand up. I'm Atrinda Rebecca, and I was your host for the day.
And Paul, together with my very good colleague,
Mojel Trevor from AHF. Thank you all for being a very wonderful audience.
Master, Kyambogo University, knowledge and skills for service.
Down on the beat.
Telling me what I owe you. Telling me what you wanted me to give you.